I was reincarnated into a merciless evil noble and stand at the pinnacle of the magical world, wielding control over magic. Just when I had given up on having a heroine, she came to me on her own accord. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. From the Dark and Deep Bottom of the Swamp. When I woke up, I was staring at the ceiling from the bed. To be precise, the ceiling of a 4-poster bed. My body felt heavy and was unresponsive to my will. I managed to open my eyes, but the light was glaring and piercing, causing dizziness. Vanitas. Young master. A trembling voice was calling from beside the bed. The deep, aged voice sounded strangely familiar. Young Master Vanitas has awakened. Oh, what a turn of events. Quick, someone fetch Dr. Dominic. And we must inform both the mistress and the master immediately. The elderly butler, who had been waiting in the corner of the room, issued instructions promptly. As I watched this in a daze, I called out, "Old man." "Yes. What can I do for you, young master?" "I wasn't asking about that." "Who am I?" "Who? Could it be that you have lost your memory due to a high fever?" I asked who. "Why yes. You are Vanitas Lindblum, the heir of the Lindblum Marquis family." "Vanitas Lindblum. I know him. He is one of the antagonists in the novel X. Is something wrong?" "It's nothing." Ignoring the puzzled face of the old servant, Jürgen, the area around the bed became increasingly hectic. The old doctor arrived in no time. Remarkably quick for his age. After measuring my temperature and pulse, and conducting a light examination, he informed me that there are no particular issues. From there, the situation moved rapidly. "Oh, Vanny-chan. I'm so glad you woke up. I was so worried. Vanny, you had been suffering from a high fever for 3 days and nights. You endured it well." Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud sound. In the doorway stood a woman with golden, lustrous hair and amber-colored eyes. It was my mother, Lavinia Lindblum, who clung to the bedside and wept with joy at my safety. A few minutes later, having likely rushed through the mansion, a man appeared, trying to hide his slightly disheveled breathing behind a calm facade. With short, neatly trimmed silver hair and strong, dark gray eyes, his well-defined features suggested an impeccable aristocratic demeanor. He was none other than the head of the Marquis family, my father, Ernst Lindblum. Perhaps because their son, who had been on the brink of death, had awakened, both my mother and father showed expressions of relief. At least, that's how it seemed to me at that moment. It took 3 days of recovery. For precautionary reasons, I remained in bed, receiving daily examinations from Dr. Dominic, but I finally started to piece together the situation. I had been reincarnated into the role of Vanitas Lindblum, one of the villains in the novel X, a ruthless and merciless noble young man. The reason for my reincarnation was unclear. In fact, I couldn't even recall the title of the novel. Moreover, I had no memory of my previous self. Was I a high school student, a salaryman, or perhaps a teacher? None of these roles felt right. The only thing I could vaguely remember was living in a different world. I also vaguely recalled the name of the novel's protagonist, and I was certain there were multiple heroines as well. Well, it's fine. If it's something important, I'll probably remember it later. More importantly, I clearly remember the final fate of Vanitas Lindblum. After enslaving many and committing countless atrocities, Vanitas faced the consequences of his actions. He was forced to wear a slave collar, compelled to perform virtuous deeds against his will, and screamed as he coughed up blood. Even then, he was not allowed to take his own life. He was made to work until he was exhausted and died in a dark, lonely mine. Oh, that's right. While I was reading that novel, I can't even remember its title. A friend spoiled the ending for me by telling me about Vanitas' death. That really pissed me off. So, I ended up quitting the book halfway through. Maybe that's why my memory of it is so vague. During the 3 days of recovery, a few things happened, but I mostly spent my time thinking about these things. And now, today, at my mother's suggestion, we finally all sat together for a meal. While my mother chatted away, my father and I responded with casual nods, and I savored the well-seasoned dishes, which were quite different from the plain ones I had during my recovery. Delicious, what is this? Hey, chef. No need to huddle in the corner of the room, you should be more confident. Anyway, now that the meal is over, it's time to get to the main topic. I wiped my mouth with a napkin in a refined manner, and then spoke to my parents, who were expressing their gratitude to the chef. Father, mother, I have something I need to discuss. I tried to sound as serious as possible. Did it work? Vanny, what is it? Vanny-chan, what's wrong? Do you have a stomachache? As expected of father. He quickly sensed that the atmosphere had changed. Mother, I'm not actually having a stomachache. In fact, I was excited by this luxurious meal that I've never had in my previous life. Vanny, let's discuss this later. Right now. I'm sorry, father. I don't intend to let this go. I am not Vanitas Lindblum, your son. My parents froze. That's right. I am not the Vanitas Lindblum you know. Something unknown emerged from the dark depths of the swamp, and that's me. Chapter 2. A strange sight seen by the old butler. Jürgen Hoss. As the long-serving butler of the Lindblum family, I am currently facing a deep dilemma. Young Master Vanitas, the heir to the Lindblum family, having just turned 15 and with 2 younger sisters, is the future successor of the Lindblum house. Young Master fell into a bottomless swamp during an expedition far from home. One of the slaves present managed to rescue him, but he was in a critical state, unconscious. Even after being examined by the family's physician, Dr. Dominic, he was plagued by a high fever for 3 days and nights, with no clear cause. However, young Master has now fully recovered and, as if the fever were a lie, is now reading history books on his bed, looking bored. Initially, he seemed troubled by something, but then commanded us to bring books from Father's library. Yes, bring books on the history of this world, or anything else. Bring them all, he ordered. The books piled up beside his bed in a mountain. What is surprising is how quickly young Master reads them. I even doubt, though it is disrespectful, whether he truly understands them at such speed. Previously, young Master never engaged in studying. He used to demand that his parents purchase slaves for him, spending his days wandering the family's territories. Though there were no direct complaints, the town's representatives would subtly report to Ernst-sama. Please, stop young Master Vanitas's tyranny. A slave in the town was kicked for no reason. It's truly pitiable for that girl. Just stepping into town, I can hear the voices of the townspeople condemning young Master's behavior. His bad reputation has spread widely. It seems that there are no good rumors about him even at the Magic Academy. Accompanied by 3 slaves, living selfishly under the power of the Marquis family, a noble who is scum. It's hard to bear hearing this, but it's painful to admit it's undeniable. As someone who serves, I cannot speak such things, even if it tears me apart. Ernst-sama and Lady Lavinia must truly be suffering. Young Master Vanitas was once such a kind child in his early years. I can still vividly recall how he picked flowers for Lady Lavinia and made flower crowns to present to her. Ernst-sama would forget his daily fatigue just by seeing their heartwarming interactions, often carrying young Master on his shoulders as they returned to the mansion. If only that incident, or rather, that accident, hadn't happened, young Master would never have become someone pointed at with disdain. No matter how much I regret it, it cannot be undone. But what about the current young Master? His appearance as he reads book after book is dignified, and he even looks different from before. He treats the maids and even me with utmost courtesy, and his manner of speaking is completely different. It's as if he has become a different person. What happened to young Master? What happened to him, who was muttering his parents' names incessantly while suffering from that high fever? But, Kia, yeah, sorry. I was just. The young Master stroked the maid's bucks. This is still the same as before. The way he strokes it quickly while reading a book is the skill of an expert. Could it be that he is doing this unconsciously? The differences and the unchanged aspects. The discomfort that resides in my chest. The resolution of this unease may not be far off. At the meal with young Master, who has fully recovered. There, I will come to know the truth about Vanitas. Chapter 3. A Trivial Choice. Give me time to organize. After conveying the truth about Vanitas Lindblum, my father left the room with a shaken mother, saying nothing more. Even the elderly butler, Jürgen, couldn't hide his troubled expression, though he seemed somewhat resigned and followed the two of them out. My father and mother must be deeply shocked by the mental death of their biological son. Regardless of how much of a scoundrel he might be, parents inevitably care about their children. I'm glad they didn't laugh it off or throw me out. I should be grateful for that. So, I immersed myself in the books on magic that I had the maid bring from my father's study. My impression is that they are incredibly interesting. In this world, magic is activated by manipulating the magical power within oneself and chanting a spell name, essentially normal magic. There is also a technique called silent casting, which doesn't require chanting, but essentially, it's a versatile power that can change depending on the user's imagination. Though there is a predetermined primary attribute known as the innate attribute, the magic that is commonly seen in places like Kakuyomu, such as fireball or water arrow, relies on the user's imagination to activate. Kakuyomu? It seems like something extremely important, but I can't quite recall. Well, never mind. For now, as far as I remember, Vanitas was training to use light attribute magic. Of course, being Vanitas, his proficiency wasn't impressive, and perhaps due to abandoning it midway, he could only use basic magic like light arrow. In the novel, Vanitas was a character who constantly harassed the protagonist by showcasing his slaves. Thus, it seems he was judged unnecessary in terms of combat ability. Given his personality, he sought flashiness and coolness but, encountering stagnation and annoyance, gave up on it. That was all there was to it. And regarding why I can access Vanitas's memories, I'm not quite sure. Vanitas's personality isn't something I possess. Well, I have no memories of a past life, but the memories are faintly retained and can be somewhat recalled if I concentrate. Are they etched into my brain? I've heard of cases where a heart transplant allows glimpses of the original owner's memories, so perhaps the body remembers. In any case, Vanitas's memories are useful for living in this world, although it's sometimes disheartening due to his appalling misdeeds. On a related note, there was also a problem. Kia. Again. I'm sorry. Vanitas-sama. It's troubling. I apologize. I'll be more careful from now on. I unconsciously end up patting the maid's buttocks when she walks by. Was I like this before? No, it's clearly due to Vanitas's influence. I sigh as I watch the maid leave the room with flushed cheeks. It seems that the body might lead to unexpected actions. Though I can't get used to it, I suppose I'll have to accept it as a given. The maid's buttocks are soft, so it doesn't feel entirely bad. For now, I'll set aside the issue of the body. Worrying won't provide an answer. In any case, while reading the books on magic, I came across something that caught my attention. It was about the magic wielded by the legendary mage Vanitas Armatail, who shared the same name as Vanitas. This magic had a unique style that differed from the usual process of spell activation known as grasp magic. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck or fortune, but fortunately, there was a detailed book on grasp magic available in the Marquis's study. I was absorbed in the book, diligently memorizing its contents. My heart raced at the prospect of a magic that hadn't existed in my previous life. I can't miss out on learning this. The person who reincarnated as Vanitas was unaware of this, but Vanitas's true innate attribute was void. This was a setting quietly revealed in the afterword of a spin-off separate from the main story. Therefore, the reincarnated individual, who had no knowledge of the spin-off in their previous life, never learned this fact during their lifetime. Vanitas learned light attribute magic because he sought flashiness. Desiring obvious strength and coolness, he neglected to investigate his own innate attribute due to arrogance. However, the nameless person reincarnated as Vanitas chose grasp magic, a form of magic that no one else had mastered from among many others. This was mentioned only briefly in Vanitas's character description within the work, a mere line of fan service to expand the world's lore. Legendary mage Vanitas Armatail wields grasp magic. It was this small piece of information, lodged in the back of his mind, that led to this accidental realization. Yet, in the now real world, grasp magic was a lost art that no one had learned or even attempted to learn. Sometimes, even the smallest triggers can bring about transformative changes in the world. Thus begins the story of Vanitas' journey to reach the pinnacle of the magical world. The magic, dismissed by everyone due to its status as a mere setting in the novel, now bears its fangs to the world. Chapter 4, Ernst Lindblum's Monologue. Even though I asked for time, the facts presented by Vanitas pierced deeply into our hearts. We couldn't laugh it off as a child's nonsense or evade it by changing the subject. Because we had an inkling. Vanitas. Our son, Vani. When he was young, Vani was so adorable that it was painful to even imagine him being hurt. Our first child. As a father and head of the Marquis family, I felt compelled to set an example, and even before he could speak, I kept thinking about it, only to be admonished by Lavinia with, "You're too stiff." A gentle, intelligent, and proud son. He was well regarded by the people of the territory, always extending a helping hand to those in need and being considerate of others. But Vani eventually changed. He began to lash out violently at those around him, hurling insults and causing pain. He sought slaves who would do his bidding and vented his frustrations on their daughters with violence. His behavior led to him being treated like a leper, avoided by everyone. Gradually, his violence escalated, and eventually, even we could no longer oppose him. Lavinia was the most shocked by Vani's transformation. She couldn't forget the Vani of old. Someday he will come back to us, like he was when he cared for his family and was so kind. I can't help it. Every morning, I can't forget the days when he used to call me Mom cheerfully like he used to. Lavinia lived in the past. I was the same. I dreamed of a reality that would never happen, where Vani would return to his former self, turning a blind eye to the harm Vani caused. But the days of merely watching silently took a sudden turn. It is said that Vani fell into a swamp known as the Abyssal Marsh while out with the slave girls. Could it be that Vani, who had become so cautious and trusted no one, fell into a swamp? It was hard to believe at first, but we were greatly alarmed by the state of Vani's frailty when he was brought to us. We immediately called for Dr. Dominic. However, even the renowned physician couldn't determine the cause, and the fever continued to rise. In the face of this sudden turn of events, we were unable to grasp the situation. To put it bluntly, on the day he had the high fever, Vani died. More precisely, he died and then was revived. His breathing stopped, and for a brief time, Dr. Dominic confirmed that his heart had indeed stopped. The child who weakly called out our names that day and time was no longer there. Holding his hand, which radiated an unnatural heat, was all we could do until his final moments. I am not Vanitas Lindblum, your son. That's right. You are not Vani. Vani would not look us straight in the eye and speak. He never had a day without showing his emotions and taking out his anger on objects and slaves. You are different. Your demeanor is dignified, and you never avert your gaze. Your pitch-black eyes, like an abyss, did not hold the same hidden fragility as Vani's. They possessed an irresistible, gravitational pull. Lavinia. Let's talk to Vani once more. With Vani, I supported Lavinia, who was crying and unable to escape the harsh reality. If we didn't speak, we would have to confront the entity that had taken root inside Vani. It was harsh for the exhausted Lavinia, but it was something we would eventually have to face. Vani-chan is already gone, isn't he? I had no words to offer Lavinia, who murmured with sadness. It was frustratingly helpless. Chapter 5, Confession of Sin. When I had finished reading most of the books in Father's library, I was summoned by him and Mother. Under Jürgen's guidance, I went to Father's study. Seeing their serious expressions, I could tell that this was an important conversation. Vanitas. Please tell us again about that day. Father asked for a recount of that day. Mother also nodded silently in agreement. I reiterated that I was not Vanitas Lindblum. For reasons unknown, I had reincarnated and taken the place of Vanitas in this other world. My memories of my previous life were faint, and Vanitas's personality had disappeared. Furthermore, I explained that this world was one from a novel, and Vanitas Lindblum was destined to lead a life of extreme cruelty with numerous slaves, ultimately becoming an enemy of a certain person and losing his life as a result. I told them everything I knew. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Even though the Vanitas they knew had long since disappeared, I couldn't continue deceiving them. Even if the previous Vanitas was an irredeemable villain, having taken his life, I didn't want to hide the truth. I see. What was that emotion from father? It seemed to be a mix of resignation and acceptance. You're not Vani-chan. Being denied directly by mother made me feel deeply saddened. It's hard to determine if this is Vanitas' emotion or not. I believe both of them accepted what I said. It should be an incredible story. When I tentatively asked father for the reason, his response was, "Actually, Vani died once." According to Dr. Dominic's diagnosis, there was no heartbeat for several minutes. So, I reincarnated into Vanitas after he died from a high fever. I don't remember anything from when I was delirious with the fever, but judging from my parents' reactions, Vanitas' death seemed to have deeply affected them. At that time, I gave up. No, saying I gave up is just a self-defense mechanism. When Vanitas' heartbeat weakened and he weakly murmured our names, I, of all people, thought it might be for the best. If he was to continue harming others and being hated, if he was to become a monster that no one could stop, then perhaps it would be better if he ended here. Father. That was a confession of guilt. An extremely painful confession made after being cornered. You're not the only one. I also wished that if Vanitas couldn't return to the way he was before, maybe it would be better if it all ended here. To wish for the death of my own son, the son I carried and gave birth to. It's a failure not just as a parent, but as a human being. It was overwhelming. No, I had underestimated the villainous noble parents. The parents of Vanitas, who didn't appear in the novel. I had never imagined what they were thinking. To wish for the death of their beloved son. Villainous nobles are truly deeply flawed. To think that they could be so changed. Father continued his confession. It was about the trigger that caused Vanitas to become tyrannical. A fact unknown to me and not mentioned in the novel. Vanitas changed. Yes, before that incident, he was truly a kind child. Chapter 6. The reason for the change. An accident. I see. Even though it seems like you know everything, there are things you don't know. Father's face was etched with sadness. A story from before Vanitas became tyrannical? I didn't know. Vanitas had a younger brother. A brother who was a year younger. The story mentioned Vanitas' twin sisters, but I don't recall a younger brother. His name was Noir Lindblum. Our other son. Noir. The reason Vanitas changed is because of Noir. Noir is already deceased. Wu. Mother, who broke down in tears upon hearing Noir's name, was comforted by father, who put his arm around her. It was 5 years ago. An epidemic was spreading in our Lindblum marquisate. It was a highly infectious disease that led to death. However, it was a disease that could be cured if the medicine arrived. Noir died due to our negligence. After all, the carriage carrying the medicine, which was escorted by our Lindblum marquisate's knights, was attacked. We couldn't prevent the sudden monster attack. Most of the medicine was ruined. And Noir's share. If I could draw upon Vanitas' memories, I might recall this, but I had no idea such a heavy backstory existed. After that, we couldn't resist Vanitas' anger. We bought slaves as he demanded, and we didn't admonish him. We couldn't even stop the damage he caused. We knew that Vanitas loved Noir's family. Vani resented us for not being able to prevent Noir's death. No wonder Vanitas' parents didn't stop his numerous acts of tyranny in the story. They had let Vanitas run wild due to their guilt over losing Noir. And perhaps Vanitas, feeling alienated by parents who avoided him, further fueled his anger. So, what do you want to do? You, who wear Vanitas' skin but are nameless. I can somewhat understand that you didn't take Vanitas' place. But what will you do from now on? You mentioned a fate of death. This world is from a novel. It's hard to believe, but your very presence here seems to be proof of that. But if you know the future, how will you act? How do you intend to live as Vanitas Lindblum? The answer is simple. Chapter 7. Beyond the Empty Heart. The answer is simple. I have nothing. This heart is filled with emptiness. No, that's not right. Even if I can't remember anything and have no attachment, this world is interesting. Interesting? There was no magic in my previous life. I can state that with certainty, even without memories, because nothing was as enjoyable as this. Controlling magical power is complex and rarely goes as planned, but there is something rewarding after putting in the effort. In front of Father, I spread out the fingers of my right hand. That is, grasp magic. Unlike ordinary magic, which uses internal magical power, grasp magic manipulates the ambient magic in the air. Right now, the magic I gathered from the air is held together in the palm of my hand. Unbelievable. You've mastered it. In such a short time. An ancient magic. The magic that everyone abandoned due to its differences from existing spells. At the moment, there aren't many uses for this magic. I can only throw it as a lump of magical power. However, I will eventually master this magic. I had intended to show a small demonstration of grasp magic in front of Father, but it seemed rather plain just focusing on magic concentration. The magic book described many other uses, and I wanted to show more, but unfortunately, I'm not yet at that stage. Grasp magic, there shouldn't be anyone even in the magic administration who has mastered it. I've only heard of Vanitas Armatail as a practitioner, and yet, a mere 15-year-old child. Is he so shaken? Father was dramatically unsettled upon seeing grasp magic. In fact, I felt a bit embarrassed, as it was just the basics of grasp magic. Well, I've shown what I wanted to. Now, what to do next? I need to tell Father and Mother the answer. In a way, I am the same as Vanitas. Vanitas Lindblum, as you mentioned earlier, was a lonely boy who continued to run wild due to the sorrow of losing his brother. A man who could only resolve the emptiness in his chest through violence against others. But even so, that doesn't mean all the wrongs he has committed are absolved. Yes, I understand that. Vanitas did things that cannot be forgiven. Given that, I will say this. Like him, I intend to live according to my own will. What? Father and Mother still didn't understand what I was starting to say. But that's fine. They can listen to my declaration. Vanitas's wrongdoings? They have nothing to do with me, as I am the reincarnation of Vanitas. Whether I am infamous or condemned, it has no relevance to me. If something moves my heart, I might intervene, but I don't intend to make any improvements on my own initiative. Also, like Vanitas, if I find something I like, I might forcibly acquire it. I might even increase the number of slaves in the future. As a noble, I want my own subordinates. If they are capable and understand my intentions, their status doesn't matter. Oh, and Vanitas's slaves are mine. I will use them as I see fit. I delivered this in one breath, but both of them remained stunned. I don't want to die either. There may be times when I resort to unreasonable violence. To resist the fate of death, I might take actions that are beyond your expectations. If you want to stop me, then stop me. It might still be possible now. If you're afraid of releasing another monster like Vanitas into the world, then you can kill me here. Are you asking us to kill someone with the face of our son? You have the right to. I unintentionally reincarnated as Vanitas Lindblum. Although you didn't mention it, there's a possibility that Vanitas was killed by me. I'll give you one chance. Just once, I'll give you a chance to kill me. Such an opportunity may never come again. Well, I'll resist a little if it comes to that, but I'd prefer not to be hurt. Now, what will the two of them choose as they look at each other? Chapter 8. The nightmare will eventually end. A figure with the face of our son is suggesting that we kill him. It's a nightmare. A reality we would rather not face, coming to us just after losing our son. His pitch-black eyes pierce through us. He demands that we face the truth, that we reveal our true feelings. He is the same as Vanny, desperately trying to fill the void in his heart with something else. I can't bear to harm someone who looks exactly like Vanny. I must decide. Should we let this monster, Vanitas, run free, or should we kill him? But may I ask one thing? What is it, Father? Why make this declaration? Why tell us that you might commit evil acts in the future? You could have just pretended to be our son Vani. You could have taken over his identity without revealing the truth. Even if there were some discrepancies, we who had distanced ourselves from Vani would have been able to deceive ourselves enough. If you had done that, we would have been deceived, and we wouldn't have had to endure such painful feelings. We wouldn't have been confronted with the fact that Vani was gone. I realized I was vehemently accusing him. Yes, why torment us like this? Why cause us so much anguish? But perhaps I was merely being shallow. He stood there, silent. He received my heartfelt outcry without a ripple of emotion, unwavering in his gaze. Our eyes met. He did not look away, as if it were the natural thing to do. I had underestimated him. I never imagined he would truly be willing to be killed by us here. Since that moment, my thoughts have been difficult to express in words. All I know is that he appeared sincere. He gave us the chance to hear the truth and express our feelings. To live according to one's desires. Vani had surely lived according to his desires. He filled the void left by his brother's death with violence, driven by his own desires. Perhaps he was waiting for someone to stop him. But maybe he couldn't stop because no one reached out to help. It's just a parent's fantasy. There are no excuses for the slaves, the people, or the maids who suffered from Vani's actions. However, there seems to be a difference between Vani and him. The declaration he made was severe. It was as if he was telling us not to obstruct his path. Yes, Vani and he are indeed similar in that regard. But there is a difference. He has given us a choice. A chance to choose our own path. Even if it meant putting himself at a disadvantage, he faced us head-on. I understand. Vanitas, the sincere monster who wears the skin of our beloved son, Vani. Show us your future. The nightmare continues. Our son Vani has vanished, replaced by the monster Vanitas. Yet, there was something intriguingly compelling about him, who faced us with unwavering determination. I found myself wishing to see what lay ahead. The nightmare will eventually end. But I felt as if I wanted to linger a little longer in this monster's dream. In the story, Vanitas Lindblum's father, Ernst Lindblum, was depicted as a weak-willed lord who could not even stand up to his son. Despite being from the most ancient and prestigious of the 7 Marquis families, he was seen with disdain and contempt by families of lower rank due to his inability to control his wayward son. Consequently, he was a mere background character with no name mentioned in the novel. But here, a change occurred. The monster Vanitas had, in a sense, captivated him. Vanitas, who followed his own path, made him hope to see the future even after losing his son Vani. It was a form of admiration. In Vanitas's defiant disregard for the opinions of others, Ernst saw a reflection of himself. He realized that he too could free his repressed emotions. The next person to encounter Ernst Lindblum would be surprised. The situation is different. One who is captivated by a monster also becomes a monster. The world is yet to learn this. Chapter 9. 3 Slave Girls. My father and mother chose not to oppose me. To be honest, I was secretly relieved. Even though I intend to live as I please, I still have Vanitas's memories in my body. I remember the love and care my parents gave me. I didn't want to hurt them if I could avoid it. Of course, I also had the option to abandon everything and run away if necessary. But it was clear that if it came to that, it would be acceptable for me to be struck down by them. I did briefly consider this. It was probably just a momentary lapse of judgment. Now, speaking of family, Vanitas had twin sisters. In the story, they were depicted as the exact opposite of him, disliking their abusive brother and cutting off contact with him. It would be appropriate to inform them that I have reincarnated. My mother expressed reservations about revealing the absence of their brother, but there are things that must be said because they are family. More than anything, I want to resolve family matters quickly so that I can freely enjoy my time. I learned from my father that the twins have been evacuated to a separate residence during their long vacation to escape Vanitas's tyranny. Meeting them will take a few days at the earliest. Well, Girls do take time to prepare. I will wait patiently. In the meantime, my immediate concern is the 3 slaves Vanitas possessed. They are central characters who appear multiple times in the story. They are the heroines who become members of the protagonist's harem, freed from slavery each time Vanitas is defeated in a duel. Therefore, they might become my enemies in the future, but for now, they belong to me. I will instruct Eugen to summon the slaves to my room immediately. Now, while waiting for them to arrive, let me organize what I remembered about them and what I learned from the maids. It goes without saying that I was engrossed in the conversation and had once again patted the maids' bucks. First, Christina Martia. She was a fallen former noble, the daughter of the Martia Viscount family. She is 15 years old, the same age as Vanitas, me. Though I have forgotten the details of how her family fell from grace, she was an unusual figure who went to a slave trader to sell herself in order to support her family after their downfall. She is a stickler for rules and answers Vanitas's orders with a calm demeanor, even though he is someone she should hate. However, she tends to show her emotions on her face, often looking displeased. In the story, Vanitas's favorite, Christina, was notably furious when she was taken by the protagonist after a duel loss. Second, Hildegard. She is an Amazon-like figure from a distant southern foreign land who enjoys physical activities. Her rough personality makes her the most straightforward in responding to Vanitas's orders among the 3 slaves. Surprisingly, she is older at 17. However, she is more impulsive in her actions and often gets scolded by the younger Christina. Third, Lapana. A black rabbit beastman. While most rabbit beastmen have white fur, her rare black fur made her valuable as a slave. Vanitas immediately took a liking to her and eagerly purchased her. She is younger than me, being the youngest of the 3 slaves at 13 years old. Although not depicted in the story, among the maids, Lapana is known to be closest to Vanitas's twin sisters. Before becoming a slave, she had a bright personality, but repeated exposure to Vanitas's violence gradually made her more withdrawn. She appeared bright and cheerful under the protagonist's care, highlighting the depth of Vanitas's wrongdoings. Vanitas had treated the 3 of them with special regard. He must have even taken pride in them. He believed that only he possessed such remarkable slaves. However, ultimately, all of them were destined to be taken by the protagonist. For now, they are still mine, but the situation could change at any time. Indeed, power is necessary. Training in magic is enjoyable with each new discovery, so it's not a burden. However, it might be a good idea to consult with Father about hiring skilled adventurers during the long vacation to receive additional training. Well, it's fine. There's no need to worry about that right now. For now, let's enjoy the first meeting with them. Chapter 10. Christina Martia witnesses the transfiguration of the Lord. Excuse me. This is Christina and the other 2. We heard we were summoned. May we be granted entry? Enter. The voice of the master, which has long become familiar, responded after the knock. Opening the door, we were greeted by the sight of our master sitting on a canopy bed. It's been a while since I last saw him, still bedridden with a high fever, but his face remains as charming as ever. His hair, almost silver white and smooth like porcelain, and his mystical black eyes evoking darkness. Unlike me, he's not a tall figure but rather resembles a delicate doll. Look at him, those hands inviting us seem as fragile as if they could snap with a strong grip. Of course, as the son of Ernst and Lavinia, it's natural that his appearance contrasts with his personality. Well, it's not bad. Oh no. I've let my guard down. I'd be troubled if given a difficult order. Christina, tighten up your expression. So, the sudden summon. What is it you need? I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to see your faces. Dr. Dominic requested that all external contacts be cut off. What? He. Apologize. The haughty Vanitas Lindblum actually apologized. What kind of joke is this? I've lost composure. I struggled to keep my jaw from dropping in astonishment and looked at my master again. He hasn't changed, right? But on closer inspection, his usually sarcastic and sharp expression seems slightly softer. Ridiculous. Did he eat something strange? No, Did the high fever make him lose his mind? I had been instructed by Ernst Sama to stay in my room while he was unconscious due to the fever, so I don't know what happened during that time, but this change is still unsettling. Also, his manner of speaking is unusually polite. I had expected to be summoned to his room, yelled at unnecessarily, and then hit with those weak arms of his, but what's going on? If I'm not going to be hit, it's fine by me, though it's a hassle to pretend it hurts. Seeing it in person really makes it sink in. What did you just say? Oh, it's nothing. I just realized once again how beautiful you all are. Ha! What is going on today? Normally, he would use his unpleasant, sticky gaze to threaten us with something like, "You're mine. You know what will happen if you defy me," but now he's saying we're beautiful. This is strange. Is this really Master Vanitas? He must be someone else. To provide some context, Christina Martia has an unparalleled love for cute things. Despite being a slave, her private room, which was specially granted to her, is filled with a vast number of stuffed animals. Every night, she makes sure to be surrounded by these stuffed animals before drifting off to sleep. While she has confided in her fellow slaves about this hobby, she believes the mansion's staff have not discovered it. Christina is determined to maintain her noble dignity, despite her fall from grace, and this is a secret she wishes to keep. Though it is an open secret among the maids who occasionally clean her private room. By the way, the funds for these stuffed animals come secretly from the allowance provided by Vanitas's mother, Lavinia. That aside, Vanitas, Christina's master, actually possesses a fragile and delicate appearance resembling that of a doll. He has a refined face inherited from his parents, porcelain-like hair, and delicate limbs that seem as if they could break with the slightest touch. Given Christina's preferences, it would be no exaggeration to say he is a perfect match, except for his personality. Had she not been taken away by the protagonist after a duel, Vanitas might have had a significant chance. Yes, she was an extremely impressionable heroine. Chapter 11. Admiring the Black Rabbit. You're definitely thinking something strange. As I watched Christina making 100 different faces in front of me, I couldn't help but feel that she was like a character right out of a story. Even though she tries to maintain her composure, her emotions are easily read through her expressions. She's probably doubting whether I am really Vanitas. Well, her guess isn't wrong. With the same vibrant golden hair and clear, light blue eyes as my mother, she gives off a pure and refined impression. Her slender, well-defined figure and modestly curved chest plate are the epitome of a knight in a painting. It's no wonder Vanitas would like her. If he could claim such a pure and dignified female knight as his own, it would be understandable for him to want to show her off and boast. Though she's already mine. Now, the question is whether to tell them that the original Vanitas is no longer here. But there's no need to deliberate. They are slaves and, at the same time, potential future enemies, but they are also companions, no, family with whom we will live from now on. We cannot build trust with secrets. But before that, I'm still curious. Lapana. Yes, my lord. Come closer. You are. I pulled Lapana, who looked terrified, towards me and placed her on my lap. My lord. Please, do not do anything inappropriate. Christina raised her voice, perhaps thinking I was going to harm Lapana, and pleaded with me to stop. It seems I'm not even trusted. However, I half ignored that and gently reached for a certain place. Good fur. Soft. And moist. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Relax more. Indeed, Beastman's ears need to be touched and checked at least once. My lord, what are you? Lapana is also uncomfortable. Please remove your hand. Is she uncomfortable? She is uncomfortable. Can't you see? Look how relaxed she is. She's almost collapsing. Of course, there's also a tail. A round and fluffy tail. What's going on with this outfit? A small black circle peeks out from a slit in the purple skirt. It's intriguing. Oh, right there. My lord. All right. No need to raise your voice. My lord, this is troubling. Has Christina found this too stimulating? With a mix of agitation and anger, she forcibly pulls me away from Lapana. I wanted to feel the texture a bit more. I'm here to hear your orders. You called us for something, didn't you? Please stop this frivolity. It seems I've raised their suspicion before getting to the main topic. I have no regrets since I couldn't resist my desires, but I'll need to be cautious during the upcoming discussion. Still, I'm curious about Hildegard, who has remained silent throughout. Given her free-spirited nature, she should have reacted to our interaction, but why is she silent? I start to speak, keeping an eye on the unsettling Hildegard, to explain that their master has already changed. Chapter 12. Hildegard is guided by instinct. Hildegard is the daughter of a warrior from the Lepite tribe, a group of women who live in a distant foreign land south of the Luanda Empire, where Vanitas resides. She is the daughter of Jorgard, the strongest and most skilled warrior of her generation, possessing a supple beauty as a warrior. The Lepite tribe is constantly exposed to the threat of monsters. Every night, they repel attacks from monsters with a massive fortress constructed from natural rock formations shaped like an inlet. The torch's flames are never extinguished, and relying on the scant light, they fight as a group of true warriors. One day, the Lepite tribe encounters a powerful monster that had never been seen in the area before. This monster was a voracious creature that devoured everything in its path, whether it was earth or solid rock. For the Lepite tribe, who relied on their rocky fortress, this monster was truly a nemesis. Jorgard, who was both strong and an object of admiration for her tribe, perished after a fierce battle with the monster. The once impregnable fortress of the Lepite tribe was severely damaged, and half of their warriors were killed or injured in the intense fight. The tribe, having lost many warriors, especially the strongest Jorgard, fell into the depths of despair. Hildegard also wept openly for her mother's death. But misfortune continued. Slave traders, knowing that the strong and beautiful Lepite tribe had lost their defenses, began to move in to claim them. Several surviving warriors were captured as slaves. Among them was Hildegard. Hildegard, the young warrior's daughter, was sold at an exorbitant price. The one who bought her was Vanitas Lindblum. The Lepite tribe admires the strong. The weak are to be protected, and in that regard, the pre-reincarnation Vanitas was weak. Vanitas, who was lacking in both physical strength and magical skill, was a weak and protectable existence for Hildegard. Because of this, Hildegard had never taken Vanitas's unreasonable orders seriously. Instead, he was like a troublesome younger brother due to the age difference. Though there were times when she felt irritated, the boy, who was absent from the female-only tribe, was seen as an object of protection. Now, Hildegard was bewildered in front of Vanitas. Strong but weak. Weak but strong. She was not paying attention to Christina's confusion and shock at her master's doubts, nor to Ravana's dismay at being petted. Fight. Fight to find out. Mock battle. Mock battle. Her bewilderment transformed into curiosity. She interrupted Vanitas, who was about to speak, and conveyed her instinctive desire. Tchem. A mock battle, you say? Yes, Vanitas often uses you as targets under the guise of practicing magic, doesn't he? Well, it might be just right to show you that Vanitas has changed. Very well, let's have a mock battle. Mock battle? We'll have a mock battle. She innocently rejoiced, unaware. The Lepite tribe instinctively admires the strong. In order to leave stronger offspring and survive in this dog-eat-dog world. Hildegard instinctively sensed the unknown strength within Vanitas's weakness. Chapter 13. A glimpse of the genius. This should be a good spot. Now, Hildegard, try casting magic at me. Really? Is that okay? I don't mind. I have something I want to try before the mock battle. We are at the training grounds of the Lindblum family. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've been outside since my reincarnation. Well, it seems like a well-maintained training ground. Though I can't assess its actual quality, the gardens and facilities around the mansion that I saw on the way here were well managed, reflecting the efforts of the servants. My lord, this is too dangerous. Why would you make her cast magic at you? I'll be the target as usual. Christina is so diligent. Even if she dislikes her master, she will try to stop it if she feels there's danger, thinking of her master's safety. She values promises and upholds her vow to protect her master. But there's no need to worry. Christina. Yes, my lord. Though it was Hildegard's comment that started this, it's actually a good opportunity. I lightly mentioned earlier that I've changed, right? The mock battle is to demonstrate that change. But before that, I'd like her to accommodate a small request of mine. You've changed, my lord. Is it related to the reincarnation you mentioned earlier? I don't quite understand. Christina and the others do not know that Vanitas once faced death. Well, unlike my father, it's understandable they don't believe it easily. Given Vanitas's past actions, there's no trust to speak of. Hildegard, you're using mud magic, right? I expect some minor injuries. Don't hold back. My lord. Ah, fine, Hilda. Use the weakest magic. Understood. No buts. Understood. I'll cast the weak magic. Even though it was what I wanted, it was clear that getting hit directly would definitely hurt. Yet strangely, there was no fear. I spread my fingers and extended my right hand forward. I aimed to catch the flying mud projectile with that hand. My lord. Oh, I told you. It's dangerous. Ha ha ha. Of course. Success isn't guaranteed on the first try. My lord. After being hit directly by Hildegard's magic and thrown to the corner of the training ground, I lay on the ground, laughing involuntarily. Christina, perhaps thinking my behavior was strange, seemed anxious. But that didn't matter right now. I didn't feel any pain from the clump of mud that hit my forehead. What just happened? What did you do, my lord? Hildegard, who had staggered to her feet, looked at me with a puzzled expression. Maybe she instinctively realized I was about to do something at that moment. Unfortunately, I didn't meet her expectations this time. Sorry about that. Let's proceed with the mock battle format. Now, Hildegard, shall we? Why yes. We'll have a mock battle. My lord. We're still continuing. Oh, your lovely face is covered in mud. You're not hurt, right? Right. Ignoring the confused Christina, that day, I challenged Hildegard repeatedly, losing every time. The mock battles continued endlessly until dusk, and the two of us stubbornly kept at it until Christina forcibly stopped us. I lost count of how many times I was blown away. I lost count of how many times I fell to the ground. But this is fun, Hildegard. Yes, master, you're weak. But it's fun, and you're getting stronger. The time spent between just the two of us was enjoyable. Through the mock battles, I felt connected to Hildegard's heart. That was what made me happiest. Both Master and Hildene seem truly happy, said Lapana. Give me back my worries. To enjoy yourselves, just the two of you. It's unfair, Christina said. Hildegard picked me up, as I had completely lost the strength to stand. Well, I need to work on my stamina. Master, you're different from before. Different, person? Yes, I, Vanitas, am still me. The master you knew is no longer here. A little. Lonely. I see. Hildegard, you feel that way. I'll thank you in return. Thank you, Hildegard. And I look forward to working with you from now on. Yes, master, I'll become even stronger. The enjoyable time passed in the blink of an eye. But I'll never forget this day. Hildegard wasn't dealing with Vanitas. She had found him. Hildegard wouldn't forget this day. Hildegard would not forget this day. Her weak master, the master to be protected, the troublesome master, gradually, even if just a little, transformed into a master becoming stronger. Even if she doesn't understand the meaning of reincarnation, she could sense the significant change in her master and felt a mix of slight loneliness and excitement. Someday, this master might surpass her. What she learned through the mock battles was the stirring of a prodigy, the expectation of unknown potential. Chapter 14, A Chat with My Father. A few days after interacting with the 3 slave girls. The setting is father's office. You're quite a different person now. I wasn't worried, but I hear you've become quite close with those girls. I've heard that you've been diligently practicing mock battles. Even the maids are talking about it. Young Master Vanitas has changed, they say. Is that in a good way? Of course, in a good way. You used to be all about harsh words and violence, not listening to anyone, but now you're polite even when you touch their bucks a little. They say you've changed. I'm not particularly trying to be liked. You're different from Vanitas. Even if you act on your desires, there's no malice in you. You face everything naturally, and that draws people to you. They can see that. Well, that's just my personal guess. Father nods in agreement, but I wonder if that's really the case. Well, it's fine if the maids have a better impression of me without me trying. By the way, what about Mother? I haven't seen her since morning. Mother had been moody and shut herself in her room right after my declaration, but by now she had gotten used to giving a light greeting when passing by in the mansion. Though, I'm not sure if getting used to is the right term. Her attitude softened suddenly about 2 days later. Actually, has she been feeling unwell lately? Given what happened right after my declaration, it's understandable if she's avoiding me, but she's usually in her private quarters in the mornings and reportedly only gets up in the late afternoon. The maid seemed to avoid giving details when asked. Oh, that's about Lavinia. Recently, we've been making love every night. I've been so enthusiastic that she's exhausted and can't get up. Ha ha ha. Wait, what did he just say? Well, seeing how you're living a bit more freely, I thought I'd try it myself. And look at that. My wife is still as beautiful and lovely as ever. It's been a long time since such things naturally ceased after our daughters were born. I got a bit carried away. Was Father always like this? I'm very sad about Vanitas's departure. However, I decided to look towards the future. By the way, don't you think head maid Sasara has a cute face? And I feel like I often catch Secretary Erika's gaze. There's also a lot of physical contact. Is he being too reckless? What is this? Is this really Father? He says he's following my example, but could it be? Has he stirred up something best left alone? Well, I suppose it's fine if Father acts as he pleases. As long as Mother is okay with it, I don't mind. The Empire used to practice polygamy, after all. I won't interfere, but I think it's wiser to get permission first to ensure things go smoothly. Vanitas, if you think I'm some kind of frivolous man who makes advances on every woman, I'm quite offended. I love Lavinia. I would never sneak around with other women behind her back. But, even so, ignoring the feelings of others is contrary to the way of humanity. Don't you think? Oh, yes, that's true, Father. He's not going to listen to anything I say, is he? Is this what it means to be Vanitas's father? It's somewhat irritating to see him looking so pleased after being freed from his repression. I don't plan on punishing him myself, but I wonder what Mother thinks of Father now. It might be a waste of time to even think about it. Changing the subject, the magic instructor you requested has been arranged. Really? They're actually waiting in a separate room. Would you like to meet them? Of course. Why would you let them wait? Isn't it rude? Indeed, but it was their request. They wanted to introduce themselves. I'll have them brought in now. Father instructed one of the maids standing in the corner of the room to fetch the instructor. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Lord, I have brought the guest. Come in. The maid opened the door, and behind her appeared. Good morning, Vani-chan. I came to visit. It was something that looked like Mother. Her gentle and loving face, as well as her soothing voice, were exactly the same. But what was fundamentally different from Mother. Chapter 15, Lecturer Ashburn Danton. I am your mother, you know? Vani-chan, what's wrong? Aren't you going to return the morning greeting? Light arrow. Whoa, did I miss? You're lucky. The entity that resembled Mother dodged my light magic with a sideways leap. Even though the spell was weak, it left a mark on the wall. You've damaged Father's office. Please compensate for the damage. What are you saying? Who just throws magic at someone out of the blue? Isn't it just your bad taste? I don't know what method you used, but to take on Mother's appearance. But this is the only fun I have left. Surprising the young ones is an old man's pastime. Surely, you can forgive me a little? No, I can't. You're so strict. Who is this person? Though they are likely the instructor, their behavior is too suspicious. Ha! Ashburn-sensei. Enough with the tricks. I'm starting to feel genuinely uncomfortable. Oh, I see. Well then, I'll revert to my original form. The figure of Mother, who had been striking a pose with her hands on her hips, began to transform in a way that resembled a badly made clay sculpture being further squished and deformed. When the transformation settled, the true identity of the figure who had taken on Mother's appearance was revealed. Ahem, this is Ashburn Danton, the magic instructor you requested. Ho ho ho, I'm Ashburn. I look forward to working with you. You can just call me Ashburn-chan if you like. Change. What appeared was an elderly gentleman, quite advanced in years. His hair was completely white, and deep wrinkles lined his face. However, his articulate speech conveyed a sense of inner vitality. An energetic old man. Were you not pleased that I transformed into a beautiful woman? I thought it would make you happy. No, it's not acceptable. The aura was completely different, and it became nonsensical once you took on Mother's appearance. Also, transformation? Could it be that this is a transformation spell? But I don't recall seeing such a spell in the stories. Or maybe I just haven't read enough. At least, it seems like an intriguing, unknown magic user. Yes, to reveal the truth, I am an expert in transformation magic. Known as the elusive shapeshifter in the Magic General Office, Ashburn-sensei's innate attribute is transformation. Although he has retired from the Magic General Office due to his age, his achievements are still talked about. At times, he transformed into government officials to gather and manipulate internal information. At other times, he transformed into enemy soldiers on the battlefield to assassinate commanders. Even though the Empire is currently in a peaceful era, there is no doubt that he played a part in shaping that peace. I wanted to explain that myself. Oh, my apologies. However, now I'm enjoying a leisurely retirement. I was idly passing time when I received a request from this fellow. He earnestly asked me to observe his son's magic, so I decided to come, as I had nothing better to do. Such an important person, and yet Father has connections with him. As I pondered Father's network, it seemed he read my thoughts and continued speaking. Vanna's goal is to master grasping magic, right? That's why I brought him here. To meet a renowned user of a unique magic, transformation magic, just like grasping magic. Ashburn-sensei was an adjunct lecturer at the capital's Magic Academy for a time. That's how we know each other. It's been over 20 years now. Back then, Ernst was a timid and nervous student. Although he was good at studying, his magic skills were lacking. He was always teased by the other students. It's amazing how he's now the head of a Marquis family. Time certainly flies. It's quite embarrassing. But, you're different from before. Aren't you more confident from back then? Is that so? But I'm still no match for you. Transforming into my beloved wife right in front of me. If I ever saw your face while holding my wife, you'd have to take responsibility. You must have had some sort of incident. Scary. The threats from the head of the Marquis family are frightening. Yeah, Father has definitely changed quite a bit. He's become more straightforward in a good way. At least, I hope it's in a good way. Well then, Vanitas, as I said, I was called here by Ernst to be your instructor. What do you think? If you really don't like me, I can leave. But aren't you at least a little curious about the transformation magic I've spent years perfecting? Chapter 16. The old wizard is shocked. Who exactly is this person? The first impression I had was one of doubt. I was invited by a former student to take on the role of instructor for a notoriously unruly young man. The eldest son of the Lindblum Marquis family, despite his handsome appearance, is a violent youth of a rare kind. He has 3 exceptionally beautiful slaves in attendance, yet he exercises extreme cruelty towards both his subjects and his slaves. Even though he commits violent acts, he shows no signs of remorse, accepts no advice from anyone, and is a child who knows only how to run wild. Ernst, whom I hadn't spoken with for a long time, candidly shared with me the bad reputation of his son, as rumored in the territory and at the Magical Academy. He described the fact that his own son is hated, despised, and avoided with remarkable calmness. Furthermore, he even pleaded with me through a magical communication device that can display images. Ashban-sensei, I apologize for the sudden request, but could you please come to our territory for the sake of my son, Vanny? Even so, wouldn't such a badly behaved child simply ignore what I say? Having been away from the secular world for a long time, I was initially not keen on accepting the request. After all, I am a practitioner of transformation magic. Even though it was during wartime, I have been involved in shadowy work like espionage and assassination for a long time. Although I am on good terms with His Majesty the Emperor, in terms of state governance, dangerous elements like me are kept under strict control during peacetime. My transformation magic is unlike that of others. Even a slight shock does not break the transformation. Even if something like a knife wound occurred, I could fulfill my role without revealing the transformation. Furthermore, my appearance, voice, and even scent are identical to the original, which shows how dangerous it can be. If someone were to take my place, they would hardly be noticed. Thus, it is natural to view it as dangerous if someone were to take the place of the Emperor. Even after retiring from the Magic General Office, my location is constantly monitored and known to the Empire. Well, it's easy for someone of my level to shake off surveillance, but I deliberately let them see me. The surveillance daughter is quite cute too. But I digress. I understand why Ashban-sensei remains in one place and does not leave easily. It's to avoid causing ripples in a peaceful era without war. However, I would like to request this of you. Could you please provide magical instruction to Vanny? Ernst, why go so far for this? If you want to move me, especially to stay in your territory, there must be some justification or compensation. From what you've said, your son has such a bad reputation and is an unruly child. Even if I were to spend a short period with him, nothing would change. No, Ashban-sensei, your help is absolutely necessary. Why is that? What's your reasoning? Because my son Vanny desires it. When Ernst declared this so firmly, I felt for the first time that I was overwhelmed. Despite my experience navigating the treacherous world of politics and the battlefield where life and death are frequent, I was momentarily taken aback by someone I knew to be much weaker. I was deeply intrigued by what had changed this man. Vanny is currently studying the grasp magic. Don't be ridiculous. Grasp magic, a concept found only in ancient texts. Though the existence of magical books is widely known, no one has ever mastered the magic. The legendary magic that the only wizard who defeated Demogan, the King of Chaos and the Knight of Terror, Vanitas Armatail, is said to have mastered. Studying that, everyone who has tried to learn it has given up. What could a 15-year-old, just entered into the magical academy, possibly do with it? Ernst, isn't it your job as a parent to stop him? However, my premature thoughts were effortlessly dismissed by the next words. I saw it. The signs of Vanny activating grasp magic. Though I learned magic at the academy, I am still inexperienced with it. Even so, I can tell. He will certainly make grasp magic his own. I believe in that. The voice I heard through Ernst's communication was bolstered by conviction. At the same time, I caught a glimpse of something like hope. I want to see the future of that child. I want to witness how he will achieve great success and become a great figure. Ashban-sensei, even if you think you are being deceived, could you please meet Vanny just once? I will make sure to silence any opposition around him. After that, Ernst truly obtained permission for me to take action. What kind of negotiations he had with the Magic General Office and the high officials of the Empire remained a mystery. Even when I visited the territory and asked Ernst about it, he just laughed it off. Could this really be Ernst? With doubts still lingering and a feeling of being outmaneuvered, I met the notorious troublemaker. And at a single glance, I knew. This Vanitas was a monster. Chapter 17, Walking Together into the Unknown. Contrary to the bad reputation, Vanitas had a well-defined, doll-like appearance that was quite charming. But it was different. His eyes were different jet-black eyes that seemed to peer into the depths of chaotic darkness. Before I knew it, despite my initial reluctance to take on the role of instructor, I found myself speaking provocatively to Vanitas, who seemed somewhat passive. It was fascinating. Meeting this child had completely reversed my feelings. As things progressed, I started a brief lecture on magic and a mock battle training session outside the mansion. Little did I know that this training would take an unexpected turn. Ashburn-sensei, to what extent can transformation magic change one's original appearance? Not just humans, but animals as well? Or even smaller insects? I'm curious. Ho ho ho, well now. I might be a senile old man, so I might not remember without seeing the grasp magic Ernst mentioned. This guy. Gazing at the slave girls watching from a distance, I was enveloped in an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The understanding and creativity of a child who seemed beyond their years. A thirst for knowledge that was insatiable even for minor questions. Most of all, this is grasp magic. But this is just the basics. I can only gather magical power from the surroundings into my hands. With some training, I've managed to apply it slightly, but it won't be very useful in actual combat. Oh, how incredible. The magic of the legendary wizard is right before me, so you can really concentrate the magical power from the air into your hand. That's a bit of an exaggeration. It's likely that I'm not the only one who can learn this magic. Perhaps Ashburn-sensei could also learn it with training? Pardon? Before I knew it, I was no longer in the role of an instructor. Instead of being in the position to teach, I was now in the position to learn. But if I were to put it positively, we were comrades researching the unknown realm of magic together. Here. Start concentrating the magical power here. You should have a sensation of grasping magical power, which has no physical aspect, right? It's that squishy feeling. Tighten it up and consolidate it into a single mass. No, isn't this too difficult? I can't even gather the magical power, let alone grasp it. Is that so? Strange. Could it be that Ashburn-sensei's grip strength is weak? That's not possible. Your pale, twig-like arms surely have less grip strength than mine. A twig is an exaggeration. It's more like a pocky stick. I know. It's a metaphor. A metaphor. And what's a pocky stick? Don't you know? I'm sorry. I thought you, being an authority on transformation magic, would naturally know. I don't know. I lost track of time, engaging in magic as if I were a child. I forgot all about the bad reputation of Vanitas that Ernst had described. From morning until evening, we immersed ourselves in magical research until just before sunset. Had I ever enjoyed magic as much as this before? The Empire, founded on a history of wars and conflicts, sometimes initiates wars. In my younger days, I had honed my magic solely to kill enemy soldiers. That was enjoyable in its own way, but it wasn't the same as the joy of exploring the unknown like now. It was merely a proof of strength for the grim business of life and death. And what is this? At my age, struggling to control magical power. Breaking through long-held beliefs that I couldn't do it, approaching it with a clear mind. All this under the guidance of someone far smaller than me, experimenting and trying various methods. Hey, wasn't that good? The magical power moved just a little. Ah, really? Oh, sorry. It was a misunderstanding. What's this? You got my hopes up. It was no longer a question of whether it was possible or not. It was about whether to take on the challenge or not. But, Vanitas, what are you planning to do? Grasp magic is something no one other than Vanitas Armatail has ever learned throughout the long history of the Empire or even the continent. While the magical books do exist, they are few, and all accounts are spoken of only in stories. I could hardly believe it myself until I saw it. Moreover, your innate attribute is not grasp, right? Chapter 18. Transformation. Ashburn Danton is invited to freedom. I haven't looked into it in detail either, but I think it's as Ashburn-sensei suspects. Most likely, my innate attribute is not grasp. My progress is simply too slow. Vanitas answered my question as if it were a trivial matter, with no sign of hesitation, as if he were casually going for a walk somewhere. Then why cling to this magic? From my assessment, you have talent. Ernst is also concerned about your future. It's not too late to start learning the magic you're naturally good at. Can you endure it, sensei? What do you mean? A magic that only one person in the past has managed to learn. A magic that, after the failures of predecessors, no one even attempts to master, becoming a blind spot. A magic whose true value is still unknown and currently belongs to no one. Ashban-sensei, can you endure seeing a gem lying right in front of you, knowing it might become someone else's? His jet-black eyes pierced through me. He seemed to be asking if I could endure seeing something that might be within reach, becoming someone else's. I can endure. That's a lie. I was about to say that I could endure it, but his immediate insight into my true feelings made me stop in my tracks. Sensei's transformation magic. I only heard a little about it today, but it's incredibly dangerous. I realized it when you turned into my mother using transformation magic. It's deceiving. It's an incredibly fine piece of work. But for those in power, it's terrifying. Because one day, they could be replaced by someone else. If there's an easy way to see through transformation magic, I apologize. But you are not wrong. Very few can see through my transformation magic. Although, if someone looks at my movements or brings up personal memories, they would find out immediately. However, if one conducts a thorough investigation in advance, that issue can be resolved. Ashban-sensei, wouldn't you like to live a little more freely? What do you mean? An unexpected suggestion. Vanitas, what are you thinking? Sensei, you've just become accustomed to enduring things. You endure for the sake of others, for their peace of mind. You bear the burden alone so that strangers don't become anxious. I'm not such a noble old man. With the power you've originally developed through such rigorous training, you should be praised. Yet, now you are constrained. You're suffocating under the weight of things not going your way. That's how it seems to me. Chimpate. Shouldn't you be freer? What's wrong with using the power you've acquired for yourself, as you see fit? There's no need for you to endure. Freedom. It was the devil's temptation. An enticing invitation leading me down an easy path. A sweet temptation that I must not be swayed by. But for me. So, what should I do? The magic I use is considered dangerous. The emperor might tolerate it, but the high-ranking officials around him won't stay silent if I act. I don't know what negotiations Ernst made, but I shouldn't even be here. Then let's say you're dead. What? If you're dead, you become nobody. There would be no more surveillance. You have no interest in power, right? You didn't want to retire from the Magic General Affairs Bureau to receive a domain or a title. That's right. While I take pride in being a magician, I don't particularly desire power. Then you should discard it. Even though you've contributed so much to the empire, you're still restricted in your retirement. There's no need to be so obligated. You say such extraordinary things. But my heart was actually racing. My heart was pounding painfully. Yes, why hadn't I thought of this? The fact that you can become anyone means you can go anywhere. To begin with your transformation magic, you could do so much more. What are the nobles of the empire thinking? Instead of restricting your actions, they should be making full use of your abilities. For instance, you could spread misinformation to other countries or place a decoy in a prominent position. It's a waste to let such a clearly capable user of transformation magic rot away. You're really talking nonsense. Are you aware of that? Well, anyway, even if we're going to fake your death, we need to refine the procedure a bit more. You're probably still under surveillance, so if we're going to fake your death, we should do it properly. Also, I'd like to understand the Emperor's true intentions, if possible. The Emperor's? To force a user of transformation magic into retirement. If it were me, as I said earlier, I'd put them to work like a horse. Of course, I'd reward them according to their contributions. I'd do that myself. But the Emperor wanted you to retire, didn't he? He wanted you to retire and live out your days peacefully, or perhaps he wanted to isolate you from political conflicts. Indeed, His Majesty did offer kind words upon my retirement. When my retirement was decided for one of His Majesty's direct territories, he said, "It's good to be well, but don't wander too far from my direct territory." Doesn't that imply the opposite? Wasn't he indirectly saying that you wouldn't be punished for leaving? I can't deny that. But isn't that a bit too much of a stretch? However, it's possible with His Majesty. An emperor with many enemies even among his own circle wouldn't easily show a weakness. That's why he might sometimes speak in a roundabout manner. Was that the case? Was he actually confining me to his direct territory to give me freedom? May I ask, who exactly are you? I no longer felt that this child was normal. Well, I thought he was a monster from the start, but I never expected he would try to change my way of life. Vanitas Lindblum. For now, that's all I am. That's a lie. I can tell now. A child leading me toward freedom. A mischievous child. It's not something so mild. This child is, yes, a demon. Yet, I took the devil's temptation and grasped his hand. My thirst for freedom outweighed my previous way of life. Vanitas, I'm counting on you from now on. Yes, Ashburn-sensei. I'll also formally request the matter of the lectures. That's a bit late now. It's late. We both grinned and shook hands. The uncertainty of the path ahead was rather exciting. Chapter 19. Ernst Lindblum's Sudden Change. A short while ago, Ernst Lindblum, seeking to invite Ashburn-Danton, a retired yet significant figure of the empire, to his domain, decided to enlist the cooperation of the nobles managing the surrounding territories. He felt it would be challenging to achieve his goal alone, given the difficulty of negotiating directly with the Magic Bureau and the Empire's high officials. Ernst used the emergency communication network between the heads of households to summon the lords of the surrounding lands. While some were unable to attend due to prior commitments or could not meet the specified time, most responded to the summons. The rare call from a marquis's household created a sense of unease among the nobles, but knowing Ernst's character, they generally complied with the request. Indeed, the surrounding nobles had long looked down on Ernst, who had been perceived as a timid lord for many years. Ashburn-Danton? Oh, the retired old man? I recall his known for his shape-shifting magic, but do we really need someone like that? He may have combat experience, but such an elderly relic is of no use. Quite right. We gathered for this urgent meeting, only to hear such nonsensical demands. If this is all there is to it, I shall take my leave. Hold on. Since Ernst has gone to the trouble of calling us, surely he has something of value to present. After all, this is the oldest Marquis family of the 7. He must have some treasure to astonish us with. Ernst was being underestimated. Even accounting for this, the noble's attitude was atrocious. Despite holding similar territorial domains, the visible power difference in their titles allowed for such disrespectful behavior. In any other Marquis household, such insolence might have led to severe consequences. It was clear that they felt they could act this way only because it was Ernst. And today, they had made a mistake in their approach. Cease your chattering. I have no gifts to offer you. Ernst's opening remark froze the gathering of nobles in the meeting hall. What's going on, Ernst? You seem unusually eager today. Did something upset you? Yes, what's the matter? Hey now, we are all neighbors with adjoining territories. There's no need to be so angry. As the nobles, who had been so haughty earlier, began to flounder in response to Ernst's unusually severe demeanor, the only female head of a household in the meeting, Countess Celeslemia Armatail, spoke up. Ernst's armor, I am also acquainted with Ashburn-Danton, but he is currently residing in the Emperor's direct domain. Why do you wish to invite Ashburn-Danton to the Lindblum domain? Could you explain your reasons? Countess Celeslemia Armatail, who governed the Armatail territory north of Lindblum, was the only one who seemed to grasp the gravity of Ashburn-Danton's presence. Thus, she asked for a reason. What reason could there be to invite someone who could easily assume the guise of another through shape-shifting magic? Armatail, do you need a reason? Yes, otherwise I cannot offer my cooperation. Tension filled the room. As the other nobles watched in silence, Ernst took a deep breath and began his explanation. It is for my son, Vanny. The reason was straightforward. However, it took a moment for the gathered nobles to comprehend. After a brief pause, the discussion shifted, and the nobles began to speak among themselves about the son, Vanitas. What, your son? If I recall correctly, Ernst's son is. Oh, that troublemaker known for his heinous deed. Vanitas Lindblum. The boy whose reputation is nothing but ill at the Magic Academy in the capital and even in our territory. He's the one who took 3 slave girls to the Magic Academy. A flood of harsh, derogatory remarks emerged, condemning Vanitas Lindblum. Yet, these criticisms were based on valid concerns. It was a fact that Vanitas had used unreasonable violence against his own subjects and slaves. The insults continued. However, some in the meeting, as well as many other nobles, had already sensed that something was amiss with Ernst Lindblum today. "Have you finished saying what you wanted to say?" "What? Why yes. No, well, let's get to the point. I need everyone's signatures on this document. This is. I'll take a look." A document was passed to Celeslemia through Ernst's secretary, Erika. A petition. To move Ashburn Danton from the Emperor's direct domain? Yes. Even if it's only for a short period, I doubt I could persuade Ashburn Danton on my own. That's why I'm asking for your cooperation. But, well, even if it's just lending a name, there should be some form of compensation. Why yes. It's not simple for us noble folk to cooperate without any form of compensation. Haha, quite right. Even for one old man, if you want our cooperation, you must show some sincerity. To lend one's name as a noble carries significant weight. The nobles, initially intimidated by Ernst's unusual demeanor, regained their composure. Amidst this, Ernst quietly asked, "Archmeier, do you share the same opinion?" "No. I will cooperate with you, Ernstsamer." "I see. As expected, you are wise." Upon hearing these words from Ernst, Celeslemia realized that her judgment had been correct. "Feudenik, Raxel, Iberia. Be silent." "What? Ah. I have overlooked many of your rude remarks towards me until now. Have you forgotten the consequences of such behavior?" "No. It's just that I am in a position where I could punish you without question. Moreover, many nobles have gathered here by coincidence. Should we have them judge who is right, you 3 or myself? I am fine with that. I apologize. Please forgive us. Why has it come to this?" Celeslemia was shaken by the sight of Ernst reprimanding the arrogant nobles. Other than those 3, many nobles had also insulted and despised Ernstsamer. Yet, until now, he had never argued back. He even accepted the bad reputation of his son with patience. Indeed, he had sometimes even apologized, despite being a marquis. But now, what has changed? Ernst, who had long endured insults and scorn without protest, finally bared his fangs. Moreover, many of the nobles present had been summoned by Ernst using a high-speed vehicle known as a dragon carriage. He has finally used his noble status to remind them of their position. With so many nobles gathered here by Ernst, they can no longer treat him lightly. After witnessing such a scene, they cannot possibly defy him. The other nobles were completely intimidated by Ernst's dramatic change. The nobles who were reprimanded in front of so many witnesses are sure to be ostracized by neighboring territories. Furthermore, if the other nobles take this story back and spread it in their own territories, their region's future development will be jeopardized. Merchants avoid lands that are marked by powerful figures. Ernst did not even need to take further action. The mere act of reprimanding them in front of so many nobles had already marked the end of their status as nobles. "We apologize for everything up to now. Please, forgive us. We were wrong. We deeply regret our disrespect towards your title. We are truly sorry. Ha, 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 it's over. Why did I ever defy the Marquis family?" Ernst did not even glance at the pitiable figures begging for forgiveness. This only served to further terrify the observing nobles. They could not help but think that it could have been them kneeling and bowing their heads. Thus, Ernst successfully secured the support of many nobles and managed to invite Ashburn Danton to his domain. What was astonishing was that Ernst accomplished this entire series of events in just a few days. The formerly timid Ernst had transformed into someone almost unrecognizable. Freed from his oppression, he now possessed decisive judgment and execution. And so, Ernst's dramatic change eventually became known beyond his domain. The world became aware of the monster that was Ernst. Yet, whether anyone could trace back to the figure who had transformed him, The other monster, Vanitas, remained unknown. As an aside, it goes without saying that Ernst's secretary, Erika, fell in love with him even more upon witnessing his wild side. Ha! Ha! Ernst-sama, it's wonderful to see you getting angry because of Vanitas-sama. Chapter 20. Going out to town with the 3 slave girls. Since Ashbun-sensei arrived, my magical life has been fulfilling. The sensei's transformation magic is classified as a special attribute magic, just like grasping magic, and is considered an unusual type of magic. Researching grasping magic with Ashbun-sensei, who has dedicated years to transformation magic, has been very meaningful, even if my proficiency has been slow. However, I had one complaint. Let's be clear about it. Lately, I only have opportunities to interact with my old man father and Ashbun-sensei. Since Ashbun-sensei's magical research began, my 3 slaves, they seem to keep their distance, possibly because it became hard for them to approach me. Also, the maids in the mansion have become very wary of me, likely because they know I might pat their bucks if they get too close, so it's hard to find a chance. The twin sisters who were supposed to visit the mansion in the next few days have still not arrived. In other words, there was absolutely no female presence around me. So, I decided to take the 3 slave girls out of the mansion and into the town where the locals lived. For this occasion, I had begged my father for some funds and asked Ashbun-sensei to stay behind. My father happily agreed and gave me a magic bag containing about 500 gold coins, a magic item for storing various things, often seen in otherworldly fantasy. This bag is quite a remarkable item. It has an expanded interior space that can hold more than its exterior size would suggest. It also has a weight reduction feature, making it easy to carry even for someone like me who lacks physical strength. However, there are some precautions. It cannot contain living creatures. If you store fresh produce like vegetables or fruits, you need to remember to take them out regularly, or they will rot inside. It also sometimes requires replenishment of magical power. In contrast to my father, Ashbun-sensei wanted to come along for the outing but was asked to refrain this time. I made a sincere request, explaining that this was a valuable opportunity to interact with the 3 beautiful girls, and promised to take him along on another occasion. Why? Why am I being left behind? You told me to be free, and now you leave me to go out with those young girls. I'm sorry, but please refrain this time. Is it because of my age? If I were younger, I wouldn't have been left behind. It's so frustrating. No, it's not about age. Sniff. I'm lonely. I wish he wouldn't act so melodramatic. I didn't expect Ashbun-sensei to have such a needy side. I hadn't noticed it while working on grasping magic with him. I hope this is just a temporary thing. Let's hope it will be resolved by the time I return. It's a secret that I was secretly fed up with being cooped up for so long. Well then, Master, where shall we head today? Let's start by having something delicious to eat. Master, breakfast. Eat. Today, I've skipped breakfast for this occasion. We get off the carriage that the mansion sent us. Yes, although Vanitas has visited this place many times, for me, it's the first time visiting a place other than the mansion. The world of the story, which I couldn't understand just from the text, is now right in front of me as reality. It's a bit moving. All right, then. Here. What's with that hand? What? Since we're walking around the city, I thought we'd hold hands like lovers do. When I extend my hand to Christina, she leaps backward. It seems like she still dislikes me. LLL lovers hand holding. The kind that lovers do. Yes, but are you that flustered? I am not flustered. However, I am your bodyguard, so having my hands occupied would be problematic. But if you insist, forget it then. What about Hildegard? Hands. Hold hands. Yes, Hildegard has really warmed up to me. I suppose our mock battles helped build our rapport. She still doesn't quite grasp reincarnation, but well, there's no point in worrying about the details. It's the first city since my reincarnation. Let's go and enjoy it to the fullest. Chapter 21, City of Steel and Springs. The central city of the Marquisate of Lindblum is Harsomnia. Known as the City of Steel and Springs, this city is the most developed in the Lindblum territory, characterized by its iron industry, which utilizes the large quantities of iron ore mined in the region, and its abundant underground water sources. The outer walls, which protect the city from monster invasions, are covered in heavy steel, and the houses lined up throughout the city are reinforced with metal, making them visibly sturdy. The well-paved streets of the city are bustling with numerous carriages, and the people walking through the area contribute to the lively atmosphere. The Marquis's residence is located in the prime area of the city, and at present, we are walking along Harsomnia's main street, Dragonbone Avenue, which connects to the bustling shopping district. Incidentally, all this knowledge comes from my father, the Lord of the Domain, and Christina, who, for some reason, proudly shared these details. This information was not covered in the story. Where to next? Oh, don't pull so hard. Hilda, the master, is struggling. Having finished a hearty breakfast, Hildegard is pulling my hand with great enthusiasm, causing my wrist to twist painfully. Since she's simply enjoying herself with innocent glee, I have no choice but to endure it. Speaking of which, at breakfast I had the opportunity to try something I'd always wanted to do. Wait, you want me to feed you? Yes. You didn't want to hold hands earlier, so I thought you might be willing to feed me. But at the mansion, I don't dine with her and the other slaves. The food is the same, and there's enough quantity and variety. However, they eat in separate rooms at different times. They are my slaves, not my servants. They haven't received training for such tasks, and in my memories, Vanitas never ordered them to dine with me. The task of attending to me during meals falls to the maids. Therefore, it's generally not the case that they join me during mealtimes while in the mansion. But while I respect my father's rules in the mansion, we are outside of it now. Even though the gaze of the citizens is on us, that's to be expected. During our approach here, people looked at us with curiosity due to Vanitas's actions, no, with fear, and actively avoided us on the road. If I'm already disliked, it doesn't matter what people think now. I should be free to do as I please. I point to the scrambled eggs in front of Christina and then glance at the fork in her hand. Come on, it's simple. Just share some of those eggs with me. Be but such love acts. It's troubling. Christina looks to Hildegard and Lapana for help, but Hildegard is busy finishing a large pile of sausages and ham, and Lapana shakes her head in refusal. It's not an order, is it? Oh, I wouldn't order something like this. I just want Christina to feed me voluntarily. If you really don't want to, I'll ask another time. You won't give up, will you? Christina, under her breath, musters up the determination and resolves, if Lapana is going to be forced to do it, then I'll do it, and presents the scrambled eggs to me. It's delicious. To be subjected to such embarrassment under the public's gaze. I used to only be hit before, but this is what it means to be a different person. I've been gradually understanding since the mock battles, but it's clear now that you've changed, Master. I see. You understand now. Then, one more bite, please. Yes. The amount I had before wasn't enough. I'll order more dishes, so feed me again. Hildegard, if you need more, don't hesitate to ask. Lapana too. I've received funds from father for this. More to eat. Meat. Yes, thank you, Master. Yes, it was a good memory having Christina, blushing deeply, feed me. She seemed a bit dazed from the embarrassment for a while, but I was happy to see this new side of her. It really feels like I'm finally interacting with someone other than just men. It was definitely the right choice to leave behind the troubled old man, Ashburn. Master, Nex. Hey, Hildegard. Be careful. There are carriages on the street. Master, get stronger, it's okay. Geez. Next. Then. I want to go to a blacksmith. What comes to mind is the luxuriously decorated sword in Vanitas's room. It was a sword Vanitas had custom made and carelessly left around, which even the maids who cleaned the room didn't touch. Vanitas had a shop where he previously ordered a sword to be made, right? Let's go there. But, well, understood. I will accompany you. I ask Christina, who is wearing a bitter expression, to guide us. Our next destination is set. We aim for the blacksmith's workshop reputed to be the best in Harsomnia. It's the shop where Vanitas, using his noble privileges, forced the blacksmith to make weapons and then even defaulted on the payment. Chapter 22. Blacksmith Workshop, Arkuhausen Armory Shop. Here it is. Arkuhausen Armory. Yes, this is where my lord ordered. The special sword. Oh, I've left it carelessly in my room. It's nothing but unnecessary decoration, completely impractical. It's more of an ornament than a sword. Yes. My lord previously mentioned, when he visited this workshop, that he wanted a sword adorned with a plethora of jewels, specially made for me. I remember it too, Vanitas. That was about a year and a bit ago, before we started at the Magic Academy. A little over a year ago. Vanitas had heard through the grapevine that Dirac Arkuhausen, the owner of the Arkuhausen Armory, was the most skilled blacksmith in Harsomnia. The blacksmith who runs this modest shop in Lindblum territory was known to deal in high-quality weapons and armor, though only to those in the know. Vanitas visited here and made an unreasonable request. Even though he was a noble's son, it was still an unreasonable demand. He wanted to flaunt a weapon made by the finest blacksmith in Harsomnia. That was the sole purpose of his unreasonable request. Moreover, the weapon was merely a decorative sword, designed to be flashy and eye-catching. To top it off, Vanitas refused to pay. He had Dirac cover all the costs, from materials to labor. To make matters worse, Vanitas couldn't even lift the sword due to its weight. Yet, his pride wouldn't allow him to return what he had ordered. So he left it carelessly in his room. Truly, Vanitas, I think you're a hopeless scoundrel. Has it become a bit run down? When I last saw it, the entrance was a bit neater. Well, that's... Anyway, it looks like it's open, so let's go inside. Oh, my lord. I apologize. Please, don't be too unreasonable. Christina, don't worry. I'm not going to do anything unreasonable. I'm just here to shop. If you like, I could even get you new weapons and armor. I've brought enough money from my father for that. The equipment you're currently using is mass-produced, right? Is that all right? Today, Christina is armed, possibly because she is also serving as my guard. She's equipped with the same weapons and armor used by the Lindblum Knights. She has a standard one-handed sword and a chestplate for women, though they are somewhat used. With her golden hair waving in the breeze, Christina truly looks the part of a proper female knight. Welcome. The bell attached to the door rings, and a disinterested young man's voice echoes. Looking around the store, it has a similarly desolate and dark atmosphere as the outside. Most notably, the selection of products is extremely sparse. There are only a few one-of-a-kind swords and spears propped up and displayed on the wall, and the glass shelves contain only a sparse arrangement of daggers and throwing knives. There are shields displayed, but very few, and as for armor, there seems to be only one mannequin wearing a suit, with other mannequins on the wall left empty. It's at a level where one might doubt if the store is even functioning. When Vanitas last visited, the shelves were packed, with weapons and armor crowded into every visible space, but now there is no trace of that. The only thing that seems well scared is the cheap items in barrels. Despite being a well-known store in Harsomnia, the scene is quite bleak. Are you looking for something? Sorry, but we don't have many products. Why are there so few items? Isn't this a store and workshop? There should be a forge connected to the back of the store. Vanitas questions the boy, who appears to be around 17 or 18, about the lack of SK. The boy, who looks about the same age as Hildegard, leans on the counter and answers while polishing a dagger with a cloth. Well, the forge's fire is out right now. Making weapons depends on the master's mood, so we don't have any products. Sorry about that. I see. I was looking for Master Dirac. Oh, really? Are you an acquaintance of the master? Sorry, but he's not here right now. The boy, whose previously lethargic attitude suddenly changes, causes Christina to step forward quickly to protect me. I hold her back with one hand. Have we met somewhere? Met or not? No, it's just that with your hair and refined appearance, you must be Vanitas Lindblum. The Lord's son, right? Yes, I am Vanitas Lindblum. And you are? Ah, I'm just a mere shop assistant. It's too much for me to talk to a noble. Christina remains on guard against the suspicious behavior of the boy. Hildegard also senses the uneasy atmosphere and narrows her eyes. Wait. I'm Marcus. Just Marcus. Marcus, then. Where is Dirac? What happened to the shop being in this state? Well, the master has gone out for a bit. He won't be back soon. Well, I wanted to talk to him, but if he's not here, there's nothing to be done. Oh, right. What is it? Marcus's eyes widen in surprise as I make a sudden request. Are you confident in your ability to judge weapons? If so, I'd like to order a dagger. A dagger? A dagger. Something lightweight and easy to handle that I can manage. Marcus, choose one based on your judgment. Well, You're a shop assistant at a weapons store, right? You should be able to choose. Or is there no weapon here suitable for me? Then I'll ask Dirac when he's here. I just wanted a weapon in case of emergency. Forget it. Wait, how about this one? Marcus, who called us to stop with a flustered expression, presented a dagger sheathed in a black scabbard. What's this? This is a treasured item. It's the only one we have in the shop. It's a special item for special customers. May I try it? Why, yes. I drew the blade, which was about 10 centimeters long, from the scabbard and lightly swung it a few times. It was surprisingly light. I let the sunlight reflect off the blade and examined it again. I ran my hand gently along the flat of the blade. Ah, I see. Is there something wrong? How much is it? Ha! The price. The price of this dagger. It's exactly what I wanted, a dagger I can handle with my limited strength. I'll take it. Ah, really? What? Was I not supposed to buy it? The treasured item? No, I can't accept money from a noble. Marcus lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. However, I couldn't just take this dagger without paying. Christina, what's the going rate for this dagger? Well, I'm not very knowledgeable about weapons, so I'm sorry. That's fine. An estimate will do. Then it should be around 2 to 3 gold coins, depending on the materials and manufacturing process. Here's 10 gold coins. Give them to Marcus. Yes. Wait. I can't accept this much. It's not too much. Take it. I'm taking the treasured item. Will you really be using that dagger with the black scabbard, my lord? Oh, and I also got a belt from Marcus to secure it. My lord, it suits you well, does it? Thank you. This is equipment that you'll be wearing, my lord. I feel bad for Marcus, but wouldn't it be more reliable to have Dirac pick something out for you? Christina looked at me with a worried expression. I tried to ease her concern by speaking in a calming tone. It's fine. This will do. It's just a bit of fun, you know. I am not Professor Ashburn though. By the way, the next place we're heading to is... Yes, next. We're going to a slave trader. Is that clear? The 3 young women froze in shock at my statement. Chapter 23. The contract between the slave trader and Christina. The slave trader's shop is surprisingly close to the bustling district of Harsomnia. Most customers who buy slaves are wealthy, so it's probably to accommodate their needs to visit other stores on their shopping trips. However, it's a strange feeling knowing that, just a step beyond the lively street, there's a darker side to it. Having received a black-sheathed dagger from Marcus, the clerk at the Arkohorsen weapon shop, we were heading there. The destination is a place most vividly remembered by Vanitas. Without hesitation, we found the entrance and went inside. The dimly lit entrance was guarded by what appeared to be strong men, who, upon guiding us, took us to the shop owner. Ah, Van, it's been a while. Shuka. Yes, it has. It's been quite a while since you last visited, since selling that former noble lady Christina, right? It's been quite some time. Shuka, a woman in her early 20s dressed provocatively like someone from a brothel in a past life, exuded a unique aura as she elegantly puffed purple smoke from a kissaru, her voice tinged with flattery. What brings you here with your 3 favorite slaves? Are you bored with them? How extravagant of you. But it's been a while since then. We have new slaves in SK. I'm sure you'll find a girl you like at our place. Would you like to see them? I'm sorry, but as much as I'm interested, that's not why I'm here today. Oh, I forgot to mention. From now on, refer to me as Vanitas. What's this? You've seemed a bit more composed lately, and now you want me to change how I address you. What's this sudden change? I told you to change it. Didn't you hear me? Well, fine. You're 15, wanting to act grown up, I suppose. So, Vanitas, what's your business? Shuka's slightly aloof expression faltered, revealing a hint of displeasure. Did she dislike being addressed with such a noble-like authority from a seemingly naive child? But it couldn't be helped. The person in front of me was a seasoned negotiator who had run brothels for years. Personally, I didn't dislike her decadent aura, but if I were to be underestimated, it would affect our future dealings. Christina, come before me. Why yes. Christina, with a fearful expression, didn't seem to understand why she was brought here and why she was being made to stand before me, looking anxious. Do you know why I came here today? I don't know. But isn't it to purchase a new slave? No. Then. Are you going to release us, release me? That's not it either. Seeing that she wasn't going to be released, Christina visibly relaxed with a sigh of relief. Hildegard and Lapana, realizing that none of the three of them would be separated, also slightly eased their tense expressions. The quality of slave collars varies by grade. Christina, you understand this, don't you? After all, your collar, while the same in type as Hildegard's and Lapana's, is distinct. Christina's collar, unlike the plain black collars of Hildegard and Lapana, has shone a vivid crimson. Haha, yes. Christina's collar is of the highest grade. Yes. As Shuka-san said, my collar is different from Hilda's and Lapana's. Enough with Shuka-san, Christina. Didn't I tell you to call me Big Sis Shuka? After all, I'm the one who bought you. You, a fallen noble lady, came to sell yourself because you wanted to give money to your declining family. I was the one who brought you to Lindblum. After all, it was hard to find a good buyer. It's funny, isn't it? How someone as cute as you was hard to sell. Shuka complied with Christina's request. She bought her for an exorbitant amount and gave the money to her family. However, Christina had set a condition when she sold herself. That was why no buyers showed up. That condition was, slave collars, especially the highest grade ones, have different contracts that can be built into them. In a sense, they are contracts that bind even the master. Christina, you built a sexual command into your slave collar so that you would not be sexually humiliated. That's right. Yes. I came here today for no other reason. I want to change that contract and see if Christina can become my slave in the truest sense. What? You're not going to make a move on such a beautiful and noble woman? That's stupid. It's impossible for a 15-year-old's body to not have sexual desires. Vanitas just couldn't make a move. Protected by the contract, Christina could not be touched by any evil desire. But that's not me. Did you think I was some weakling who was intimidated by women? Do you think I'd just sit back and watch, following the story's lead, until she was taken from me? I didn't even have to meet the main character. She's mine. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 24. Her answer. Let me explain a bit about slave collars. A slave collar does not become effective simply by being worn. The contract between the master and the slave is established only when the master registers their blood and magical power while the collar is worn. This constitutes the basic contract. The basic contract embedded in the collar includes prohibitions against self-harm, self-destruction, fleeing from the master, committing acts of violence against the master, and must follow orders from the master. So what about the collar's rank? The rank refers to the ability to modify and add to the basic contract. In essence, the higher the rank, the more flexible it is, allowing various additional conditions to be stipulated. For example, a high-ranked collar might include rights to refuse sexual commands, expanded or restricted action ranges, or forced changes in self-reference. In some cases, it might even allow for refusal of a certain number of commands, leading to complex and seemingly nonsensical contracts. Conversely, lower-ranked collars have only the minimum contracts and cannot be added to or modified. These might include prohibitions on unauthorized use of magical power, casting spells, or interacting with others. Such collars can sometimes indirectly disadvantage the master. Moreover, degraded collars have even less reliability regarding the absolute authority of commands. By the way, there was a reason Vanitas did not pursue Hildegard or Lapana. Both of their collars are of average or slightly degraded rank but can issue sexual commands. Of course, if Vanitas tried, the slaves would not be able to refuse. However, in the past, when Vanitas called Hildegard to his bedroom, he was unintentionally hit by her due to her purity, and since then, he has avoided sexual contact. Lapana, being younger, did not appeal to him sexually, which is why he has not pursued her. This is also a matter of the story's plot. Vanitas serves as a villain who supplies the protagonist with members of the harem, and if he were to act on the heroines, the story would fall apart. That's why the setting is like this. However, despite that, Vanitas' favorite among the 3 slave girls is Christina, whom he met first, and he had probably decided to share his bed with her initially. Therefore, he did not command Hildegard or Lapana for nighttime duties. But in the story, Christina, his most favored slave, is taken by the protagonist in the first duel, causing Vanitas to go mad, which is an inevitable plot development. I speak to Christina slowly, trying to calm her distressed expression as much as possible. But to change the contract, both parties' consent is required. Just as I, as the master, registered with blood and magical power. The contract terms must be modified with the blood and magical power of both the master and the slave. That's why I'm here. Changing the basic contract requires someone skilled in the contract attribute magic, such as a slave trader. So, Christina, what will you choose? Will you change the basic contract with the conditions you set and entrust everything to me? Or will you refuse to let me lay a finger on you? I want to hear your answer. So, what will Christina choose? Still keeping her face down, she lifts her gaze with a pained expression in response to my question. My master has changed. The master who used to never train himself is now practicing and breathing the same air as us. The violent words and actions that once raged have disappeared completely, and instead, you are trying to improve our treatment with consideration. That's only natural. I am your master, after all. You no longer give unreasonable orders or make malicious proposals, and you are feared less by others. There are still servants in the mansion who are afraid of you, but with your recent behavior, I have hope that this can be improved eventually. But I still cannot trust you. I know that there are those who suffered because of your unreasonable orders. I know that you have harmed others, both mentally and physically, using your power and word. Christina's cry came from the depths of her heart. The sins of Vanitas, which had pierced deep into her soul. You say that you've become a different person through reincarnation. That Vanitas Lindblum has changed from before. But I cannot believe it. I remember the days when you, with the same face and voice, despised, angered, and mocked me. How can I trust you now? I see. I also want to trust you. I want to trust you from the bottom of my heart. But please give me a little more time. I cannot yet entrust everything to you. Is that your answer, Christina? A deep silence filled the space between us. Christina looked directly at me, as if she had released all of her emotions. Her endlessly transparent, light blue eyes clearly conveyed that even if she were to be punished for this, she would have no regrets. To her, Chapter 25. Christina Martia is enchanted. I see, that makes sense. My resolute answer, made with determination, was met with a nonchalant response from my master. He responded as if to gently explain that there was no issue, even though I had braced myself for scolding or anger. What? I knew that Christina still does not trust me. I also know that Vanitas has not completely erased his shadow. However, despite that, I needed to propose a change to the contract. Do you understand why? No, I don't understand. My master continued to question me. The sudden proposal was a change to the basic contract that I had set with Shuka-san. It was a small act of resistance that I, having sold myself, could manage. Yet, my master wanted to change a contract that had never been proposed before and was outside my awareness. Was it from a wicked or malevolent intent? Was it just to humiliate me? My master's pitch-black eyes reflected nothing. I couldn't even be sure if he was seeing my face as I looked up at him. Why, despite knowing that I do not trust him, was he making such a proposal? I could not come up with a reason. Christina, I am serious. I am truly determined to earn your trust. That is why I declared it here. I sought to truly become your master. This is where Vanitas and you first met. The place where the master and slave were bound by contract. Yes, this is where you and I first met. You declared with excitement and arrogance, "Girl, become my slave." I agreed to it, because I had no other choice. We are indeed master and slave, and that is all we are. One exploits and oppresses the other. Yes, that has been the case until now. Master, let's start over at the place where it all began. Just as you swore your loyalty to Vanitas out of your own sincerity, even if reluctantly, now, I will swear to become a master worthy of you. My master gently took my hand and pressed it against his chest. Wait a minute. On his chest. But don't misunderstand. You are a slave. No matter how far we go, you will always be a slave. Because you are my possession. It felt like a declaration that was no different from back then. Arrogant words meant to remind Christina that I am eternally his slave. But the heartbeat is conveyed through his slender chest. As your master, I vow to be strong and worthy of you. I vow to follow the path I have chosen. I vow that no one will take you from me. His pitch-black eyes, which seemed to absorb all light, were not showing nothing. They were not cold, frozen eyes. There was warmth in the words he swore to me. Deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of light. We are like the wings of a pair of mythical birds. Together, we soar through the endless sky. The collar of a slave is a chain that binds and connects us. I will not free you from slavery. No, even without the collar, we are master and slave. Anne, you don't intend to let go of Hilda and Lapana either, right? Haha, that's right. I'm greedy after all. You are truly someone without. I was captivated by Vanitas Lindblum, a master who was now a different boy from before. Even though he is someone who does not look only at me and is honest about his desires, I found myself wanting to be by his side. And one more declaration. I have no intention of ever letting you go. If there is a hell, I will take you with me. I have no intention of making you anyone else's. Remember, you can never leave me. To Vanitas, who smiled provocatively. I have truly realized that I cannot escape. Yes. Vanitas Sama. By the way, Christina, your hand is warm. That's because your chest is beating so strongly. Then shall I check? My master pulled me close with a force that made me question where such strength came from in those slender arms. When I realized it, my face was buried in his chest. No, Christina, this is wrong. Even Hilda and Lapana and Shuka-san are watching. I must refuse. I must refuse. I was finally having a good conversation with my master, revealing my feelings. It smells nice. How is it? Christina, am I calm? My face must be completely red. Embarrassed, I couldn't lift my face from his chest. Yes, this is because of my master, and definitely not because I want to touch him more. Not at all. Chapter 26. Real names and useful information. Well, what exactly am I being made to watch here? Shuka, the owner of the shop, looked at Christina, who was clinging to me with an exasperated expression. For her, it must have felt like encountering an old customer out of the blue, only to witness a bizarre skit unfold right in front of her eyes. Still, she could be thanked for not interrupting our exchange until the end. You two are really something. What are you doing, snuggling up in my store? If you want to have a lover's spat or something, take it somewhere else. Snuggling. I'm not doing anything of the sort. Oh, sorry about that. I needed this place to be where it all began. I wanted to do it here. But it's fine, isn't it? You got to see the special seat where the bond between Christina and me deepened. Chimpage. To me, it just looked like a spoiled young master throwing a tantrum. Shuka shrugged and exhaled a ring of smoke from her sensuous lips. However, she didn't miss the way she kept her alluring gaze fixed on us. But really, you're such a troublesome master, Vanitas. Bringing Christina here was probably to remind her strongly of her status as a slave, right? So you made her talk with me to heighten her sense of danger. Using me as a pawn, how clever. Is it all right for you to speak so arrogantly? Despite my appearance, I am the heir of a Marquis family. Do you think there's anything that scares me, Shuka? I'm not a woman who's intimidated by some noble brat. I see. It's throwing me off. You're not even slightly angered by such provocation. It seems the Vanitas Lindblum of today really has changed. Perhaps she's heard rumors about me lately. Well, she is the leading slave trader in Lindblum territory, so she probably has her share of information. After all, she was a previous customer who bought Christina from her and might see me as a potential opportunity to exploit. But that won't work on me. Well, Christina, what will you do about your beloved master's proposal? Will you accept it? Well, Christina, you can change the basic contract whenever you feel ready. Until then, just watch my back and decide whether I am worthy of being your master. Is that acceptable? Yes, soon enough you will be offering me I entrust all of myself to you. Sigh. What is with that baseless confidence? Is this what youth is like? But maybe this is just right for Christina. That slack-jawed expression. She's completely bought in. Christina was giving me a noticeably more passionate look than before. It seems like the day she accepts my offer might be approaching soon. That means I need to continue to hone myself and become a master worthy of her. Oh, and them, actually. Well then, Shuka, when that time comes, I'll be relying on you. You're the only one who can mediate the bond between Christina and me. Yes, I'm flattered you're relying on me, but is it really necessary for it to be me? I might end up being rude to young Master Vanitas again. I look forward to it. You're really quite cheeky. Shuka frowned and glared at me. However, I ignored her irritation and decided to reveal another reason for my visit. Shuka, what is it? It wouldn't be right to rely on you alone. I have useful information to give you. What kind of information? Shuka, even though she is currently a slave trader, I know she has a past. Her real name is Shuka Akina. She is the daughter of a great noble family from a country east of the empire, who fled to the Far Empire and became a successful slave trader. Traversing through illegal organizations and reaching this land after betrayal and chaos, she now harbors unending regrets and aims to find a new path. You're thinking of extending your reach to the imperial capital, but there is a slave owned by a certain slave trader. Her name is Claire. Though her name is like that of a town girl, she is beautiful, with striking crimson hair and golden eyes. I believe she would meet your aesthetic standards. Oh, how interesting. So, do you intend to make this girl your slave as well, like Christina? Of course. I will offer a fitting price. I won't ask how a noble young master like you knows such things. But if it's true, I'd definitely like to acquire a girl named Claire. Shuka's mood lifted as she grinned. Her interest was clearly piqued by the prospect of this unseen beauty. Indeed, she is in the imperial capital. The beautiful vampire princess. A tragic girl who accepted falling from despair to becoming a slave. Sinclair Urbanbright. Well, now that we've taken care of our business in the city, let's just wander around the entertainment district a bit before heading back. Yes, master. Heading back. No, wait. I meant, let's have some fun before we go back. However, an incident occurred on the way back. It was a trivial event, but for some, it was an unfortunate one. Chapter 27. Template. It was on the way back from the bustling district to the mansion that we encountered a trivial incident. What are you doing? Stop it. What do you mean with, what are you doing? Hey, didn't I tell you that passing through here requires a toll? Big brother, you're no good. If you anger him, He's scary. He'll chase you relentlessly like a hungry dog. Haha, it's true. He's persistent, you know. Once he bites, he won't let go. Just give up quietly. I had just wanted to wander down an unfamiliar path for a change. A path unknown to Vanitas, but one I had walked before. I was merely curious to know a little bit about such things. A whim driven by personal desire. However, I certainly didn't expect trouble on that path. And furthermore, usually, it's a cute girl who gets harassed in situations like this. You help her out, and then you get to know each other and become adventurers together. That's how it's supposed to go. Why are there only men here? There are 4 ahead, 3 of whom appear to be thugs based on their looks, and 1 is a local from Harsomnia who's being harassed. Not good. Those guys. Yes, in the dimly lit alley ahead were 3 men harassing a young man. It was clearly a case of a resident being troubled. There was no chance of this developing into a dramatic encounter or romance. The harassers were indeed thugs, dirty clothes, unkempt hair, and their gaze swayed unsteadily, their voices grating and unpleasant. Each of them carried a shabby one-handed sword at their waist and wore what looked like leather armor over their tattered clothes, making them appear armed. On the other hand, the young man, in his early 20s, was holding a paper bag filled with various groceries, likely from shopping. From his expression of evident anxiety, it was clear he had no means to handle this situation. It seems they were unfortunate enough to be harassed. They were talking about a toll and such. Even though it's somewhat removed from the bustling district, it's surprising to find such unsavory characters in Harsomnia. Scary. Lapana, cheer up. Thank you, Hildenison. Lapana trembled in fear at the clearly violent-looking trio. Oh, what's this? A young master with a pretty girl in tow. We're busy right now. What's this? Just kids. What are you doing here? Hey, what's your business? Wait a minute. That silvery white hair and pitch black eyes. And that flashy outfit. Isn't this kid the Lord's son? Huh. So, he's a noble. A noble, you say? The thugs became loud and raucous the moment they noticed me. Can they actually recognize me as Vanitas Lindblum? I thought they would attack without question, but what will happen now? I heard that the Lord's son in this city is an utterly useless piece of trash. Why is he in this alley? To be called trash by such thugs, how bad must Vanitas's reputation be? Calling our master trash, of all things? Unpleasant fellows. Christina's anger reached its peak in an instant, and she placed her hand on her sword at her waist. Hildegard also lowered her stance, ready for combat. Well, it can't be helped. We'll have to make these unpleasant people leave. Yes, leave the disrespectful ones to me. I'll subdue them immediately. Punching, kicking, and knocking them down. Christina and Hildegard are fully prepared to fight. Well, with these 2, they could subdue such thugs with just swordsmanship and physical skills, without even using magic. Having fought alongside them in mock battles many times, I understand this well. What are you whispering about? Hey, wait. We're sorry. We didn't realize you were a noble. We'll leave right away. Please. Forgive us. What are you saying? I can fight even against nobles. I won't bow to any authority. Whether you're a noble or whatever, I'll kill. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Sorry, my companions are just loud-mouthed. We'll be leaving now. It seemed they were having some internal disputes, but among them, the one who seemed relatively calm bowed and apologized. However, who said you could leave? What? Do you really think you can leave after threatening the residents of the Lindblum territory in front of me? Well, we were apologizing. Unnecessary. I said both your apology and your presence are unnecessary. More than anything, simply making me uncomfortable is worth 1,000 deaths. Christina, Hildegard, hurt them without killing them. We'll hand them over to Father's knights. Yes, leave it to us, Master. Knock them out. At my command, the 2 immediately charged at the thugs. Didn't mess with me. I apologized, didn't I? Why, Gorf. Master, insult, not allowed. You fools, apologizing to a noble is useless. You You little brats. Do you think you can win against me? We have the strength to win. We, who are the master's slaves. Ha! What's with this swordplay? It's fast." In the blink of an eye, the two overwhelmed the thugs with their swordsmanship and physical skills. They showed no sign of fear even against the thugs wielding shabby swords. Yes, I could watch with peace of mind. However, a threat was approaching me and Lapana while we were observing their performance. It wasn't that I was careless. I just didn't expect that such lowly thugs would have an accomplice. "You bastards. What are you doing to my men?" The man who appeared from behind us was clearly more skilled than the three thugs. Most notably, his equipment was far superior. The sword he drew was well sharpened, and his fur-lined leather armor, made from monster hides, was properly tailored to avoid hindering his movement. Rah! Eek! The man, likely the boss of the thugs, charged at us with a bizarre scream. Protecting the trembling Lapana behind me, I drew a black-sheathed dagger. "Master! Master!" Christina and Hildegard's anguished cries. But there's no need to worry too much. I've been through countless mock battles myself. I had also learned some countermeasures for close combat from Christina, who wielded a practice sword. "Take this." I aligned my short sword with the downward swing of his blade. This should. The moment I caught the sword, there was a sense of unease. A foreboding crack echoed from my hand. The short sword was broken halfway. "Ha, haven't you even properly maintained your weapons?" "Sorry, kid, killing young nobles isn't my hobby, but you're going to die here." Chapter 28. The story of a certain good resident. Today, my haste was my undoing. I, Stefan, the son of the cafeteria owner, had made the wrong choice of path in my hurry to return home with the ingredients my father asked for. "Hey, it's a dead end from here. Stop right there." What are you guys? They were clearly unsavory characters. They were drifters. Not adventurers or mercenaries, but individuals with shabby weapons and armor, committing petty crimes and moving on to the next place. With no hometown or attachment to any land, they were troublesome people who had no qualms about committing crimes wherever they ended up. I thought I was out of luck. I chose this alley just to save time, and now I was trapped in a dead end with no way to escape. I felt like I wasn't alive while being harassed. Why is this happening? I haven't done anything wrong. Hand over the money. This is a toll. Don't bother asking for help. Rarely anyone comes through here. What they said was true. Just a slight distance away from the busy streets, no one paid any attention to this alley. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to me being harassed. Or so I thought. A noble. Suddenly, a group of 4 appeared. Among them, one boy stood out. His silver-white hair and jet-black eyes. Vanitas Lindblum. The son of the Lord, known for his violent behavior and the bad rumors about his abusive words and actions. Despite his cute appearance, he was often mocked for having a rotten core. My father had warned me to flee or hide if I ever encountered him in the streets, as he was a dangerous person. He stood there with 3 slave girls by his side. I didn't know why he was here, but I didn't sense the malice from him that my father had described. What happened next was swift. "How dare you make my lord uncomfortable? I will punish you on his behalf. Brace yourselves. Damn it, it's just a kid. Why is she so strong? Repent. Now. Goo, this girl. She's not hesitating at all, even though she's unarmed." The 2 girls were beating up the drifters despite being outnumbered 3-2. Even I, with no knowledge of combat, could feel the overwhelming difference in their fighting abilities. Incredible. But that was a fleeting impression. Suddenly, a situation like a cold splash of water occurred. Another member of the drifters. A sudden ambush from behind the noble. Rah! Master! Master! The 3 girls who had been overwhelming and subduing the drifters now cried out in anguish. They reached out to the empty air, but it was out of their reach. The sword that had been swung down broke the noble's short sword. It was despairing. The only weapon was severed, and I felt like one of the drifters' companions was grinning. Die. I could only watch as the murderous blade descended upon the noble. But, light ball. Gah. My worries were unfounded. It seemed the noble had used magic from his hand, which he had placed on the drifter's abdomen. The drifter was hurled through the alley and collapsed to the ground, gasping and suffering. Well, that was faster than I expected. He looked at the broken short sword and seemed entirely unconcerned. The slave girls rushed to him all at once. However, the noble restrained their movements with one hand. Well, wait. It seems he's getting back up. Goo. Of course. Did you think a single spell would take me down? You're just lucky. The drifter got back on his feet. I thought it was over. But contrary to my anxiety, the noble smiled at the slave girls with a sense of amusement. Christina, Hildegard, don't interfere. But, Master, are you all right alone? Don't worry. Your master won't lose to these thugs. Damn it, I didn't expect to be fighting a brat like you here. But I won't hold back. It doesn't seem like you need me to. Come at me with all you've got. Then I'll crush you. The noble stepped forward, leaving the slave girls behind. Vanitas Lindblum, the arrogant child rumored to be a bully. A spoiled troublemaker who frightened the residents of Harsomnia with unreasonable orders and violence. But to me, he didn't seem that way. The sight of him going into battle to protect even his own slaves carried a dignified air. Here we go. Fireball. A fire-based spell. The fireball soared through the air, heading straight for the noble. Danger. I reflexively uttered a warning. But in reality, there was no need for such concern at all. The noble's slaves knew this, so they said nothing. Grip. Ha! What just happened? My spell. Missed. Without understanding, the noble closed in on the startled drifter. Small grip. The once noisy alley was now as calm as a still lake. No one spoke. The noble looked down at the drifter, who had collapsed with a thud. Young man, are you injured? No. Good. Remember, the shopping isn't finished until you get home. Be more careful from now on. Now, go. Teach, thank you very much. I was ushered out of the alley, barely managing to offer my thanks. I was exhilarated. My hands were trembling from witnessing a real battle up close. Above all, Vanitas Sama's dignified presence in battle was etched into my mind. When I got home, forgetting to deliver the ingredients, I spoke to my father in a frenzy. I told him about the real noble I had encountered and the slave girls who supported him. Chapter 29. Time for Judgment. At my father's mansion, in the expansive and well-maintained training grounds, were gathered myself and the 3 slave girls, as well as my father, the butler Jürgen, the captain of the Lindblum Knights Gustav, and other influential figures of the domain. Why? There was one reason. A petition had been made to request an audience with me. Specifically, a request for a face-to-face meeting. I thought they would arrive soon. They knelt down in the center of the training ground a short distance away, looking at the 2 of them, who were crouching low as if they were going to hit their heads on the ground, and called out to them. Yes, thank you for accepting our request. So, have you sobered up? Yes, of course. Then, Dirac, Marcus, I have an idea of the reason for your visit, but please state it clearly in your own words. I was in charge of this meeting. I had asked my father for permission to handle the arrangements for this audience myself. Dirac, with his prominent stubble, gathered his resolve and began explaining the reason for their petition. Well, the dagger that our son Marcus gave to Vanitas Sama, which was in the black sheath. It's a weapon that our son forged, and it's quite lacking in quality. We will return the 10 gold coins we received. Please, could you return that dagger to us? Oh, that one. It would be faster to show it to you. Christina, hand it over. Yes. At my command, Christina carried the wrapped item and placed it before Dirac. Dirac initially looked puzzled as he examined the item lying on the ground. It was only for a brief moment, as the cloth was unwrapped, but I don't know what Marcus told you, but this is the result of receiving a poorly made sword during a minor skirmish. If your forging skills are as good as you claim, you'll know I'm not lying. Dirac, with a look of disbelief, touched the remnants of the dagger, which was broken in half. He held the hilt with trembling hands and stared intently at the broken section and the part that had absorbed the impact. Why, you fool? Yes, I asked Marcus to find a suitable weapon for me. This is the result. Ah, you idiot. Dirac's shout echoed through the training grounds, which had been turned into a temporary audience chamber. The large man with the stubble, Dirac, stood up, and Gustav, who was guarding my father, tensed and placed a hand on his large sword. However, there was no need for concern. I gave Gustav a silent signal to stand down. Gustav, who despises me because of my actions, still heeded my command. Marcus, you fool. Damn. Dirac, who had been kneeling and bowing on the ground since the start of the audience, punched his son Marcus, sending him flying. Though he hadn't been working at the forge recently, Dirac was a renowned blacksmith even in Harsomnia, and his physical strength was considerable. Marcus was thrown forcefully and fell to the ground. Ooh. Father. Marcus, you've done something you should never do, as a blacksmith and as a person. You idiot. Do you even understand what you've done? But. Father. There are no buts. It's fine to work at the forge and to make weapons. It's good to practice and produce a large number. Sometimes you'll make good ones, and other times you'll fail countless times. But what in the world were you thinking, giving a failed piece with cracks from the start to a customer? Yes. The dagger in the black sheath had cracks from the beginning. It's not something I'm proud of, but I don't have high physical ability. With my thin arms, short stature, and insufficient strength for a fighter, it's a bit disheartening to analyze it myself. However, I am delicate in other ways. When I ran my fingers along the blade of the dagger, I noticed fine, almost invisible cracks. From Dirac's furious reaction, it seems he wasn't informed by Marcus about those cracks. Why? Why did you do this? Of all people. To Vanitas Armatail. Father. Shut up. I don't want to hear your excuses. Be silent. Dirac silenced his son Marcus with a sharp rebuke and turned to face me, showing a resolute expression. It was the expression of a man who had made a decision. Vanitas Armatail. What is it? I apologize for what my son has done. He has committed an unforgivable act. Yes, he deliberately gave me a dagger with cracks in it, pretending it was a treasured item. He even accepted the gold coins as a reward. That gold was for you. Shut up and be silent. Yes. As a blacksmith and as a person, Marcus has done something he should never have done. Knowing that, I beg of you, please, just spare my son's life. Please, just his life. Father. No. Dirac deeply bowed his head in apology. Marcus, watching this, seemed to be in shock and at a loss. However, Dirac's resolve was not to be underestimated. He drew the sword he carried at his waist. The training grounds buzzed with agitation. But that sword was one I had allowed him to bring. I had decided not to confiscate anything from them, leaving it as it was. I fixed my gaze sharply on Gustav, who was about to move again. Do not move. Let me witness where Dirac's actions lead. I returned my gaze to Dirac. He placed the sword against his own neck. The blade cut into his skin, and a small amount of blood oozed out. Vanitas Armatail, please, let this turmoil caused by my son be ended with my own life. I take full responsibility. As someone who runs a forge, and who has been drinking away and neglecting the management of our products, it is all my fault. Father, it's not your fault. I'm the one to blame. Yes, I deliberately gave a failed product to Vanitas Lindblum. It's all my fault. You did nothing wrong. Marcus. Parents care deeply for their children. No matter what they do, children are the most important. I've caused you trouble because I fell into drinking and stopped working at the forge. Forgive me. I am to blame for everything. Father. Vanitas Armatail, please, my life, please. Spare my son's life. Father. As things were reaching a peak, I had no intention of letting Dirac die needlessly. Christina. Order, knock Dirac's sword away. Yes, master. Under my magic-imbued order, Christina dashed across the training grounds with the speed of a gust of wind. The clash of metal echoed sharply, and the sword flew high into the air, having been knocked from Dirac's hand. Why? It is my master's order. Please don't hold it against me. Dirac, I have no intention of making you take responsibility for this commotion. Stay there and watch the proceedings. Will you not even allow me to die for my son's sake? That's right. Everything is decided at my discretion. It's not for you to decide. Stay there quietly until everything is resolved. Yes. With the sword knocked away by Christina, Dirac, seemingly weakened, collapsed to his knees and fell in a prostrated position. Good. That should prevent him from having any further strange thoughts. I turned to Marcus, who was staring blankly at the sword embedded in the ground. Well then, Marcus. Though there was a slight delay in the proceedings, I will ask you now. Why did you cause this trouble? Explain your reasons. Marcus stood up. His face was filled with anger. Unconcealed rage controlled him. It's all your fault, isn't it? It's your fault, Vanitas Lindblum. Because of you, my father started drinking and stopped making weapons. His passion for weapon crafting, which he loved so much, has disappeared. Because of that, my mother's health has deteriorated, and she's bedridden and unable to move properly. Who did this? Vanitas. It was you. You did it. You're the one who ruined our family, Vanitas. Chapter 30. Accusations and Facts. Marcus. What are you? What are you saying? Stop it. Dirac, Marcus's father, changed his expression drastically and tried to calm him down. He understood that although I don't hold a title myself, any insult towards a noble could warrant severe punishment without question. There were many witnesses to Marcus's outburst, even though they were mostly Dirac and a select group of knights. It wouldn't have been problematic for me to immediately order punishment. Dirac knew this, which is why he raised his voice and tried to stop his son, even though Marcus's arguments might have been valid. Shut up, old man. If you won't speak, then I will. Vanitas. You asked my father to make a sword. It was about a year ago. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. It's in my room. It's a piece of junk that hardly resembles a sword, just a collection of jewels. How shamelessly you answer. My father was the best blacksmith in Harsomnia until then, but after you asked him to make that sword, everything changed. He used to make practical weapons for adventurers, but you asked for that grotesque, appearance-focused monstrosity. Do you understand? He was forced to make something that went against his beliefs. Since then, he lost his passion. He couldn't have confidence in his own creations anymore. Marcus's heartfelt outcry was because he had seen his respected father's distress and suffering up close. Mother fell ill from worrying about seeing father's lifeless state. Still, she always laments her own weakness. If only I were stronger, father would. She torments herself every day over her inadequacy. That's why I gave you the cracked dagger. Yes, it was a moment of madness. A failed piece I forged myself. I hoped that someday this dagger would break and that you would, even just a little, get hurt. Marcus, have you been pushed to such an extent? If you want to kill me, then go ahead. But my father has nothing to do with this. Father is different. Marcus, having poured out all his feelings, broke down in tears. Dirac felt his son's emotions and knelt down in regret. Master, what will you do? Will you really punish them? Christina peered at my face with concern. Looking around, I saw that Hildegard and Lapana also sympathized with Marcus and the others, who were crying and supporting each other. My choice was, well then, Marcus, you forged a dagger yourself, right? Do you like blacksmithing? Do I like blacksmithing? I've grown up watching my father's back as he stood at the forge every day, bathed in the light of the flames. Of course, I love it. I see. Although the dagger had cracks, its quality wasn't bad. Even someone without much strength like me could wield it without problem, and it showed potential. Marcus must have been striving to learn his father's techniques all this time. Well, Vanitas had ruined it, though. Now then. All right. Dirac, close your shop. What? Yes, understood. Vanitas, didn't you just say you weren't going to hold my father responsible? Are you now going to go back on your word? That's not it. If anything, this is a punishment for you. A punishment for me? Marcus tilted his head in confusion. However, I ignored his puzzled expression and directed Dirac, who looked bewildered, towards his new path. Dirac, you'll make equipment for my father's night order. Ha! You prefer practical weapons, don't you? As a dedicated blacksmith for the night order, you'll be able to forge to your heart's content. After all, they are a serious bunch constantly engaged in real combat. However, you'll have to live at the night order's headquarters. Expect low wages. Me, a dedicated blacksmith for the night order? What, are you dissatisfied? Oh, and you'll need someone to take care of your daily needs as well. Bring your wife too. The night order's headquarters has a physician, so any minor health issues should be quickly taken care of. As a member of the night order, you'll need to repair and forge weapons almost every day. There won't be time to rest. However, you'll be able to focus entirely on blacksmithing, making weapons for the knights who protect the Lindblum territory from countless threats. An environment where I can continue blacksmithing, and for the night order that protects the city and the land. Such a dreamlike. Dirac, who was now fully motivated, looked like he couldn't resist the lure of blacksmithing. It seems he can't resist the temptation of forging. After all, the night order's equipment demands practicality. Give the shop to your son. A blacksmithing workshop like that is no longer needed. I will obey Vanitas Armatail in all things. But what about my son Marcus? What punishment will he receive? Naturally, you're concerned about that. However, I don't intend to impose any punishment that would involve taking his life. What? How interesting. Their expressions are quite something. Father, I have been given full discretion over this matter. Isn't that right? I addressed my father, who was observing the situation quietly. Yes, Vanny, you may handle it as you see fit. After all, this situation was caused by you. As you've heard, I'm the one who makes all the decisions here. I may not have mentioned it before, but I was aware of the cracks in the dagger. I noticed it and left 10 gold coins as compensation. Do you understand what that means? So, Marcus, I received your dagger intentionally. Just as you intentionally gave me a failure, I accepted it knowing it would eventually break. This revelation was enough to leave both Dirac and Marcus speechless. Chapter 31. The answer to sin. Why would you do such a thing? Dirac and Marcus are bewildered by my incomprehensible actions. They can't believe that I accepted a defective product knowing it was flawed. I wanted a skilled blacksmith for myself. I staged a little act. What? So, you lured me into a trap. You intentionally bought a broken weapon and paid me to mock me and us? All for the sake of wanting a good blacksmith? That's not quite right. I do want a skilled blacksmith, but not one who has turned to alcohol and lost his edge. Damn. That's. Dirac, you needed to lose everything to regain your passion for smithing. To give up drinking and confront what is truly important. Your son's crisis should have made you feel enough urgency. Yes. It certainly hit me hard. And one more thing, you need a new environment. Instead of moping in that blacksmith's workshop, continue honing your skills at the knight's headquarters. Once you regain your touch, I'll have you make weapons for me and the slaves. Understood? Yes. It is an honor. Don't worry. One decorative sword is enough. Next, I'll need a practical one. Understood. I'll be happy to. Dirac, who had lost sight of what was truly important due to his indulgence in alcohol, needed a powerful jolt. The fear of possibly losing his precious family, his son, was just that jolt. The 10 gold coins left behind were precisely for this purpose. They would increase his sense of fear and guilt. If he learns that his son deceived a noble and received money, he will surely realize that he cannot continue to escape into alcohol. But this is something I should avoid telling him directly. By the way, Marcus, do you know why I chose this place for our meeting? No, I don't. It's because this is not an official setting. The training ground is not a place for formal audiences, right? This audience with me is not official. Therefore, I have no intention of recording it officially. That means any harsh words directed at me are overlooked. After all, we've both deceived each other. Here, Both father and the Knights of the Order are present, but they are all tight-lipped. There's no chance that this story will leak outside. Of course, Gustav dislikes me. However, he is loyal to father. He wouldn't leak anything about our private discussions here. Well, if it does leak, it will be the Order's responsibility. That's something I can handle if it comes to that. It could be interesting if I can make a debt out of it. Then, are you really not going to give any punishment? But that would leave your feelings unresolved. So, I have personally devised a punishment for you. Marcus looks bitter. Did he get a bad feeling? Make a weapon that surpasses your father's. What? Do it without relying on father's or mother's power. Create a weapon in your own smithy, just for me. I'm still inexperienced as a blacksmith. My failures far outnumber my successes. Making a weapon for you, Vanitas Armatail. But your short sword with the black sheath. Its lightness wasn't bad, even though the strength wasn't great. And if you're inexperienced, then you can improve. I deceived you, Vanitas Armatail. And that was with the most important work to me, my blacksmithing. Failures in blacksmithing can be redeemed through blacksmithing. Improve your skills and become a great blacksmith who can convince me. That is your punishment. You want me to face my own sins? Through my craft? Exactly. Remember every time you swing your hammer. We are both sinners who deceived each other. Vanitas's punishment was notably lenient compared to what one might expect for a commoner. However, since this was a matter that occurred between individuals and after making arrangements with Ernst, Gustav, and the Knights of the Order, the punishment settled in line with Vanitas's wishes. Dirac and his wife, Edin, moved to the Order's headquarters and threw themselves into the intense blacksmithing work alongside the other blacksmiths who had previously been attached to the Order. Edin's illness was also successfully cured. Meanwhile, Marcus continued his blacksmithing work at the former Arkuhausen weapon shop. For the time being, his living expenses and material costs were covered by the payment for the gemstone sword that Vanitas had forcibly given him. According to Vanitas, it seems father paid for it instead, but I haven't paid yet. Feel free to accept it without hesitation, and he paid generously with interest. However, since Vanitas obviously had no money, Ernst covered the full amount, though Dirac and others were completely unaware of this fact. Incidentally, under the guise of Marcus's training, Vanitas sent servants to sharpen and make minor adjustments to household knives, sickles, and shears at the mansion. This also involved some money, which was a valuable source of income for Marcus and played a role in honing his blacksmithing skills. However, Marcus seemed dissatisfied. Vanitas Armatail, why are you sending me nothing but knives? Lately, there are also requests from the residents of Hersomnia, in addition to the requests from Ernst Salma's mansion. No matter how much time I have, it's never enough. Having grown up watching Dirac's back, Marcus's blacksmithing skills were quite good. The reputation of being a skilled sharpener spread naturally from the mansion's cook, and the number of sharpening requests exploded through intermediaries among the mansion's staff. If this keeps up, I don't know when I'll ever get to make weapons. Though Marcus laments, Vanitas is secretly taking a commission for the intermediary work. He has no mercy, so the busier Marcus is, the more money, albeit a small amount, ends up in Vanitas's hands. Punish Marcus? That would be a waste. We've got 2 blacksmiths who can become useful pieces in our plans. Dirac is to regain his skills at the Order's headquarters, earn favors from the knights, and Marcus is to be kept busy with all sorts of blacksmithing work under the guise of training, converting his labor into money. Both have effectively become Vanitas's pawns, molded into convenient figures who don't oppose his orders. Furthermore, Vanitas even plans to pit the 2 against each other to obtain better weapons. In short, Vanitas Lindblum is a ruthless figure. Yet, father, you bring mother to visit after such a long time, and she looks so fulfilled. Is work at the Order really that enjoyable? It's frustrating. Today, Marcus once again laments alone over the endless sharpening work. However, there was determination in his eyes for tomorrow. He dreams of someday honing his skills, facing his sins, and creating weapons that will convince others of his greatness as a blacksmith. Chapter 32. Magic Training and the Girl Who Fell Out of the Loop. Master, here it comes. Water ball. Christina's water magic hurtles towards me through the air. If it hits, it's certain to be quite painful, even if it doesn't knock me out. Grip. I activate the basic foundation of grasp magic. Clenching my right hand into a fist, I focus the magical energy in the air. With the water sphere approaching, I deflect it with the concentrated magic in my hand. Oh, as expected of Master, the water sphere flies off in the opposite direction. Yeah, I've gotten much better at redirecting it than I used to. However, while Christina is overly praising me, this is only a small part of what grasp magic can do. Still, even if progress is slow, my grasp magic was definitely advancing. Grip. Ah, I don't understand why it's like that. How are you gathering magical energy from the air? While Christina and the others are training with mock battles, Ashburn-sensei looks completely exasperated at the basic grasp magic demonstration in front of him. Really? This is just the very basics, and it's almost embarrassing how underwhelming it is. I'm basically just opening and closing my hand. Focusing the magical energy in the air is fundamental to grasp magic. Without this, you can't do much. It's probably why everyone gives up on grasp magic, even if they try to focus on it. After all, since it uses the magical energy in the air, the practitioner only uses a tiny bit of their own magic, which seems like cheating. Is that so? I think transformation magic is more like cheating. You can transform into almost anything, regardless of size differences, and even transformations that don't revert easily from minor damage. What's up with that? Transformation magic is indeed absurdly powerful. According to Ashburn-sensei, although one can't transform into insects of vastly different sizes, almost anything else is possible, which is baffling. You can transform into a bird and fly, after all. It apparently took years of effort to master the sensation of flying, but the result is worth it. It could be used for reconnaissance from high places, emergency escapes, or even aerial attacks if needed. I can understand why someone might not want to leave such a person unchecked. But I don't think it's necessary to confine them in one place and make enemies. Besides, it's only because Ashburn-sensei is mild-mannered and cares about the empire that containment has been possible. If he were serious, he could escape at any time. I wonder if His Majesty the Emperor allowed Ashburn-sensei to evade surveillance. Hehe, it can't be helped, Vani-chan. My transformation magic can turn into anyone or anything. Could you stop with that already? If father sees, he'll get angry again. I heard you were called in after the last time and given a lecture. Butler Yugen said, the master was serious at that time. He was seriously considering changing Ashburn-sensei's meal to just one slice of ham. Ashburn-sensei, once again transforming into mother, remained indistinguishable from her appearance. Yes, it's understandable that he'd be angry if I mimicked his wife without permission. But changing a meal to just one slice of ham? Isn't that a bit much? The thought of having it seriously considered right in front of me was unbearable. Meals are one of my few pleasures. It's elder abuse. Elder abuse. It means my father's anger was indeed quite deep. Still, it's surprising how much he has changed. He seems more honest with his feelings, doesn't he? No, it must be because of your reincarnation or whatever it's called. Ernst wasn't the kind of man who would jeopardize the health of his former mentor. Wasn't, you say? Your sentence is falling apart. It would fall apart. What's with those eyes, examining like they're looking at insects? He looked at a pill bug hiding under a rock with a detached gaze, saying, oh, it was hiding here. Pointless. I was genuinely scared I'd end up with just one slice of ham. When he was transformed into mother, father seemed quietly furious from my perspective. But in the end, the same meal was served, so father was probably just joking. Or maybe he was serious. Ahem, well, let's drop that topic. It was supposed to be about magic, but you derailed it, sensei. Anyway, don't you think it's about time to check your innate magical attributes? It shouldn't be too much trouble to investigate. Everyone should check it when they enter the Magic Academy. Why don't you know yet? Innate attributes. Now that you mention it, I completely forgot while focusing on grasp magic. I remembered it now that I've been asked. It's something checked when entering the Magic Academy. I think Vanitas refused, saying, "I'll learn the magic I want to train. Talent doesn't matter." Yes, that's how Vanitas' memory goes. Knowing your own magic is important. I'm not saying you should prioritize training based on innate attributes, but just investigating it is free. And, if you're a noble, shouldn't you have a measuring device in your mansion? That's true. I hadn't thought about it. I'd have to ask Father, but we might have a measuring device in the mansion. Well then, why not have your 3 slaves checked? Christina might have already been checked by her parents, but it would be convenient for training if the other 2 were checked as well. Yes, it might be best to have it done as soon as possible during the long vacation. There were only about 2 weeks left of the long vacation. In total, it was just under a month. This extended break was a result of the consideration for students attending the academy to be able to return to their homes across the vast empire. For now, it's important to check whether the innate attributes of the 3 slaves align with those in the story, so it's best to investigate during this period. By the way, what was Vanitas' innate attribute? In the story, he only uses weak light magic, and it wasn't clearly revealed. Yes, it would be good to confirm that. Then, let's continue the research on grasp magic this time. First, we'll start with body enhancement using focused magical energy. It was evening. The sun had begun to set, and a chill began to settle over us. We had been so engrossed in training and research for a long time. Christina and the others, who had joined me, were visibly tired, and their steps towards the mansion were a bit heavy. However, Ashburn-sensei's transformation magic is always so vivid. Even when transforming into Vanitas armor, it looks completely natural. Yeah, Grandpa, you're amazing. Is that so? Am I really amazing? If you'd like, you can call me Ashburn-chan casually. Oh, that's all right. No. You don't have to refuse so strongly. Ashburn-sensei has definitely gotten used to Christina and the others. The 3 of them occasionally ask questions about magic if they're having trouble and greet him when they meet at the mansion. The relationship is good. Though, there is one slave who hasn't quite managed to fit in. We parted ways with Ashburn-sensei at the mansion and headed to our respective rooms. However, of the 3 who were heading to their assigned rooms, I gave a special instruction to the one who had been consistently dark throughout. Lapana, come to my room tonight. You understand what I mean? Master, that's... I will never forget the look on Lapana's face when she suddenly looked up. She was a mix of despair, resignation, and utter fear. Chapter 33. Black Rabbit and Dreams. Master. Excuse me. In the middle of the night, while I was dozing off in bed, there was a tentative knock. The visitor to my private room was Lapana, a black rabbit beast person with long ears and a round tail. Her slender and delicate neck was covered by a black collar, a sign of her status as my slave, and she wore a purple nightgown that matched her black hair, which I had bought when we went out into the city. Bathed in the dim light of a magic item, her expression was not visible from the distance of the bed. It's late. Yes. In the darkness, Lapana's voice was heavily tinged with apprehension. It was clear she had closed her heart tightly, imagining what was about to happen. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in the mood. Come over here. With heavy steps, Lapana approached me. Her footsteps were the only sound in the quiet room. Sit next to me. Yes. The canopy bed creaked under Lapana's weight. It was light. It sank only slightly. You're sitting too far. She sat at a distance just out of my reach. It seemed like either a gesture of resistance or an unconscious action. In any case, it was a manifestation of her anxiety. Her dislike of me had driven her to act this way. Well, that's fine. Lapana, let's go to sleep. Sleep? What are you dazing about? I called you over just to sleep beside me. Just sleeping beside you? What did you think? That I would make advances on you? It's just to sleep. Or, would you like to be a body pillow instead? Just kidding. Now, I'll dim the lights. I dimmed the light of the magic item that was illuminating the room beside the bed. I could see Lapana moving over to my side as I lay down with my back turned. Good night, Lapana. Yes, good night, Master. I closed my eyelids and slowly began to breathe. In the quiet room, only Lapana's shallow, small breaths could be heard. Eventually, her breathing settled down with time. In the room, only the sound of our breathing could be heard. I was falling into a defenseless state. The time when people, or rather, I would be most off guard. Well then, it's almost time. Just before drifting into a half-dream state, it happened. Ua. Ah. Ha. A pained cry echoed in the bedroom. It was like the roar of a beast that had failed to achieve its wish. I looked down at her as she knelt and clawed at her neck. Is it painful, Lapana? How does it feel to receive the punishment for trying to kill me? A slave collar can force the wearer to act against their will. A slave can only act according to the basic contract of the collar. If they defy it, the slave is punished. In this instance, Lapana had tried to strangle me. Attempting to kill the master is a breach of the contract. Thus, as punishment, Lapana's collar tightened, and she suffered, unable to breathe. Her mouth twisted in frustration, tears welling in her eyes, and her muffled voice was pleading for help. Forgiven. Ha, 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 ah. Who? The collar's punishment does not last forever. It tightens the collar to the brink of unconsciousness. It is merciless in its way, not killing but leaving the slave to suffer without even freedom in death. What Lapana had done was normally unforgivable. Rebellion against the master is the most forbidden act. However, since I had intentionally pushed her to this point, forgiving her was only natural. Finally freed from the punishment, Lapana's breathing returned to normal. She looked up at me, glaring, with traces of tears on her cheeks. There was clear hostility in her gaze. Ua. Why the punishment? Halfway through? Lapana. I understand what you're thinking. I knew that if I invited you to my bedroom, you would try to harm me. No, I knew you couldn't endure it any longer. That's why I called you here. Even knowing that. Why? Do you know how I feel about all this? Ua. Lapana, with her face downturned in disbelief. But now was the only time. I knew that she would only reveal her true feelings now. Only in this space where it was just the two of us, with no distractions. Because her enemies are not only me. Well, if you have something to say, you should say it now. The night is still long. Listen now. At this point, even though I cried and screamed, you never stopped hitting or hurting me. Yes, as Vanitas, I did not stop hitting, kicking, or hurting you. No matter how much you suffered, or begged for forgiveness. Rebirth. Another person. Even Krishna and Hildene were deceived. That doesn't excuse what you've done. It can't be forgiven. I won't forgive you. Because I remember. Everything. All of it. She was speaking the truth. Vanitas had used violence against her. He acted violently, displaying unreasonable actions. It was such a severe event that it distorted her originally bright personality. Regardless of his inner self, Lapana was terrified of Vanitas, who took pleasure in harming others. And now, before me, she was crying and pleading. She was laying bare all the feelings that should never be forgiven. Lapana was not a character in a story. She was a girl suffering in an absurd reality. Chapter 34. Lapana can't sleep. Master, next, go. Is this training? Really changing master? Krishna and Hildene are fellow servants serving the same master. However, despite being colleagues, we are all merely slaves with different circumstances, experiences, and ages. Yet, in a certain sense, we were supposed to be bound by a strong bond as companions enduring the unreasonable insults and violence of our master together. Master. Vanitas Lindblum has changed. Indeed, he has. It's unthinkable that he would have had slaves cast magic at him before. Magic is painful. When hit by master's light magic, I always cry out in pain and fear. Krishna and Hildene seem relatively unfazed thanks to their training, but I am different. I am weak. No matter how much Krishna explains that master's magic is weak and untrained, I can't help but fear the objects flying towards me. Of course, Krishna and Hildene always protect me whenever I am chosen as a target, and Vanitas Armatail provides healing potions through the servants whenever I am injured. That's how I managed to endure. It was because of my companions, my sisters, who endured this unreasonable situation with me. But I realized that was a mistake. Master and Hildene seem so happy. Why? I can't believe how Hildene is enjoying the mock battles. I don't want to believe that Hildene's view of Master has changed. For Hildene, Master used to be insignificant. A non-threatening presence. A slave who didn't fear an unreasonable master. Hildene, with her strong and resolute self, was a hope and inspiration to me. But things have changed. Hildene now sees potential in Master. She has found something in him. It must be something important to Hildene. Master has transformed from an insignificant person to someone she wants to explore further. In Hildene's eyes, someone weak and with no future like me no longer mattered. And then the incident occurred. Why? Why is Krisne looking so happy? Even though she hated Master's unreasonable violence so much. She even told me to endure it together. Why? At the slave trader's shop, I witnessed it. The moment a person becomes entranced by another. The sight of someone acknowledging another as a companion. Krisne, lost and dazed in Master's presence. Oh, why? Why are both of them so easily deceived? Reincarnation or being a different person might be just empty word. I haven't forgotten those painful days. I haven't forgotten being beaten, kicked, being used as a target for magic, being cursed at, being looked at with disdainful eyes, or being petted with dirty hands. I haven't forgotten any of it. I believed that Krisne and Hildene were on my side. Lapana, come to my room tonight. You understand what that means, right? What? Master, that is. I didn't want to hear it. Yes, I was different from Krisne and Hildene. Even if it wasn't an official order, I couldn't refuse. My will to resist had been crushed. No. I just couldn't endure it any longer. Lapana, cheer up. Lapana. I'll talk to Master on your behalf. Master must have just made a mistake. He waited for the contract changes, so he wouldn't do anything unreasonable to you. Please wait in your room for a little while. I'll be right back. I had lost trust in both of them. Everything seemed like an enemy. It's okay. Krisne. I'll go to Master's room. Lapana. It's what Master wants. Ignoring their worried faces, I went to Master's bedroom. By then, I was likely at my breaking point. Master told me to lie beside him on the bed. As I struggled to fall asleep, I noticed his slender back. His thin neck was right in front of me, a neck that seemed so fragile it might snap if I exerted even a little force. Before I knew it, I was straddling Master. I placed both hands on his thin neck. I suddenly recalled something strange. The day Master said he had changed, the day he touched my ears and body. For some reason, I hadn't found his touch dirty that day. Was it because his touch was gentle? Because it felt so pleasant I couldn't help but let out a sound? His touch was not like handling objects. It was as if he cherished something that could break easily. A delicate touch. Still, I tightened my grip on his neck. Ka-ha. The collar tightened. It was a punishment. A punishment for a slave who had defied Master, a training punishment. But Master even allowed that. A cancellation of the punishment by order. I looked up. Master's jet-black eyes were looking down at me, not blaming or expressing disbelief at my rebellion, but sincerely. He was facing me as I was. I lay on the carpet of suffering, exposing everything. I was directing all possible accusations at him. Is that all, Lapana? But Master was indifferent. His expression remained unchanged, and his emotions did not fluctuate greatly. Don't cry. Come here. What? I was being guided by Master's hand, as if I had seen this scene somewhere before. Not forcefully. No, drawn in as if led. Lie down here. My head was resting on Master's lap. Chapter 35. I'm watching you being selfish. Stop. Lapana weakly tried to pull my hand away and get up. She continued to try to distance herself from my lap, tears still in her eyes. I'm not like Krisne, who easily. But I am just petting you. Ah. I gently stroked Lapana's damp rabbit ears, warmed by my body. She gradually relaxed, losing the momentum to jump up and settled onto my lap. It really does feel good to touch. Smooth and silky, yet the fluffy black fur glides under my fingers. The slight dampness from excitement isn't unpleasant. Stop. Oops, I petted too much. It seems we can't have a conversation like this. Lapana. Ha. Why? Can't I pull away? She had an expression as if she couldn't understand her own emotions. I gently inquired, making sure to handle her feelings delicately, like dissolving her suspicion and vigilance with a sweet poison. Lapana, I know you were cornered. You couldn't keep up with the changes around you, could you? Of course. It's unrealistic to believe that everything changed suddenly. I don't trust such a convenient story. That's true. But the people around you believed it. They were made to believe. That must have been unpleasant for you, right? What's wrong? Am I hitting the mark, Lapana? You're unfair. Krisne and Hildene were my only allies. Yet you took them away from me. The only thing I had as a slave. Do you know why I showed you my unguarded side? Lapana looked puzzled by the sudden question. But she should know the answer, deep down. If it were the previous master, Vanitas, he would never have allowed a slave to see his vulnerable side. He would only oppress and abuse, never showing affection or trust. Moreover, as a slave who was not his favorite Christina, Lapana was worth no more than a rare black rabbit beastman, barely worth his attention. It was to make you open up. What? Lapana, you're holding your emotions inside too much. You don't believe in your own worth. You always think the worst of everything. Vanitas was the one who changed Lapana into a self-deprecating, introverted person. And even knowing that, I say this to her. Lapana, be more selfish. Selfish. You can show me everything. Your sadness, hatred, anger, joy. You can unleash all the emotions you have. Is that really okay? Yes, I am your master. If I can't handle everything about the slave Lapana, then I'm not worthy of you. And, as you say, I am a cunning person. I'm a selfish person who desires even those who tried to kill me, like Christina and Hildegard. Lapana, you have value. I will acknowledge that. So show it only to me. Show me what brings you joy, what makes you sad, what fills you with anger. I want to know. Master. The meaning of Lapana's quietly stifled sobs had changed. I believed that. Lapana lay quietly on the bed. Having exposed her feelings and calmed down completely, she would likely not get flustered in my presence tonight. To her, who seemed somewhat burned out, I said, well, this is the punishment for tightening my neck. Tonight, you should hold me and sleep. No, that's... Lapana was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. I'm letting her off with just this much. In fact, a normal slave would probably cry with joy at this. Though, it was partly a result of my guidance. A perfect example of selfishness. It'll be fine for today, right? After all, you're tying my neck. I get it. This will do. However, while it felt nice to be held and warm in bed, it's your fault. I can't sleep. Lullaby. Hey, are you asleep? Story. Please, don't fall asleep. I really wish she'd stop whispering in my ear like this until morning. I said to be selfish, but I didn't expect her to adapt so quickly. Coo. And yet, before I knew it, she was sound asleep, snoring softly, which surprised me. She looked so comfortable sleeping. As I watched Lapana's sleeping face, I decided to go back to sleep myself. I suppose I'll give up on breakfast. Later, Lapana was privately summoned by Christina. It was a secret meeting not only from her master Vanitas but also from their fellow slave, Hildegard. Christina, with a solemn expression, spoke to Lapana. Her demeanor was unusually hesitant, fidgeting with her fingers in a rare display of indecisiveness. Lapana, being called to the master's bedroom. What was it really like? I don't have experience with such things. It's uncertain whether Lapana thought at that moment This is bad, we need to fix this quickly. However, it wouldn't be long before Christina would lament to Vanitas about how she had changed. Chrisne wasn't so useless before. Take responsibility. Chapter 36. Temporary Fiancé. It may seem abrupt, but Vanitas does not have a heroine. This is because, in the story, Vanitas plays the role of the antagonist, and his function is to provide heroines to the protagonist. Vanitas is destined to be defeated in the story and is fated to hand over the slave girls to the protagonist. There is, however, a single character who might be considered Vanitas's heroine, albeit in a very loose sense. She is Vanitas's fiancé, but she publicly refers to him as a temporary fiancé and strongly dislikes him. Originally, their engagement was a political arrangement decided by her father, and she has no affection for Vanitas. There is no element that would attract her to a troublesome student of a magic academy who is known for his brutality. Moreover, she is strong-willed and stubborn. On the other hand, Vanitas tends to be self-centered and imposes unreasonable demands on those around him, making it difficult for them to get along. Thus, Vanitas, who knows this well, had almost resigned himself to the fact that while he has beloved slaves, he does not have a heroine. Father, I had plans for a tea party with friends during the long vacation, so why must I be summoned here? Please explain. A shrill voice echoed through the noble residence, almost piercing the ears. The voice belonged to a young girl with wavy, violet-colored hair. She did not hide her displeasure and, with eyes that changed colors like a kaleidoscope, she raised her eyebrows and rebuked the person in front of her. Well, I thought you might be concerned about your fiancé, came the response. The person who lightly brushed off the girl's anger was her father, Rivaro Lancafield. He was the head of the Lancafield family and the leader who unified his scattered clan across the empire. Fiancé? Are you talking about Vanitas Lindblum? I have no desire to meet someone like him, no matter how charming his appearance might be. Oh, come now, don't be so harsh. He is your fiancé, after all, someone you've been betrothed to since childhood. Father, please stop with your nonsense. This was a marriage arrangement made without my consent when I was a child. Moreover, he's a notorious troublemaker at the Magic Academy, known for his arrogant attitude and avoided by teachers and other students. Are you aware of the rumors that Vanitas Lindblum is a scoundrel who selfishly uses his noble status and behaves disgracefully among the nobility? Just being engaged to him has caused me so much trouble. Don't you understand, father? The girl's reproach was justified. Vanitas was infamous as a troublemaker at the Magic Academy, and the girl, as his fiancée, faced many difficulties. Everywhere she went, and with everyone she spoke to, the topic was always the negative reputation of her fiancé. Although she was not held responsible, she had even faced gossip about her right in front of her. It was no wonder she harbored no good feelings towards Vanitas, the root of her troubles. Calm down, father. All right, sit down there and listen. I understand. It can't be helped. I will listen. After all, I still don't know why I was summoned here. Sigh, why is my child so headstrong? What is that supposed to mean? Nothing. Rivaro was completely subdued by his child's pressure. However, he did not lose his dignity as the head of the family. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he continued speaking. According to the information I've gathered, it seems there's been some movement in the Lindblum territory. Movement? Yes, you may not know this, but there was once a feared entity known as Transformation in the Magic Ministry. Really? Is that so? Stop making that uninterested face. Anyway, the name was Ashburn Danton. He was a wizard who made his mark during a time of frequent wars in the Empire, and even the Emperor holds him in high regard. He was said to have mastered special attribute magic and transformation magic. What? So, Ernst of the Lindblum territory has summoned him. It was whispered that such a prominent figure would never move from the Emperor's direct control, but he managed to persuade the surrounding nobles and succeeded in his petition. That sounds like a wonderful thing, doesn't it? I don't see any problem with it. The issue isn't that Ashburn Sensei was summoned. It's that Ernst is now completely different from before. Different, Ernst-sama? Well, it's hard to believe that Ernst-sama, who managed to gain the support of the nobles to fulfill his wishes, could be so different from before. It does seem strange. The girl, being Vanitas's fiancé, had some acquaintance with Ernst. From her impression, he was a man who seemed lacking in vigor and had a somewhat ineffectual demeanor. While she understood he was kind and considerate, she had worried whether he could manage as the head of the nobility. According to the information from the nobles who attended the meeting, it seems he berated the nobles who had scorned him in front of a large crowd. Furthermore, he didn't even consider their pleas for forgiveness and refused to accept their apologies. Is that really true? You're not joking? It may be hard for you to believe, given that you've met Ernst a few times, but it's the truth. So, could it be that? Yes. As Vanitas's fiancé, I want you to investigate Ernst's behavior. People fear the unknown, but they also fear changes in those they already know. Rivaro, both the head of the family and a friend of Ernst, felt a profound sense of unease at his old friend's transformation. What could have caused Ernst to act in such a way? Questions filled his mind. What about the communication magic tools? Can you still contact Ernst Sama? Yes, I looked into it a bit. He's become somewhat more talkative than before, but there hasn't been any noticeable change. It seems we won't know for sure without meeting him in person. So, I should investigate the cause of Ernst Sama's change. There is one clue. Besides Ashburn-sensei, it seems Ernst mentioned at the meeting that he was summoning the teacher for his son. For Vanitas Lindblum, it's hard to believe at first. Why would that troublemaker need the teacher? The reason is unknown. But if we don't investigate, it could affect the future relations of the Lancafield family. Our dealings with the Lindblum family might change. Understood. I will uncover the cause of Ernst Sama's dramatic change. Don't overdo it. Your safety is the most important. I will send a few guards from my night order for protection. Be careful. Of course. Leave it to me, Merciless Lancafield. I will solve any challenge that comes my way. She is Merciless Lancafield, the temporary fiancée of Vanitas Lindblum. A small ripple summoned by the tale of the monster Ernst, which created waves beyond the story. What kind of reaction will she have when she visits the Lindblum territory and encounters a Vanitas who is different from before? The truth is known to no one. Chapter 37. Ha! What did you just say? Father, I'm sorry. What did you just say? For some reason, I didn't quite catch it. The setting is the conference room in the mansion. Father, along with his secretary, Erika, and the stern-faced leader of the Lindblum Knights, Gustav, are present. I've been summoned and, as usual, my attendant, Christina, is by my side. There are a total of 5 people seated around the table. The reason for my summons was sudden. However, upon entering the room, I found that 3 of them, including Father, had grave expressions and an atmosphere of gloom hung over them. Moreover, even though Gustav had previously shown hostility towards me, the so-called Vanitas, today he displayed no signs of enmity or wariness. Rather, he seemed regretful. Frowning deeply, Gustav was enveloped in a heavy mood. What on earth is going on? But the reason was soon explained by Father, who looked exhausted. So, she was kidnapped. The young lady from the Lancafield family, your fiancée, Merciless, who was on her way to our house. What? Kidnapped? Are you saying she was abducted? My so-called fiancée was taken, and she was actually coming here? This is the first I've heard of it. So, was this within the Lindblum territory? No, that can't be. Our territory is too dangerous for that, right? And she's a noble's daughter, so she must have had knights as escorts. Why would something like this happen? It was an ambush. Gustav spoke quietly. After entering the Lindblum territory, Merciless was suddenly ambushed and captured despite her resistance. Most of her escort knights and accompanying servants were killed by the attackers. The knight who managed to bring us the urgent news was barely alive. I hate to say it, but it's hard to believe that one knight managed to escape from a complete ambush. It seems unlikely. It seems that the messenger was deliberately allowed to escape. They are demanding a large sum of money and other things in exchange for Merciless's release. Gustav hesitated in his speech. What is it? Were there some difficult demands? Yes, let me explain. The leader behind this is named Zagias. He leads a group of bandits known as the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves, which is wanted in neighboring territories. Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves. They are known for their brutal and unruly nature. Apparently, Zagias was once a local knight in the Empire, but he was expelled due to repeated disobedience and suspicions of having killed innocent locals. Since then, he has roamed various parts of the Empire, gathering followers and committing lawless acts. Zagias is an unfamiliar name to me, but targeting nobles is a bold move. It's not surprising if a punitive force is being organized to deal with them. No, considering they managed to escape and reach Lindblum territory, they must be quite skilled. Gustav did not mention earlier, but aside from the monetary demands, they also requested that we deliver a child. A child? For what purpose? They are despicable. To demand a commoner's child as a substitute hostage for Merciless, they must intend to use the child as a shield to escape from us. Gustav was outraged. However, Father continued to speak calmly. It is not confirmed, but Zagias is said to have a preference for drinking the blood of others, particularly young ones. That's disgusting. Demanding a frail child might be to satisfy his own perverse desires. However, since they have taken Merciless as a hostage and are making demands, it is likely that she is still alive. The issue now is how to rescue her. Exactly. Why are we just standing by here? Although we don't know when she was abducted, we must rescue her before it's too late. She is my fiancée and, at the very least, an important guest to our territory. Merciless is also the daughter of one of my few friends. I would like to rescue her unharmed if possible. Father looked suffocated with frustration. But as for hostages, it's dangerous to mobilize the knights openly. They would be closely watching our actions and might kill Merciless just to cut their losses. Merciless was kidnapped 2 days ago. We have identified the ransom drop-off location, but we don't know the bandits' base of operations. If we could capture at least one of them, we might be able to find their hideout. Indeed. It's unfortunate we can't get them to talk with Torture right away. Torture? Chem? Gustav, why the surprised look? These are bandits we're dealing with. They have committed such lawless acts as murder in our territory. Torture is nothing. Besides, you've never liked me as Vanitas before, and you don't trust me now. So why should it matter what I say? No. Yes, that's right. I still don't fully trust Vanitas, but I've heard rumors that Vanitas has changed recently. I never expected that, despite not being very close to Merciless, you would show such anger over this. And considering the recent incident with the blacksmith and his son, it seems Vanitas has truly changed. What's this sudden shift? Gustav, stop looking at me like that. Did I really look that angry? It's not because Merciless is my fiancée that I'm upset. If anything, she's someone who, despite being engaged to Vanitas, eventually ends up favoring the protagonist. I'm more angry about the fact that there are dangerous people causing harm to the citizens of Lindblum. Whether Vanitas has changed or not, anyone who puts Merciless, the daughter of a friend, in danger deserves death. Torture is too mild a punishment. Why yes. As expected of Father, his mere anger is enough to make Gustav recoil. Ah, Ernst-sama, you are wonderful as always. You must invite me to your bedroom this time. My patience is running thin. Secretary Erika, who is Father's secretary, is muttering something, but I should probably ignore that. At the moment, we've divided the knights into small groups to search for Zagia's hideout, but there has been no significant progress. Although there is still time before the ransom drop-off, we don't know if we'll find it by then. Yes. Due to the hostage situation, we can't mobilize the knights on a large scale, so we've entrusted the task to a small number of elite knights. It will still take time to resolve the situation. We hope to find them before the deadline. I'm sorry. As the leader of the knights, I am inadequate. A hostage situation, only a few elite knights available, and the location of the bandits unknown. Father. What is it, Vanitas? Do you have an idea? For rescuing Merciless, could I also be of assistance? What? searching for the whereabouts of the bandits and rescuing Merciless. I have an idea that might make this possible. It's worth trying, even if its feasibility is uncertain. Chapter 38. Rescue Preparations. I obtained permission from my father, albeit somewhat forcefully, and began preparing for the rescue of Merciless. The preparations were simple for me. All I had to do was reach out to the necessary personnel and enlist their help, that was all. Although the plan was more of a haphazard series of actions rather than a well-thought-out strategy, it was worth trying if it meant rescuing the captive guest, Merciless. More importantly, I was deeply displeased with the dangerous bandits freely rampaging through the Lindblum territory. Bandits who harm others indiscriminately are nothing but a bane, with no benefits at all. Such harmful entities should be eradicated whenever possible. And in a way, this was also an opportunity. It was a path I could not avoid if I wanted to live in this world. If I were to walk my own path, I would inevitably encounter such obstacles. Searching for Merciless was a good chance to face those challenges. They were, in a sense, the nourishment for my growth. So, you want me to lend my power to rescue the young lady of the Lancafield family? Yes, since you, Ashburn-sensei, can use transformation magic. You can adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. The professor's transformation magic is extremely powerful, almost cheating. Unnoticed reconnaissance, aerial searches, and if transformed into a bandit's ally, causing confusion or diversion would be simple. It's clear that his abilities are extraordinarily versatile. In any case, Ashburn-sensei, who lived through the Imperial War era, possesses vast combat experience and knowledge that differ from ours. He is an indispensable asset for rescuing Merciless. However, even though I can perform reconnaissance, finding specific bandits in the vast Lindblum territory is quite difficult. Moreover, I was invited by Ernst but am under surveillance and remain within this estate. It is not so simple to leave this mansion and search for Merciless. Ashburn-sensei is a good-hearted person. Even though he is pained by the unfortunate events that have befallen Merciless, he cannot help but consider the disadvantages of taking action himself. However, Professor, isn't this the perfect time to move freely? You want to help, don't you? Then please lend me your power. I can't refuse your invitation. But as I said, what about the surveillance? They are quite competent. Even if I can deceive them to some extent, it won't last long. It seems Ashburn-sensei has realized it without needing to be told. You truly are a mischievous child. But you don't dislike it, do you? We have a noble cause this time. From an outsider's perspective, it would seem like we were both plotting something wicked. Indeed, Christina, who was watching us from the side, seemed to straighten her back, possibly feeling a chill from our laughter. When you two laugh together like that, it feels like I'm witnessing some forbidden scheme, and it's quite frightening. But, Master, you look like you're enjoying yourself. That's right. If Ashburn-sensei is being monitored and unable to move, then we should find a way to lift that restriction. And while we're at it, let's have them listen to my request. After all, it's for the rescue of the noble lady Merciless. They wouldn't refuse, would they? A few kilometers away from the mansion, at a certain location. This was a place directly assigned to them by my father, and it also served as their workplace. Vanitas Lindblum. I never expected you to come into contact with us. What exactly are you planning? A woman with sharp eyes glared at me, having brought Ashburn-sensei with me. She had short black hair and eyes of a delicate blue-purple hue, like hydrangeas. Although Ashburn-sensei described her as cute, to me she appeared as a dignified woman with firm pride. Yes, she is the person I am targeting. She is the leader of the surveillance team tasked with monitoring and managing Ashburn-sensei, Chez Demarian. It's simple. I want you to lift the surveillance on Ashburn-sensei. That is all. Absurd. We are the surveillance team dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to oversee Ashburn-sama. We cannot abandon our duties. The refusal was expected. Their job was to monitor the threat of transformation magic and, if necessary, prevent it from falling into the hands of other countries. Neglecting such a task was unthinkable. However, I still make my proposal. Ashburn-sensei's cooperation is essential for rescuing Merciless. You must already know that Merciless of the Lancafield family has been kidnapped and is being held hostage. To rescue her, I need Ashburn-sensei's help. Therefore, I need permission for him to leave my father's mansion. Permission cannot be granted. Ashburn-sama is an extremely important person who cannot be moved lightly. Is that so? It is regrettable, but you will have to be patient. He is someone whose movements attract significant attention. I see. It seems that's the case, Ashburn-sensei. Well, I'm actually feeling like a change of scenery from the mansion. What do you think? Is it not possible? No. It's no use, even with that expression. Well, it seems even Ashburn-sensei's earnest plea won't work. Then, there's no helping it. By the way, what would happen if the target of your surveillance suddenly disappeared? If they vanished from sight and left no trace? What if they suddenly swapped places with someone else and disappeared? Wouldn't you thoroughly search the surrounding area to find them? Do you even realize what you're saying? Are you trying to threaten us? No, I'm merely discussing possibilities. For example, if the target vanished suddenly in a place where bandits are known to hide, I would think that you would thoroughly search suspicious places. Shay's expression turned bitter, as if I had hit a nerve. Indeed, as they are diligent in their duties, they would search the area with all their might to find the target. I'm getting on in years, you see. I might accidentally fly straight to the scene where Merciless was kidnapped. The constraints of monitoring a target should apply equally to them. It would be problematic, wouldn't it? If Ashburn-sensei suddenly disappeared. Is that your true desire? Yes, I have no means to locate the bandits myself. I can only enlist help where it's available. And you are perfectly suited for the task. After all, you are a group with the innate attributes suitable for surveillance. You intend to get us to grant permission for Ashburn-sama's movement, and furthermore, to locate the bandits. You are truly something else. Is that so? But this is an emergency. I would appreciate it if you could overlook a few details. I have a question to ask. What is it? If we manage to rescue Merciless-sama safely, it will be inevitable that news of her abduction by the bandits will spread. If we were not here, we might have been able to obscure it, but that's difficult. What do you plan to do after rescuing her? It might result in her facing a fate worse than death. Vanitas Lindblum, can you take responsibility for what happens to her after you rescue her? Chapter 39. Who is responsible? Can you take responsibility for rescuing Merciless, who was kidnapped by me? Asks Shay, the head of the surveillance unit. To her question, I simply retort. Why should I be responsible? Why? You ask. I understand what she means. It is a fact that Merciless's value as a noble daughter has significantly decreased after being captured by the bandits. Even if we manage to rescue her from the bandits, if this incident leaks even slightly to the outside, she will become a target of suspicion separate from me, and the way people view her will definitely change. She might have been harmed or humiliated. It is possible she has been subjected to degrading and humiliating treatment that is too disgraceful to even mention. People who are tormented by suspicion will likely harshly accuse and corner her. This would be a huge negative in surviving within noble society and could cause enduring suffering for her. Are you still her fiancé? Don't you care about her future or what happens to her? Is it of no concern to you, even if she faces harsh and painful realities? What's so funny? No, I just thought you have quite an active imagination. Responsibility for rescuing someone? Do you take full responsibility for everyone you rescue? Well, that's... I continue speaking to the hesitating Shay. She should understand this already. And yet, she deliberately asked me about responsibility. She wants to gauge my resolve, doesn't she? She asked the question as a warning, considering that both of us might face undesirable realities if I rescue her. What a naive woman. But if she's asking, I should answer to avoid being rude. Indeed, a major incident has occurred within the Lindblum territory. Even though it was the bandits' doing, we do share some responsibility. However, the guards were knights of the Lancafield family, and it is only natural that if they are defeated, everything would be lost. If we're talking about responsibility, they are also to blame. Although I don't wish to speak ill of the deceased. After the rescue, what happens doesn't matter. The significance lies in the act of rescuing. For someone in my position or my father's, it is sufficient to have acted with utmost effort to save the Lancafield daughter. Well, my father might feel some guilt due to her being a friend's daughter, but that's irrelevant to me. But that is. Too. Does it seem heartless? But that is my honest opinion. Then let's change the approach slightly. By the way, I have a question for you as well. Are you planning to leak the story of the kidnapping of the noble daughter Merciless to the outside? As someone who was monitoring the mansion, you would know even the minor details between Marcus and me, right? Or the recent rumors about me among the local people and servants. Did you report this to the magical administration? No. For you, who are tasked with monitoring under Ashburn, Marcus, Merciless, and even I are likely considered trivial matters. Her eyes waver. I can see the hesitation. She asked me about my resolve to rescue her. Don't take it badly if I sound a bit harsh. Don't be so full of yourself, Shay Domerin. Are you the one to determine Merciless's value? You, who are just a stranger to her. I can say this because I am likely a reincarnate. Among the nobility who wield power to easily oppress others, it is because I am an outsider due to my reincarnation that I can speak like this. But I will say it deliberately. Must everything be forgiven only if you are pure and spotless? Will you have her cut her own throat due to fears about the future? That decision is not for you to make. And it is not for me to make either. The one who is responsible for actions and their outcomes is no one but Merciless herself. I don't care about the responsibility of rescuing her. Her fate will be decided by her. No one else can interfere. I am prepared to rescue her. I am ready to face harsh realities. Shay, what about you? Will you stand by and watch as things unfold, or will you choose to cooperate with me and struggle to rescue Merciless, who may not even survive? Now, which will you choose? The impression I had when I first met Shay had faded. She now seemed to be caught between her doubts and her position. However, before an answer could come, someone interrupted the conversation. Hey, Vanitas, don't be too hard on my Shay. Ashburn-sama, you've stirred up a hornet's nest, or rather, a dragon. Unfortunately, Vanitas is like this monstrous child. There's no need to worry about the things Shay is concerned about. I assure you. Well, it was a good point, but I suppose pressing too hard might be cruel. After all, Shay holds the position of head of the surveillance unit. She is in a position where she cannot easily do anything beyond monitoring. Yes, she is different from me, who is trying to secure cooperation through intimidation. But I understand. You truly wish to help Merciless, don't you? After all, you are a soft-hearted woman who even worries about me, the one doing the rescuing. If it weren't for your position, it wouldn't be surprising if you volunteered to help yourself. Is it because of her that His Majesty the Emperor entrusted Ashburn with the surveillance task? Perhaps it was because she is a person who can empathetically support others, allowing her to spend her remaining days with Ashburn. Cute, or perhaps I can somewhat understand what Ashburn meant. It is too lenient for me. Shay, let me put it in terms that are convenient for you. Lend me your strength, for my sake. For your sake. Yes, your will doesn't matter. Your concerns are unnecessary. Just lend me your strength. To eradicate the pests infesting Lindblum territory. To witness with your own eyes the outcome and resolve of Merciless. You are a selfish man. But, I suppose my own resolve was lacking. For some reason, I am convinced by your persuasion. Vanitas Lindblum, I apologize for misjudging you. In that case, allow us to assist in the search for Merciless-sama. With this, I have obtained a means to search for the bandit's stronghold. Now, it's just a matter of preparing for combat and selecting the expedition members. I think of Merciless, whose survival is still uncertain. But if she is alive, I will save her. What happens afterward is up to her. Whether she will succumb to unreasonable difficulties and turn away or survive by drinking the mud of despair. Merciless, what will you choose? Chapter 40. Merciless Lancafield's Despair. Inside a cave illuminated only by the light of a torch. The shadows are deep, and a heavy scent of death permeates the air, obscuring any visibility of what might be hidden. Why has it come to this? I do not know. Inside this cage, I am forced to smell the stench of death. I know the source of the smell. Countless bones are carelessly scattered around, and what seems to be dark red stains smeared across the walls. The smell seems to be seeping into my body, making me feel nauseous. We are confined in a large chamber of the cave. Before my eyes are the exhausted servants, who, like me, are imprisoned in the cage. While I am alone, the others are all women, 4 of them. Yes, just 4. There were originally more than 10 servants, but they disappeared after being taken away by the raiders who occasionally appear, aside from the guards. I can only imagine the horrific fate they are suffering. The voices still echo in my ears. Screams that tear through the ears, angry shouts of desperate resistance, pleas for mercy, and the voices calling my name. In the end, the raiders' mocking laughter, savoring their victory, reverberates through the cave. The girls who were taken away never returned. Hey, young lady. How's it going? Are you going to give up soon? A vulgar, disrespectful voice and an intrusive gaze. The one who spoke to me is the leader of this band. Zagirs, the man who gleefully killed the knights of the Lancafield family with the 2 swords he wields. What do you want? You're so cold, even though you're the young lady of the Lancafield family. I just came to check on you. I was wondering if your spirit has broken yet. A hideously ugly, distorted face. Zagirs, standing on the other side of the cage, was laughing. He watched me sink into the darkness from a safe place. Anyway, are the other servants who aren't visible here safe? What happened to those who were taken away? And the knights who were still alive? You promised me that you would definitely provide treatment for them. What about it? Oh, still so spirited after just 2 days, right? Of course, they're safe. The servants who were taken by my subordinates are fine too. We're not the type to kill wantonly. And the knights were treated properly. Well, some of them passed away despite the treatment, but that's just a minor error. It's a lie. This man could not possibly guarantee the safety of the servants or provide treatment for the knights. A light, far too light promise. But I had no choice but to cling to it. Amidst the splattered fresh blood and the mist-like red, there was no other way for me to become a hostage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been surprising if everyone else had been killed on the spot. Even so, worrying about the servants. I heard that the Lancafield family came from merchants, but it seems you're quite kind even to commoners. What Zagirs said is true. The Lancafield family originally rose to their current status from being merchants. My father's father, my grandfather, a renowned merchant who conducted business with royalty and nobles, received a noble title from the then emperor. After that, he expanded his trade routes, and the Lancafield family eventually became count. As a rising family with a short history, the Lancafield family was sometimes despised. Of course, people rarely said such things in front of me. At those times, I would harshly condemn them, demanding they revise their views. But now, I can't say such things loudly. It's my grandfather's teaching. He said to treat everyone equally, regardless of their social status. Haha, what a foolish noble. That's why you got caught so easily. Being kind to commoners, right? Why don't you use your power? If it were me, I'd use noble privileges to fulfill my desires. You, a merchant, really waste your time on pointless things. This is a family tradition. It has nothing to do with you. Ha. Nobles like you are hopeless. Even when you're cornered to the extreme, you still think you can maintain your ideals. Hey, young lady, do you understand your current situation? Bring her here. Suddenly, Zagirs, who had been laughing heartily, started speaking in a low voice and gave instructions to a nearby subordinate. One of the bandits who ran out of the room returned with an unexpected person. Merciless, Ririka, you're safe. Ririka, one of the servants who took care of me daily as my personal attendant. She was a small, cute girl with chestnut hair, and one of the same generation among the household staff. Despite the difference in our social status, we had grown up together and were close friends. She was alive. The girl who had been separated from us after the attack was alive. I instinctively reached out from the cage, but I couldn't reach her. Ririka, though held back by the bandits, desperately reached out to me, but I couldn't reach her hand. How's that? An emotional reunion, right? Ririka. Lady. Oh, you've regained your spirits. But you see now, don't you? There are other hostages besides these 4. This is just one example. Merciless, if you try to escape or cause trouble in any way, do you understand what will happen to her? Using Ririka as a hostage. It's not bad that you're still so spirited like on the first day, but it's troublesome if you break the cage with magic. Well, even without hostages, you wouldn't be able to defy me, right? His gaze bound me tightly, wrapping around me. That's right. At first, I tried every means to escape. But it was no use. My will to resist was crushed. One of my innate attributes, twilight darkness. Even that darkness could be easily shattered by Zagias. Moreover, that's right, young lady, shall we have some of your noble blood again? Eek. Hey, don't be so scared. It'll hurt, of course. Was it so unpleasant that I drank your blood on the first day? I made sure to heal the wound with a potion, didn't I? Well, it was one I got from your belongings. Boss, again, this hobby of yours is getting a bit much. Shut up. A bit of blood won't hurt. It's not like it's going to decrease or anything. It does decrease. But it increases too. So it's not a sin if I take a bit and enjoy it, right? Hey. Zagias's words brought back that dreadful sensation. Zagias slashed my arm with a sword as I resisted. The pain burned like fire. The dripping blood was a vivid red, mingling with the deathly stench of the place to create a choking smell. Ha. Breathing becomes erratic. No, I mustn't remember. The sensation of that disgusting tongue crawling over my arm. The sound of blood being licked. All of it tears at my heart. Hey, don't vomit. I won't vomit. Then, extend your arm. I'm going to take some of your blood again. And no, I don't even want to think about being touched by you. I desperately refused. But my resistance only seemed to irritate Zagias further. Merciless, I told you. You have no freedom left. Don't think you can have your way. Come here. Ririka, you don't like to see anyone else getting hurt, do you? Well, how about this? What? In an instant. Shut up. I just gave her a little cut on her leg. Fresh blood spattered from Ririka's left leg. She pressed the wound and fell to the ground with force. Get up. It hurts. Lady, watch closely. This is what happens when you try to resist us. Bring me a dagger. Wait. I didn't hear the voice of stillness. No, I deliberately ignored it. Zagias's smirking profile was accusing me. It was because of me that this was happening. With the dagger handed to him by his subordinate, Zagias stabbed and slashed at Ririka's face. Ririka. Ha. How's that? Now she has a face more befitting a servant. Oh, it's overflowing. Zagias licked the blood streaming down Ririka's neck. Watching this, I fell into a sense of unreality. Well then, young lady, do stay quiet. Dragging the screaming, crying Ririka away with force, Zagias and his men left in high spirits. I could do nothing. Trapped in the cage and dominated by fear, I was utterly powerless. On the ground, the blood that dripped and pooled had crushed flies floating in it. Just like a weak, helpless insect crushed by strong forces, struggling and drowning in the blood. That was me. Chapter 41. Confirming military strength. The issue is who to bring along and how to deal with the bandits. When we visited Dirac of the Lindblum Knight's Order, we received the equipment we had requested and prepared for battle. Vanitas, I apologize, but I'm sorry. We could only provide this kind of equipment. We haven't even started on the specialized gear you requested yet. Don't worry about it. This is an unexpected situation. The gear we have now is not much different from what the knights use, and it's far better than what we currently have. We can wait for the special gear another time. I'm relieved to hear you say that. We received some of the higher quality equipment from what Dirac supplies to the knights. I have a light dagger and a metal chest armor to protect my vital areas. It's a breastplate with thicker metal only around the heart area to avoid being weighed down, but it should provide better protection than nothing. Christina has a new one-handed sword and a set of female armor. Although the sword is not engraved with a name, it is of very good quality, made by Dirac. It's a slim, lightweight blade to match Christina's swift swordplay. The full-body armor was adjusted to be less cumbersome than the standard issue from the knights, removing some parts to allow for easier movement. Hildegard is not fond of wearing armor, so initially, she said she didn't need any. However, considering her vulnerability, she was given a chainmail shirt to wear under her clothes. She was instructed to remove it if it hindered her combat, but it seems she's managing well for now. She's been jumping and running to test her mobility. Meanwhile, Lapana, who had been idly watching while we outfitted ourselves, was. Lapana, you stay at the mansion. What? Why? Because you don't yet have the capability to endure combat. But Christina has swordsmanship and water magic. Hildegard has hand-to-hand combat and earth magic. Ashburn Sensei, who has mastered transformation magic, is needless to say. But with your current skills, you would only be a burden. Lapana's combat abilities are not high at this point. She dislikes fighting, is passive in mock battles, and her self-training is still insufficient. The group that kidnapped Merciless, the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves, appears to be quite powerful. Since the knights cannot act openly due to having hostages and being observed, it would be too difficult to protect Lapana while fighting. Therefore, Lapana cannot be taken along. I tried to gently explain this to her. I understand. I will follow your command, Master. Yes, wait for us to return. Lapana, who had clearly intended to come along, was visibly dejected. However, this is necessary. I hope for her future growth, but for now, she must stay behind. In the story, during her time as Vanitas' slave, she did not participate in combat. Although Vanitas himself did not expect much from her, she was too intimidated by the unjust violence to consider fighting herself. She did not have the will to fight until she was rescued by the protagonist and could reflect on herself. Lapana, if you regret not being able to fight alongside us now, then become stronger. Yes. Lapana kept her face down but nodded affirmatively. Now, although I'm concerned about Lapana, I need to switch my focus to the next task. Let's organize the information we currently have. We gathered the necessary items, including potions, from the knight's base and headed to Shay. I'd like to share what we know about the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves. Is that all right? I addressed everyone present. Christina, Hildegard, Ashburn Sensei, Shay, and a few of Shay's subordinates were here. These people will be the core members for the rescue operation of Merciless. First, the organization known as the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves. I've heard a bit about them from my father. Shay, do you know anything more? No. Unfortunately, I don't know much either. From what I understand, they're a group that attacks nobles. They seem to be quite deranged. Indeed, I was surprised to hear from you that they demand money and, more importantly, children in exchange for Merciless armor. Such demands would only come from someone truly insane. And they drink blood, right? They are a horrifying bunch. I don't want to have my blood drained. Despite being wanted, they don't seem to be very well known. However, since Shay and Ashburn Sensei have only recently arrived in Lindblum, they may not have much information about the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves. For now, it's important that everyone understands these people are dangerous and insane. Alright, next. Let's discuss the enemy's forces. We have information from wanted notices and from a knight who managed to escape. What about the number of bandits? They're estimated to be about 15 in total. This is based on the wanted notices and corroborated by the knight's testimony. However, there might be additional reserve forces we haven't seen. It's better to assume their numbers are higher. Yes. That seems reasonable. Criminals often band together, so it's likely there are more than the reported number. Shay agreed with my assessment, and it's indeed better to anticipate a larger force. By the way, the leader Zagias possesses the innate attributes of blood mist and sword, correct, Master? Ah, so he has a blood-related attribute. That's quite rare. Having 2 innate attributes. It's not common for a bandit leader to have such abilities. While it's not unusual for people to have 2 innate attributes, those who fall into a life of crime usually have just 1. In that sense, Zagias, coming from a local knight background, is likely to be quite powerful despite his conduct. According to the surviving knights, Zagias used his blood mist to disorient and confuse them, leading to their defeat one after another. So he might be able to spread the blood mist over a wide area. If we get separated, it could become problematic. Also, he has the sword attribute. We should assume his close combat is flawless as well. What about the other forces? It can't be that Zagias alone is the only strong one. Yes, there are other capable subordinates. Their names are Baroda and Gadet. Both are men. Baroda is a strong and muscular mace wielder, while Gadet is an archer who leads other subordinates in a sort of makeshift archery unit. We need to be wary of more than just Zagias. His subordinates also have considerable skills, and there may be additional hidden forces. While Shay's subordinates investigated the blood's heart of the bleeding Dark Wolf stronghold, we steadily prepared for the rescue of Merciless. Then, 2 days later, we finally determined the location of their stronghold. Chapter 42. The Anguish of Merciless Lancafield. I wonder how many days have passed since then. In the darkness of the cave, there is no sense of time. Zagias, who abducted Ririka, has appeared before me repeatedly since then. Young lady, how is it? Are you suffering? Want to make it easier? It's your first time being trapped in a place like this, right? It must be tough. He shows his face as if to provoke me, not understanding what could be fun about this. By the way, isn't chastity important for a noble lady? I wonder what will happen if those around you find out that you were kidnapped by a band of unknowns. What? Haha, even if you manage to make a deal and return home, you might not have a place anymore. You'd be rejected by everyone as tainted. Ah, how pitiful. People will say that Merciless-sama has changed. I hadn't considered what would happen if I returned safely. But it's true. Nobles value appearances. Will I become something unwanted to the Lancafield family if I return? Hey, are you crying again? Crying won't change the situation. Before long, I began to think about death. The knights who were killed in the sudden ambush. The servants who threw themselves in front of me, trying to protect me. Ririka. I wonder how she is now. Her leg wound was shallow. If treated, it should heal, even if it leaves a scar. But the facial wound. What a terrible thing. To injure a woman's face. Is Ririka safe? Has she been given a potion like the one used on my arm? I don't know. The darkness, which holds no future, tells me nothing. Death, death, death. This place is filled with the presence of death. There is no peace, and it's no wonder if a cruel blade were to cut through me at any moment. The number of the 4 captured servants has decreased again. Now only 2 remain. Anvi and Laura seem to have given up completely, their responses lacking any hope. Should I choose death here? Unpleasant thoughts arise in my mind. I can feel it now. Father always loved me. No matter how selfish I was, he would accept, admonish, and guide me. He treated me with love. Would I be looked upon with disdain by my family, my father? No, it can't be true. Father would never abandon me. But what would father think if he saw me in such a pitiful state? I was trapped in endless suffering. Should I choose to end my life? I felt cornered in an inescapable dead end. And then, at such a time, that event occurred. There's a tapping sound echoing through the cave. And the sound of rustling cloth. It's the sound of someone approaching. My heightened senses from captivity alert me to the presence of someone different from usual. Ah, miss. Thanks for the watch. Just keep doing what you're doing. I only need to talk to the noble lady for a moment. A female voice. Hello, Merciless. How are you? The person who appeared was a woman dressed in a gown the color of blood. Although it was called a gown, upon closer inspection, parts of the fabric were unraveled, and it seemed to be a bit ill-fitting. It looked like she was wearing some kind of armor underneath the red dress, creating unnatural bulges. The woman walked straight toward me, her heavy boots making a clunky sound on the ground. Please help me. Chem. Oh, did you misunderstand something? I'm Isabel. I'm probably not what you imagined. After all, I'm a member of Bloodsheart, led by Zagyas-sama. What? The woman declared with a laugh. In other words, I'm your enemy. A member of Zagyas's group. I hadn't expected there to be women among them. Heh, you've been imprisoned for several days, yet you remain so pristine. The girls over there are filthy and in a terrible state, but is there something different about noble ladies? Her gaze was one of observation, but along with that, there was a definite hostility in her condescending stare. What is it? Oh, I just wanted to have a chat. About the young lady that Zagyas-sama is so obsessed with. Obsession? Isn't that right? As a hostage, it's enough for you to be alive. Yet, he hasn't even severed a limb or let his subordinates ravish you. Ah. Well. What, didn't you realize that? You were kidnapped, so it wouldn't be strange if anything happened to you. I felt a surge of fear at Isabel's laughter. Zagyas-sama hates nobles. He despises their arrogance, their intoxication with power, and their belief in their own infallibility. Zagyas-sama's family was killed by nobles. It was nothing extraordinary. They were simply crossing in front of a carriage and were deemed impudent. When he was still a knight, his family was murdered. They were brutally slain while just trying to live their lives peacefully. Ever since, he's gone mad. Well, he always had a taste for blood, but it's become uncontrollable. He began to think it was fine to act arrogantly like a noble himself. That's. Bloodsheart is made up of those who were captivated by Zagyas-sama's madness. Some of us were once nobles who couldn't endure the tyranny and turned to banditry. You're unfortunate. It's pure luck that we happened to be hiding nearby. If you had just been a little more careful, you might have avoided us altogether while we were searching for our next prey in Lindblum territory. It was a shock. Both Zagyas's obsessive attitude toward me and the fact that I was attacked by a mere stroke of bad luck were devastating. However, things only continued to escalate. Someone was running into the large room where we were imprisoned. Ah, Miss Chem, don't interrupt me. So, what's going on? Well, there was this one in front of the base. They were so unresisting that we bound them and brought them here. A black beastkin. Oh, isn't this a rarity? One of the bandits had brought in a young beastkin girl. She looked younger than me and was hunched over, her face hidden and unreadable. What's your name? Lapana. She introduced herself with a cute yet fragile voice. Seeing this, Isabel's smile deepened further. Chapter 43. Merciless's anger. Lapana, what a cute name. It seems you don't have a collar, so did you escape from being made into a slave or something? Isabel caressed the cheeks of the black rabbit beast girl with a look of adoration. Lapana, why is such a small child here? Yes, indeed. This black and glossy fur. Rabbit beast people are usually white, so black is quite rare. You could fetch a high price. Ah, don't worry. We'll take you to a master who deserves you. Are they not satisfied with just us? Now they want to sink their fangs into such a small child too. I couldn't help but shout in distress. Wait, are you really going to sell such a small child as a slave? That's right. We're just a bunch of thieves, unlike you nobles. We turn everything into money and take whatever we can to survive. It's the only way we know how to live. But still, a child this young. You're quite the noisy young lady, aren't you? Lapana must think so too. Lapana's frightened eyes were clear. Is she not disturbed by this situation? What kind of experience must she have had? Has she been through something terrible? By the way, you mentioned you had something to say. Your knights who were guarding you, every one of them is dead. What? All of them are dead? That's a lie. I couldn't tell whether her smirking words were true or false. But she was mocking me. She seemed genuinely pleased to see me suffer. You had some sort of promise with Zagier-sama, didn't you? But that's just a temporary excuse. After all, Zagier-sama would never keep a promise with nobles. How could you? There's one more thing. Was it Ririka? Don't tell me. She's dead. It was quite abrupt. She was screaming, "My face hurts, it hurts," but death came quickly. She passed away just like that. How do you feel, young lady? Do you mourn your misfortune? If you hadn't been born a noble, maybe you wouldn't have ended up like this. Hey, sister. Is it okay to do this? Won't the boss get angry? It's fine. It's better to break a little now to make the later negotiations go smoothly. Right. Why yes. Ririka is dead. The Ririka who always smiled so freely at me. My friend, my family, my irreplaceable Ririka. At that moment, something inside me might have broken. Whose fault is it? Who is responsible for this situation? Who killed the knights? Who killed the servants? Is it my fault? No. This injustice is your fault. There was something I had always wanted to keep hidden. A truth I kept secret because it was ugly and shameful. At the Magic Academy, they check for innate attributes upon admission. I didn't want them to check. I avoided facing my own secret. When Vanitas Lindblum avoided the measurement of his innate attribute, I thought I was fortunate. Now I wouldn't have to be measured either. Black fly. There was an unpleasant noise. Black flies buzzed around me, making a racket. What is that? Isabel was flustered by the swarm of flies surrounding me, but it was already too late. I had come to understand through repeated confrontations with death that I had been avoiding it. I had kept my innate attribute hidden, denying its existence. Innate attribute, fly, an ugly yet granted talent and weapon of mine. Yes, these flies are me. Even if they are filthy and despised by others, I don't care. I summon all my magical power, prepared to use everything I have here and now. Otherwise, I cannot kill. Go. Sister. Stop. It hurts. It's ironic. If only I had acted sooner before Ririka died. If I hadn't been dominated by fear and had faced myself with a fighting spirit. My flies invaded Isabel's mouth, tearing her apart from the inside. Her blood made the red dress bloom. Ririka. I'm sorry. Sister. Damn it, I'll avenge you. Go. As I listened to the filthy cries of the thieves, I mourned for my lost friend. Tears, which I had lost count of, streamed down my dry cheeks. I knelt down. My strength was depleted from the long confinement. Even though I had only used a little magical power, it left me this exhausted. Lapana, thank you. Lapana gently supported me with her slender arms. What a kind girl, despite her small frame. But we need to save them. At least these girls. Lapana, will you help me? With the help of Lapana, who silently nodded in agreement, we destroyed the cages imprisoning Anvi and Laura. Although they were still dazed, they regained their senses with a start when I called out to them strongly. Now, we could escape from here. Lapana, I will definitely get you out of here as well. Will you? Follow me? Yes. With Lapana's modest nod, I renewed my resolve. I was determined to escape from here with these girls. Now, let's go. We must all escape safely from here. No, I don't really need to be here. Lapana, did you say something? No, it's nothing. Lapana seems strange, but she must be feeling anxious. Don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Chapter 44. Encounter. Christina, let's go. Yes, Master. They entered the dark cave, blending into the morning mist with Christina accompanying him. To handle any sudden encounters, Christina, who could fight effectively in close combat, was placed at the front. Torches were spaced at regular intervals along the cave passages to provide light. However, it was not yet clear enough to see the path distinctly, and using light magic or magical items would immediately alert anyone to their presence. They proceeded forward, getting their eyes accustomed to the darkness. Well, it seems we won't immediately encounter any bandits. Looks like Hilda and Shia's diversion is working. I instructed them to create a commotion at the entrance. Hildegard is suited for attracting attention. I also assigned Shia and her subordinates to support. Yes, Hilda is more suited for outdoor areas where visibility is better. But is it all right to have Shia with us? Christina expressed concern about taking Shia, the surveillance officer, with them. It's fine. As long as she doesn't report to the Magic General Office, there's no risk of exposure for leaving her post and acting on her own. Besides, Shia is likely someone with the Emperor's backing. She can handle some leeway. Now, we need to speak even more quietly from here on. Ashburn has already surveyed the structure, but if we're discovered by the bandits now, it would be troublesome. Nodding quietly, Christina followed as they headed deeper into the stronghold of the Blood Moon Wolves. Now, I wonder if Ashburn was able to secure Merciless safely. Depending on the location they were guided to, Ashburn might have also been tasked with the assassination of Zagias. I wonder how that went. For a while, they proceeded without any incidents. It seemed that Hildegard's diversion was more effective than expected. Had most of the bandits gone outside? He had warned them to be cautious of the archers among the diversionists. Well, with Shia around, there was no need to worry too much. Although she was a somewhat lenient woman, she would be fine against lawless bandits. Now, their destination was Zagias, the deepest part of the cave, where even Ashburn had been unable to approach due to the high level of vigilance. However, their progress was halted midway. Master. At Christina's warning, they pressed against the wall and peered ahead. A particularly large space was unfolding within the cave. Hey, stay quiet. You brats. That voice. That's Ashburn transformed into Lapana. There seems to be a woman, possibly a servant, with her. It appears they have been cornered to this extent. They seem to be fighting against the bandits. In the back, there's a big man with a large hammer. And that must be Zagias, the red-haired man with a single-handed sword at his waist. Chemph. As they confirmed the identity of the main antagonist, a dry thud echoed through the cave. Looking over, they saw Ashburn, protecting what appeared to be Merciless servants, engaging in a fierce battle with multiple bandits. Ashburn used a different style of martial arts compared to Hildegard's rough combat techniques. It was a technique that required no physical strength, one that could be used without transforming. A soft, pliable martial art that redirected and utilized the opponent's force. It seemed that Ashburn had just thrown one of the attacking bandits to the ground. Lapana, leave the rest to me. Black fly. Ha! The buzzing of flies could be heard even here. A swarm of flies appeared around Merciless. Were those flies created by magical power? The flies quickly swarmed over one of the bandits who had fallen to the ground and entered his body through his mouth. Why can Merciless use the innate attribute of flies? What's wrong, Master? There was nothing wrong. As they watched countless flies penetrate the bandit's abdomen and deliver the final blow, they were in disbelief. Why? Why can Merciless use the hated innate attribute of flies? In the story, she was a strong-willed and assertive woman who publicly declared that Vanitas was merely a temporary fiancé and a way to keep men at bay. However, she had a strong aversion and inferiority complex towards the innate attribute of flies, and had not revealed it publicly until an awakening event with the protagonist. So, what was this? Was it because of her confinement and being cornered? Or was it due to an abduction event that did not occur in the story? Even without my involvement or the protagonist's, the world moves on. I was strongly feeling that right now. And then I think, it's highly likely that Merciless's dramatic change was partly caused by my irregular presence. In other words, even a slight change in Vanitas's role has led to such a significant chaotic shift. This is interesting. What if I had to go to the Magic Academy now? What would happen if I got involved with the protagonist, the heroines, and the key figures of the story? Even though I don't remember all the details of the original novel, I am extremely curious. In fact, I've come to understand that knowledge of the original work is mostly useless. It's enough to know the characters' personalities and the tendencies of the paths they might take. In extreme cases, it doesn't matter if I remember nothing at all. I've realized that I should walk my own path with freedom and spontaneity. At the same time, it's true that I've developed a bit of interest in Merciless. The woman who was merely a temporary fiancée now seems to have transformed into a more intriguing individual. Well, it seems that woman has some interesting aspects after all. Ha, ha, ha. Hey, miss, are you out of mana already? I was surprised that your innate attribute was flies, but it seems you can't continue. Gah. You. Go away. My black fly. It's useless. Blood mist shower. The flies controlled by Merciless, created from her magical power, were pierced and fell as they were struck by the thin, sharp blood rain. Well, it seems that Merciless, who still cannot control the flies effectively, is no match for Zagias. Such. Ha. Only slow-moving targets would get hit by those clumsy flies. Blood clump sword. Ah. A blood-encrusted sword was formed and suspended in mid-air in front of Zagias. It seemed like he intended to shoot it at Merciless. Order, Christina, knock down the blood-soaked sword. Yes, master. What? Christina, having received my order, swiftly knocked down the blood sword with her lightning-fast sword techniques. She then delivered an additional strike to the stunned Zagias. It's impressive how easily Christina's sword strikes were avoided. Return, Christina. Yes. Who are you? You. Vanitas Lindblum? What are you doing here? Lindblum. Lindblum. You brat. Are you a noble? Merciless looked up at us with a shocked expression, as if her jaw had dropped. Upon hearing the mention of nobility, Zagias's expression changed drastically as he glared at us. Here, we had achieved our encounter. I could feel that the time to settle things was drawing near. Chapter 45. Hostage. Vanitas Lindblum, the son of the Marquis who rules this territory, with his red hair and a one-handed sword at his waist, the leader of the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves, Zagias, roars with a rough and violent impression. What's a noble brat doing here? Did you get lost in this filthy place? Too bad, though. Unfortunately, we're currently occupied. Come back later. Zagias yells with a face contorted in genuine dislike. What's this about? Does he have a grudge against nobles or something? Well, that's not important. More pressing is understanding the situation. The room, illuminated by torches and a bonfire, is a vast space with much better visibility compared to the dimly lit corridors. From the broken wooden pieces in the corner that look like parts of a smashed table, it seems this room is a resting place or a gathering spot for the bandits. I had instructed Ashburn-sensei to guide Merciless to safety and escape outside, but it appears they have been cornered in this intricate cave system. As for Ashburn-sensei, it seems he's having some difficulty fighting while protecting Merciless servants. Normally, his true abilities would allow him to annihilate bandits without concern for casualties, but he must be holding back due to the situation and those he is protecting. By the way, why is he still in Lapana's form? There's no need to hide his identity. It doesn't seem like the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves know Ashburn-sensei. Or could it be? He actually likes it. Please don't do that. I really don't want to see him playing around in Lapana's form. Sorry, I cornered you. No, that's not the kind of thing I want to see. Please don't express it only through your face. It's ruining her modest image. Hey, what are you looking at? Next to Zagias stands a large man wielding a great sword. That must be Baroda, one of the more formidable subordinates. Additionally, there are 4 bandits who didn't fall for Hildegard and the others' diversionary tactics, and they are now taking up battle positions. Vanitas Lindblum. Why are you here? To rescue me? No, that can't be. Despite his charming appearance, he is that reckless loudmouth. Don't be fooled. Could he be one of the bandits? Merciless seems to be misunderstanding things quite a bit. It's understandable given the bad reputation of her so-called fiancé, but it seems Ashburn-sensei hasn't explained that part. Oh, I see he hasn't. Are you listening, Vanitas? Are you telling me to wait or asking if I'm listening? Make up your mind. Either way, this is our territory. I'm asking why you're here. Well, why do you think? Maybe you should ask your own heart. You might find a clue. TCH, this guy. It seems he's quite irritated. So the noise outside is caused by your allies. Did the noble brat come here to defeat us to gain some prestige? He even kidnapped Merciless. Judging by this, the area is probably already surrounded by the Knights of the Lindblum territory. The Knights? Yes, that's right. Vanitas Lindblum. Please quickly call the Knights. Ririka is already gone. But Anvi and Laura are still here. Sorry, but the Knights aren't coming here. We had to move with a small, elite force due to their surveillance. What? So it's just you and Christina who came here? Now that I think about it, Merciless is acquainted with Christina. Although their contact was cut off at the Magic Academy, Christina is Vanitas's most favored slave. I recall Merciless mentioning her with pride when Christina appeared in the territory, despite their mutual animosity. However, since Merciless has no acquaintances other than Christina, she wouldn't have connected me with Lapana. I was repeatedly asked by Gustav to bring at least a few knights. But it should be enough with just us. Just 2 kids and no knights. How arrogant. That's even more reason to escape from here immediately. You won't be a match for Zagias. I'll create an opening. During that time, take Lapana and others and escape. Even so, Merciless, what will you do? From what I've seen of the recent combat, you won't be able to defeat him either. Besides, you're out of shape from your confinement, and that fly magic won't be effective. Even so, I don't care. If there's something I can protect, even if I am brutally killed here, if I can avenge the bandits who tortured me and Ririka, she speaks bravely, but Merciless is clearly just holding on by sheer willpower. In a way, she is not being entirely rational. But well, if she has the spirit to sacrifice herself for others in this extreme situation, despite her burning desire for revenge, then it's worth helping her. Revenge, her. Have you already realized that all the knights are dead? Sorry, miss. I can't keep promises with nobles. But to know that. Did you hear it from Isabel? Yes, but she's already dead. So even nobles kill people easily, right? Aren't you sad? Even though I killed your comrades, you show no anger. Well, Isabel was a subordinate who was killed by your fly magic, but she was still one of my people. Well, she was just a cunning woman who tried to worm her way into my favor. Plus, she was a liar. Liar? All the knights died on the first day, but the servants survived quite a few. Though, except for one, they seem to have disappeared by now. Was it you or Vanitas? Not possible. Merciless looks at me with an expression of disbelief. It's quite surprising. If I could help, I would. But the ones who were monitored and treated roughly, there aren't many survivors. Most of them are wounded in both body and spirit, and it's uncertain if they're even alive. But to think there were others who survived. It's harsh for Merciless to rejoice, but the survivors are only of that extent. To them, the only valuable person is the noble Merciless. The treatment of others is akin to toys. Even so, I helped. They might resent me for it, but that's not my concern. It's better than letting them die in this filthy place. Now, back to the topic of Isabel being a liar. Hey, bring her out. Zagias gives orders to his subordinates. One of them soon returns, bringing a young girl with them. Miss, Ririka-chan is still alive. The girl, apparently one of Merciless' servants, is forced to stand and dragged forward. How cruel. To injure a woman's face so mercilessly, and to sew it up so sloppily. Christina, standing beside me, shows her anger at Zagias' actions. It seems they really have no shred of compassion. Ririka, oh, miss. Now, what will you two do? If you resist, I'll kill Ririka-chan. Zagias, emboldened by taking a hostage, uses Ririka to force us to surrender. Master, what should we do? If it comes to it, I will. I stop Christina, who is resolutely prepared to sacrifice herself, and step forward. Zagias smirks and welcomes this move with a look that seems to say, of course, nobles would abandon their servants. I don't like this. That's right. Vanitas. Merciless is special, but nobles are just like that. They are despicable people who kick others down, belittle them, and abandon them. Now, come on. Challenge me over Ririka-chan's corpse. You don't decide my actions. I choose my own path. Grip. What? Hands. With the Dirax dagger in my left hand and magic power concentrated and clenched in my right hand. Body enhancement. I declare the spell aloud. I use all the gathered magic to enhance my body. I dashed forward. With a speed beyond that of Christina's divine speed. Ha! Ah! Gu. You're too slow. I snatched Ririka, who was being used as a shield, and simultaneously stabbed Zagias with the dagger. Well, he managed to dodge skillfully. His skill is indeed high. What's happening? Boss. What? I can barely follow with my eyes. What kind of speed? This bastard. How dare you to the boss? Stop, you idiots. Don't move recklessly. Zagias, showing signs of panic, tries to stop his subordinates from coming at me. That decision was correct, but it was still too late. Grip, small grip. Gah. One of Zagias's subordinates collapses from a single blow, struck by the concentrated magical force in his abdomen. Vanitas, who are you? Are you really just a noble brat? What is that magic? What did you do? Zagias's face shows fear of the unknown. What's wrong? You seem out of your depth. Who knows? It's something you don't need to understand. Zagias, who has attacked nobles and wiped out knights, must be quite powerful. But that doesn't make me hesitate. You've gone too far. Let's end this here. I will make you remember the sins you've committed. Chapter 46. Breaking the Grieving Bloodsword. Physical enhancement through magic. There are various techniques for utilizing magic aside from manifesting it as spells. Physical enhancement is one such method. This technique involves circulating magic throughout the body to increase physical capabilities. The extent of this enhancement varies depending on skill level. Experienced practitioners can focus magic on specific parts of the body to further enhance certain abilities. In my case, I activated this physical enhancement using the ambient magic collected through my grasp magic. By drawing upon the magic in the atmosphere with my own limited magic, I employed this basic control magic. However, applying it to physical enhancement was quite challenging. After all, it involves using external magic, and in large quantities. As a result, this form of physical enhancement using grasp magic ended up with a peak performance but also a fleeting nature. The provisional name for it is concentrated magic enhancement. While I can perform at a high level momentarily, the duration is short, and with my current skill, the magic enhancement disperses after a single action. Nevertheless, for someone like me who struggles with close combat, it's a crucial tool. Damn it. What is this kid? Baroda, go. Show them the fear we can instill. Yes, boss. Zagias commands Baroda, the mace wielder. Does this mean he's too scared to come himself? Christina, handle Baroda. Got it. Yes. But if you're not prepared to kill, don't. No. Compared to my lord, I am nothing. But I will definitely defeat that big man. Ah. Leave Merciless and the servants to Professor Ashburn. He will protect them. Focus on dealing with Baroda. Understood. Christina readies her sword and advances towards Baroda. While Professor Ashburn, in Lapana's form, deals with the other bandits, the two of them begin a one-on-one duel. I catch a glimpse of Professor Ashburn. It seems he's signaling that he'll handle things. Now that the minions and hostages are gone, it's a one-on-one between Zagias and me. You're unnervingly calm. Do you see me as that weak? No, you're probably stronger than me. Ha! What are you talking about? Then why did you let the slaves go? Why are you speaking so arrogantly to me? Is it wrong to be arrogant? Of course it is. The weak are only ever stripped away. Go. Bloodblock sword. The blood sword flies through the air. It's likely a magic spell combining Zagia's innate attributes, blood mist and sword. Grip grapple. What? Did you just miss the magic? What's going on? Who knows? TCH, with that look, you think you see through everything, kid. Crimson mist. Tchem. A red blood mist spreads from Zagia's, creating an impenetrable red area. It rapidly expands to engulf me, so I step back to evade it. This is... do you understand the danger of this magic? Once trapped in it, you'll lose all visibility, while I can see your movements clearly as if they were in my hands. This is just a room in a cave. Don't think you can keep escaping forever, and don't get too comfortable outside the mist. Bloodblock sword. It seems that Zagia's is controlling the movement of the blood mist to avoid affecting his subordinates, but it's only a matter of time before I'm engulfed. That dense blood mist. It must be the same one that took down the Lancafield Knights by surprise. Even for me, getting caught in it might make it difficult to draw in ambient magic with my grasp magic, considering I'll be enveloped by Zagia's magic. Grip grapple. But there's no time to ponder. The blood sword spell hidden in the mist is difficult to pinpoint, and my magic detection isn't working. Hey, what's with the hesitation? What happened to that high-speed movement from earlier? You're just on the defensive now. Bloodblock sword. Zagia's, invisible in the mist, taunts me. His newfound advantage from the created domain is making him cocky. However, there are a lot of them. The attacks are being fired in a way that makes them hard to defend against, with each one altering its trajectory. Blood mist shadow. What? Something emerges from the blood mist. A humanoid figure cloaked in blood mist. It attacks with two blood mist swords in hand. I quickly respond to intercept. Small grip. Easily dispersed. Got tricked, didn't you? This is why kids. The blood mist humanoid was a decoy. I managed to intercept with small grip, but I was immediately slashed by the real Zagia's, who had emerged in the blink of an eye. The wound is shallow thanks to my chest armor, but it feels painfully hot. Vanitas Lindblum, are you all right? My lord. TMPH, don't look away, woman. I'm your opponent. Get out of the way, you nuisance. Move aside. I can hear Merciless and Christina's shouts faintly in the distance. Blood drips from my wound and falls to the ground. Is this the result of your bravado, Vanitas? Now you understand, don't you? Nobility's pretense is nothing but this. In the end, the strong always prevail. They die in an instant. How about it? Regret it? Thinking that everything should go your way is nothing but foolish arrogance. Zagia's roars with the red blood mist behind him. He condemns me, his words reflecting his true feelings. It's likely his honest cry of frustration, driven by his strong obsession with the power of nobility. But, even so, so you're going to give in? What? Are you going to throw in the towel just because the opponent is stronger? Even if I can't win, I won't run away. I won't turn away even if everyone calls me reckless. I have decided to walk my own path. But in reality, you can't match me. Can you? Move aside. Move aside. I stand up. I no longer bother to stanch the blood dripping from my wound. I simply ready my dagger and open my blood-stained right hand, aiming directly at Zagia's. I'm going to be stubborn. I'm ready to die if necessary. But I need this. To walk the thorny path ahead of me. A battle where both our lives are at stake. Are you crazy? Why should a noble kid risk his life? You could live comfortably without doing that. You wouldn't have to wander the streets looking for food. You wouldn't have to steal from stalls and get beaten and kicked. Is Merciless so important to you? Even if she's someone else's, is she worth risking your life for? I don't care about her. I do feel it's unfortunate, though. If I could help her, I would. But that's not a reason to risk my life here. Then what is? Probably the same reason as yours, Zagias. You're an eyesore. Criminals like you. Ha! You're a hindrance. A stumbling block on my path. Those who only know how to oppress and steal from others. You are unnecessary to my path. Ha! Ha ha ha. So, it's just that you're irritated with us, right? Ha ha ha. I have no more words to exchange with the laughing Zagias. I've said what I needed to say. Now I'll show it through my actions. Ha ha ha. I see. It's the same as with the noble people and us filthy scum. All right then. Let's settle this. See which of us can impose their will. This is a contest like that, isn't it? Yeah. To the end. I move. This is the moment to settle things. Envelop them, crimson mist. The additional burst of red blood mist. I know it's over if I get engulfed by that. It's a battle of short duration. There's no time to heal my wound with a potion. I attack. If the blood mist spreads, I'll compress it instead. I direct the fingers of my right hand towards Zagias's hidden blood mist. Control compression. I manipulate the magic outside the mist, envelop the mist itself, and throw away the compressed blood mass. You reduced a part of my blood mist. It's a spell that doesn't easily blow away even with wind magic. Damn it, blood block sword, corpse. Small grip. The blood sword, which had already been transformed into something more sinister. But now, I'm familiar with its speed and trajectory. Not deflecting, but shattering. Grip grapple, concentrated magic enhancement. Blood mist needle rain, I've seen that spell. It's a magic that wraps the blood mist into needle-like projectiles. It's not very lethal but is used to immobilize. With my enhanced physical abilities, I intercept only the critical parts with my dagger. The blood needles pierce and cause sharp pain, but I ignore everything else. Vanitas. Zagias. Zagias finally emerges from the blood mist and attacks. In one hand, he wields a sword. No, it's actually two swords, one in each hand. Crimson mist red sword. In his other hand is a high-density red blood sword. That is Zagias's most powerful spell, a blade of death capable of easily cleaving through my armor. But, what? You're throwing away the dagger now. I throw away the direct dagger on the spot. From here on, it's a gamble. Or rather, it has been from the beginning. Even though it's unstable and still weak from training, it's meant for this very moment. Dual grip grapple. I grip the magic tightly with both hands and charge forward. Then, I advance directly into the path of Zagias, who swings his two swords in a cross. I direct the concentrated and compressed magic in both hands to a single point. Ultimate grip. My strongest attack possible at the moment. It easily shatters Zagias's two swords. Fragments of metal and clumps of blood scatter, and the blood mist clears. Standing alone afterward was just me. It seems I only managed to tear open your abdomen. I was aiming to blow you apart completely. Cough, Vanitas. You won, but you look pretty battered yourself. Zagias, lying on the ground and looking up at me, has his abdomen gruesomely torn open, exposing his innards. There's no saving him now. Does it hurt? Yeah, cough, it hurts like hell. And, do you even need to ask? You did this to me. Yes, but I thought you might need a mercy killing. Despite the severe wound and spreading pool of blood, Zagias is smiling. Yet, there's no malice or hostility in that smile. It's simply a look of having done what he set out to do. Vanitas. That was fun. I didn't find it enjoyable at all. You're so cold. Goodbye. I'll be waiting in hell. I grip the dagger with my slightly trembling hand and slit Zagias's throat. Warm blood runs down my hand and spills over. This flowing blood will never return. My blood-stained hands remain sullied. But still, I move forward. Even on this blood-soaked path of thorns, this is my path. Chapter 47. Christina Martia makes a decision. Ultimate grip. A deafening roar reverberated through the cave, causing the entire cavern to shake violently. Small rocks and dust fell from the ceiling, and the corner where the red mist of blood had been was now completely cleared. Master. Oh, boss. Baroda, the big man from the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolves, lay defeated on the ground. A formidable foe who used light magic and a large mace, he was indeed strong, but thanks to Ashburn's efforts to hold back the other bandits and allow me to fight him to my heart's content, we managed to bring him down. Baroda lay on the ground, stunned as he watched the fatal blow inflicted on Zagias, who had taken the brunt of Master's attack. I readied my sword, aiming the blade at Baroda's chest, at his heart. Damn it. Help me. I don't want to die here. I don't want to. Begging for your life. To think you have no awareness of the gravity of your actions. I glanced at the few who had been rescued. People who had lost themselves to harsh and bitter realities, who had been cruelly toyed with, their minds and bodies wounded. It was uncertain whether they could ever return to their former selves. Yet, here was this scum begging only for his own life. He had acted so arrogantly when the battle seemed to be turning in his favor. Just as I took a step forward to thrust my sword, a shadow approached. There's no need to force yourself to deliver the final blow. If you lack the resolve, it's better not to commit murder. Ashburn-sensei. That person won't be moving anymore. Christina-san needn't dirty her hands. Depending on the person, murder can be a harsh thing. There are those who have been tormented by the guilt of killing others, and it has driven them to madness in their later lives. I don't doubt your resolve, but I don't want Christina-san to end up like that. If you prefer, I can deliver the final blow in your stead. Ashburn-sensei, in his form as Lapana, was warning me with concern. His words, coming from someone who lived through an era of many wars, carried weight. However, even so, I appreciate your concern. But no, it's fine. Just old man's nonsense. I don't have young acquaintances like you. I spoke out of unnecessary meddling. It was an unnecessary worry. Please forgive me. I accepted Ashburn-sensei's sincere apology. I turned back to face Baroda. Our gazes met, his eyes filled with fear and dread of what was to come. Please. Please. I only did whatever the boss told me to. I didn't know anything else. I was just desperate to survive. And even when the boss and the others were having fun with the hostages, I did nothing. I did nothing. Even if you're a big man, you lack the spirit to face your own sins. What kind of excuse can that be? You and your kind killed innocent people for sport. You disregarded others for your own desires. With neither resolve nor conviction, you made excuses about surviving and took everything from others. What makes you think that can be forgiven? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If your apology is only words, keep it to yourself. You should receive retribution. Wait. I didn't listen to the voice telling me to stop. I felt the sensation transmitted through the sword in my hand. The feeling of tearing flesh, breaking bones, and cutting through the pulse of life. It was an unpleasant sensation. This is the sensation of ending a human life. A pressure in my chest that words cannot express. At the same time, I remembered. It was back when we were still waiting in the Harsomnia mansion until the bandits' hideout was revealed. Master has been acting strangely recently. Despite Ernst-sama's opposition, Master prepared for Merciless' rescue. While we were at the stage of waiting for Shaysan to find the bandits' hideout, I couldn't help but notice something was off with Master. It was a subtle change, but the melancholy expression on Master's face troubled me. I probably noticed this because I've started observing Master more closely than before. It was truly a minor detail. Something so small that the old me would have missed it entirely. Master, are you still worried about Merciless, who was kidnapped and taken hostage? Oh, that. Merciless, and you are not particularly, well, close. Yes, I never really got along with Merciless. Even when she came to the Lindblum estate under the pretense of fulfilling her duties as my fiancé, we didn't even see each other. Yes. Though Merciless wasn't on good terms with you, she is still your fiancé. Are you concerned about her? I just can't shake the feeling that you're afraid of something. I apologize. That was extremely rude of me. No. Christina, you observe me very closely, don't you? Master laughed off my impertinent question, but there was a mix of joy and sadness in his expression. It's not Merciless that matters. Rescuing her isn't that important to me. Then why did you go against Ernst Salma's objections to rescue her? We're dealing with bandits, the kind of deranged people who would attack nobles. Your life is at risk. Even so, you're still going? I was puzzled. Master, who declared that Merciless Salma didn't matter, still did not stop himself from heading into danger. I've told you about my past life, haven't I? Yes. You were an entirely different person, a resident of a world different from this one, who has now become the current master. However, you still retain the memories of your former self. In my previous world, murder was a rare occurrence. That is, it was a peaceful, kind world. Not that murder was widespread. People rarely had their lives taken by others. If someone did die suddenly, it was usually due to accidents or illness, and if a murderer appeared, they would be immediately caught and punished. It was that kind of world. It's quite different from our world. Here, one never knows when they might lose their life. There are monsters, and of course, villains everywhere. They know nothing but taking from others. If it seems like I'm afraid of something, it's probably because I realize the gravity of what I'm about to do. That's about the bandits. Yes, I am afraid of taking another's life. Even if they are bandits, I tremble at the weight of the sin I am about to commit. Master confessed his inner feelings to me as if it were nothing. Our eyes met. He was trembling. Just slightly, but he was trembling. The reason I am going to rescue Merciless is related to that. I felt I needed to experience the taking of lives here. That's why. Master, I don't believe that killing others will make me stronger. Just because I take away someone's future doesn't mean everything will become my benefit. This isn't a game. However, I will likely have to commit murder in the future. Whether to escape the fate of death or to fulfill some desire of mine, it will be necessary at times. But I needed to experience it here. At the Magic Academy, I might be required to take the lives of monsters, but I will probably never have to take a human life. This is my only chance. Before returning to the academy after the long vacation, before meeting the protagonist of this story, I needed to experience the grave sin of murder. So, Christina, it's natural for you to see fear in me. I thought I had hidden it well, though. It was fleeting. Even though I usually had the advantage in physical strength, Master seemed small compared to me now. Have you become disillusioned? Can't you follow someone like me? That is, I am the same as the bandits. I am trying to take someone's life and future for my own convenience. There is no difference. But, Master is different. You would never hurt innocent people. You would only take lives from lawless bandits. And I know that the current Master is different from the former one. Thank you, Christina. But this is just a sentiment lingering from my previous life, a faint memory. I know what I must do, yet it still lingers at the back of my mind. How pathetic. I didn't know what to say to Master. But now, I realize that my heart had already made its decision. Perhaps others would dismiss Master as pitiful. They might accuse him of lying about becoming a worthy leader. But I felt differently. Master, who didn't shy away from defiling himself. Farewell. Master slit Zagia's throat. His hand, still trembling, was covered in blood, both his own and that of Zagia's, damaged by the backlash of using a grasping spell he had yet to fully control. What is it, Christina? Why are you suddenly holding my hand? It hurts. I'm sorry, but still, I will support this person. Right by his side. I will walk the same path as you. Chapter 48. The heads of the two families meet. In the estate of House Lindblum in the region of Hersomnia, the heads of two noble families with different ranks were meeting to discuss matters. So, you couldn't stop your son from heading to the bandits' stronghold? Yes, he said, even if I die, it's no problem. He even suggested, either appoint one of my sisters as the head of the family or make one of the younger siblings who might be born in the future the successor. Ernst Lindblum, showing a rare sign of vulnerability, revealed to his friend Rivaro Lancafield the outrageous actions of his son, Vanitas. Rivaro was an old acquaintance from their days at the Magic Academy and had become a valuable friend beyond their titles. Normally, relationships based on titles are defined by the power dynamics of their families. However, they were both outliers at the Academy. Ernst, despite being from the most ancient and prestigious of the 7 Marquis families, was a weak and timid student with little talent for magic. Few were drawn to him due to his emphasis on academics over practical skills, and while some sought to curry favor with him, there were not many who did. In short, Ernst was considered a pushover and a failure during his student days, with his title being of little practical value. Rivaro, from a newly risen merchant family with a shallow history, was also somewhat unconventional during his student days, making him a bit of an outcast. Despite this, the two strangely got along well. Rivaro, with his assertive approach, would frequently talk to Ernst, and they engaged together in training, studying, and outings. At first, Ernst was merely unable to refuse Rivaro's persistent invitations, but gradually he opened up to Rivaro's disregard for titles and achievements. Because of this, even after becoming heads of their respective families, they maintained a rare relationship as friends, free from the constraints of their titles. However, recently, due to the troublesome rumors surrounding the notorious Vanitas, Ernst seemed to be avoiding Rivaro's attempts to talk, unlike in the past. Yet, when Rivaro visited the Lindblum estate due to an emergency involving his daughter, he continued to speak to Ernst with the same casual attitude he had always used, despite being of a higher rank. "Your younger sibling, right? Well, even though I'm not staying at your estate, I understand that." Merciless was curious. She said, "I'm truly grateful for the effort you went through to accommodate just me at the estate. But it's strange that Lavinia-sama, whom I met after a long time, seems exhausted every day. She often seems distracted when I talk to her, and for some reason, she keeps hiding her neck. Could it be that she's ill? Please ask Ernst-sama to have Lavinia-sama examined by a doctor. You guys should be a bit more restrained." Restrained? Why? Even lovers sometimes have fiery moments. No, I'm talking about limits. Merciless, who doesn't have a mother, looked up to Lavinia like a mother. That's why she didn't break off the engagement despite the bad rumors about Vanitas. Even though the engagement was decided by us when we were young, she was reluctant to part with someone she admired as a mother, and thus tried to comply. If that admired person seems clearly unwell, it's only natural she'd be worried. What's going on? When Lavinia came to greet me, she only had eyes for you. When did you two become newlyweds again, you rascal? Really? It seems the same as always to me. You're playing dumb, aren't you? Honestly, Ernst, were you always so driven by desire? What's changed you so much? Changed, her. Lately, everyone I meet says I've changed. Even Professor Ashburn said I'm different from before. Am I really so different? Don't you realize it? Well, there's only one reason I can think of. At that moment, Rivaro's mind was filled with thoughts of a certain boy. A person who was previously known for his mischief and was disliked and avoided not only within the Lindblum domain but also at the Magic Academy. When he locked eyes with those consuming black eyes. Vanitas. I've only met him once or twice, but was he really that dangerous? No. Vanny and Vanitas are different. My son has changed. I see. Hey, don't make that face. I won't ask too much. I can tell, though. He's not the hostile and violent person he used to be. He's not the kid who used to lash out at everything after losing his brother. He's something different. Something else. That's certainly true. Vanitas is a monster. I've never heard of a son being called a monster by his own father. But, the moment I locked eyes with him, I realized that if I approached carelessly, I'd be swallowed up. Vanitas's first words were nothing out of the ordinary. But to Rivaro, who had seen many people as a merchant, it was clear. This was not something that could be dealt with lightly. Still, it's surprising that a marquis's noble son would personally go to deal with bandits. I'm grateful for that. Despite being an arrogant and strong-willed daughter, she was saved by him. However, to come back without any casualties on our side, even though he only had his own servants with him and Ashburn-sensei's help, is impressive. Blood's Heart of the Bleeding Dark Wolf. They were a troublesome opponent. A well-organized group led by Zagias, who is estimated to be of B rank to A rank adventurer level. We were constantly on the defensive. Not only were we unable to mobilize the Night Order on a large scale, but we also didn't know the location of their hideout. Even if we tried to search, time was limited, and they used the children as human shields. There aren't many fools who would attack nobles, but their follow-up was quite skillful. Had they planned this beforehand? They were too well prepared. That's possible, but it's likely a coincidence. The surviving members of Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolf were captured and tortured by Gustav, and it seems Zagias had a strong grudge against the nobility. It appears he had been waiting for an opportunity to attack nobles and decided to execute his plan this time. In reality, the torture revealed that Zagias was indifferent to whether the plan succeeded or not. The group known as the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolf was maintained by Zagias Charisma, who harbored a strong grudge and obsession against the nobility. As Isabel had mentioned to Merciless, many of their members had been manipulated and mistreated by the nobility. For them, inflicting pain on the nobility was worth any personal cost. It is unclear how far they were prepared to go, but it's clear that when Zagias saw a convoy of carriages protecting nobles, he attacked them without consideration for the consequences. Incidentally, the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolf does not appear in the novel's story. However, having been driven out of other territories and arriving in the Lindblum domain, they caused a separate incident and ended up clashing with Gustav, the commander of the Lindblum domain's Night Order, leading to their complete annihilation. As a result, Zagias was killed, and although Gustav won, he sustained fatal injuries and died as well. In the story, the absence of Gustav, who had served as a counterbalance to Vanitas, led Ernst to lose a confidant for discussing his son's reckless actions. The loss of this powerful leader caused temporary chaos in the domain, and Vanitas, now even more unrestrained, became increasingly bold. In other words, Vanitas's reckless actions this time indirectly saved Gustav and prevented further devastation of the territory. It's a fact unknown to anyone, as no one knows the details of the story. Your son, who wiped out the Bloodsheart of the Bleeding Dark Wolf. He really is a monster, without a doubt. Right. Why are you so proud of that? You were just lamenting that you couldn't stop him earlier. And yet, it's scary how chance plays a role. If things had gone slightly wrong, Merciless could have died. But it's a shame that most of the knights and servants protecting her were killed. What a terrible thing. About that. Are you really sure it's okay not to conceal the fact that Merciless was kidnapped? Yes. The reputation of the nobility is important. If the details of Merciless' abduction become known, it will put her in a difficult position. However, the Lancafield family is both noble and mercantile. If we lie to our fellow knights and servants, fake the reasons for the deaths, and force a cover-up, it will result in a loss of trust. That would be worse than the fact of the kidnapping itself. It would be a disgrace to the family. Trust her. But Merciless will continue to be exposed to curious eyes not just as a noble but also as a woman. There is still a chance I could manage things with my influence. Are you sure about this? Yes, Merciless isn't that fragile. I realized this after meeting her directly once the incident was over. Children grow up fast. Before you know it, they surpass their parents' expectations. That's right. Merciless' gaze was like that of Rivaro, as if she was looking at your wife. And you don't need to be fixated on nobility. I'd rather not dwell on titles myself. At worst, I could relinquish my title to the emperor and return to being just a merchant. In fact, it would be quite convenient if she became a tragic noblewoman kidnapped by bandits. A heroine who was expelled from the noble society due to kidnapping, rising from nothing with your help by her side. Establishing a new trading company with Merciless as its pillar wouldn't be a bad idea. Haha, you really are a born merchant rather than a noble. So there's no need to hide it. Let Vanitas know as well. Although, knowing that monster, he might already be aware and it's terrifying. He probably does know. That's why he doesn't say anything to us about it, whether to hide it or not. It might just be that he's less interested in Merciless. Or perhaps not. Vanitas did look at Merciless with a direct gaze. That's probably a sign he recognizes her as an individual. Both sighed deeply over the somber conversation. Timing it just right, the head maid, Sasara, poured tea for both of them. Hey, what's with the distance between you and the maid? It's way too close. Is it? This seems normal to me. Sasara stepped back a pace and stood beside Ernst, but she was definitely close enough to him that her breath would reach him while pouring the tea. What on earth are you doing? How did you, who were once so devoted to Lavinia, end up like this? Is this the influence of that monster Vanitas? He really is something else. Rivaro was astonished by the stark contrast with the old Ernst. He had no idea he would be shocked again by something Vanitas would say later. Chapter 49. A familiar sight seen by the old butler. Kia. Again. Young Master Vanitas. Ah, sorry. No, it's fine. But this is already the 6th time this week. Is that so? My apologies, I didn't remember. Honestly, you need to pay a little more attention. I'll do my best. Today, too, I feel reassured by the sight of young Master Vanitas engrossed in reading a book, patting the maids' butts. Is there any maid in the mansion who hasn't been patted? His seasoned, unchanging touch is now that of an absolute master. Moreover, it seems that recently, among the maids, there's a competition to see who gets patted the most by the young master. This kind of behavior would have been unthinkable in the past. The young master, who once used violence against slaves, was feared and avoided even by the maids who attended to him. At that time, just like now, they couldn't voice complaints or casually admonish him when he patted their butts or lightly touched them. Out of fear, they would keep silent and quickly leave to avoid displeasing him. Reincarnation. Another person. Though I still don't fully understand, it's clear that the young master has indeed changed. It's undoubtedly for the better. He no longer acts tyrannically or displays intense emotions. He doesn't run around recklessly or raise his voice throughout the mansion. Even after taking the slave girls to the streets of Harsomnia, there have been no complaints from the townspeople. Those who interact with him daily also welcome the improved atmosphere in the mansion due to his change. However, for Ernst Sama and Lavinia Sama, it is sadly true that the current young Master Vanitas is different from the past one. The sight of the two of them making time amid their busy schedules to visit the hill where young Master Vanitas made a flower crown for Lavinia Sama in his youth is deeply heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that I will continue to serve young Master Vanitas faithfully. Old man, what are you dawdling about? Are today's preparations complete? Yes, of course. Today is expected to be a special day. Make sure to give a warm welcome to her, who will play a significant role. Yes. As the butler of the Lindblum family, I will do my utmost to provide excellent hospitality. That's right. There's no time to dawdle. Today is the day when a certain slave merchant from Harsomnia is visiting. Though merchants dealing in slaves are generally untrustworthy, I must ensure that we do not show any disrespect to the young master's guest. Just after I had redoubled my focus on the upcoming visitor. Yikes. Young master, surely that's... Looking over, I saw that the young master was not just content with patting the maid's butts but was also slapping it to check the sound. The maid who was slapped looked surprised, but somehow her reaction was different from the others and seemed pleased. Young Master Vanitas, are you still evolving? That movement, teetering between unconsciousness and consciousness. As he explores the limits of what the maids will tolerate, it seems almost instinctual, like his disciplining them. But still, I, Jürgen, am deeply impressed. Moreover, whether it's the recent affair with the blacksmith father and son or the rescue of Merciless Sams, the young master's decisions have been remarkable. Though there was a slight clash with Ernst Sama during the rescue operation, the young master successfully saved Merciless Sama from the bandits. He also seems to be deepening his trust with the slave girls every day. Until my old bones crumble away, I will continue to support you, young master, so that brother-in-law can rest in peace in heaven. Chapter 50. The Crimson Collar. I never thought I'd be brought to a noble's mansion like this. Well, as a slave trader, you should have had plenty of opportunities. Is it really surprising to be nervous now? Well, yes. But I never thought I'd be invited to the Lindblum Marquis house. Ernst Lindblum. Your father has generally avoided interfering with people like us involved in shady trades. That's because, Shuka, you haven't been involved in particularly unscrupulous business. True, but it's precisely because he didn't meddle that I chose to base my operations here. Despite the city's development, it was relatively tolerant of slave traders like me. But you know what? When I went through the formalities just now, they said, from now on, the Lindblum Marquis house also wants to make effective use of slaves. Therefore, we plan to reassess our relationship with you. While we won't interfere with the nature of your trade, we would like you to sell slaves to us as well. Since you're doing business in our territory, it would be helpful if you could sell them to us at a lower price. Can you believe that? It's nice that they want to buy from us, but to actually haggle over the price. Shuka continued with a troubled expression. Normally, nobles would buy at the asking price due to their pride, but I never expected to hear something like that directly. My father has witnessed firsthand the changes in the relationship between me and the 3 slave girls. When I was Vanitas, I would have felt nothing but pity for slaves bound by one-sided contracts, but now I understand that it's possible to build a relationship of trust with them. I don't know if my father intends to remove the collars and free the slaves, but he must have noticed the potential in this resource. Now, he plans to integrate slaves, who were previously absent from the management of the territory and the knights, and gain their trust to make them allies. As long as their treatment is handled properly, these slaves could become crucial assets for the development and protection of the Lindblum domain. In essence, as long as they are treated humanely, slaves, depending on their type, can be a source of labor and trust that can be bought with money. It's definitely better to make effective use of them. There might be nobles who react excessively, saying it's beneath them to use slaves, but let them rant from the sidelines. Oh, and he said, please take care of my son. Even so, it's surprising how easily he bowed his head to a slave trader. I was taken aback. And his imposing presence. With his good looks, he was even more intimidating. It's frustrating, but it seems like we lost the first round. To think that the head of the Lindblum Marquis house, who was supposed to be looked down upon by weaker nobles, has become such a formidable figure. I've heard the rumors, but who could have advised him like that? Let me make it clear, it wasn't me. It's my father who makes the decisions regarding the Lindblum domain. Shuka looked skeptical, thinking, don't lie to me, but the decision to purchase the slaves was indeed made by my father. It's true. I did tell him that if he wanted to talk with Shuka, he should do it today. I also mentioned that starting negotiations by making the other party feel guilty would be advantageous in the long run. My father has his own way of thinking. He probably intended to use unexpected moves and psychological tactics to unsettle Shuka, making her feel uneasy. Shuka seems to be a bit intimidated by my father after having him bow his head, even though my father's tactics were deliberate. Even so, my father has become quite shrewd. Now, let's move on to the main topic. The reason I called Shuka to the mansion today was none other than this. So, did you bring what I asked for? Of course. I've prepared 2 top-quality collars. They're for those young ladies over there, right? Shuka had his subordinate bring collars of the same crimson color as Christina's. Among slave collars, these are the highest quality. Good color. The collars shine with no less brilliance than the one on Christina's neck. These should suit Hildegard and Lapana well. As I imagined how the collars would look on them, a sudden, flustered voice came from behind. Wait a moment, please. What's wrong, Christina? Those 2 collars, are they for Hilda and Lapana? Yes. I haven't talked to them yet, but I had Shuka prepare them for those 2. Why am I here as well? Well, I still want to be present if Hilda and Lapana are involved, but I'm concerned about Shuka's gaze. Shuka had been grinning and watching Christina ever since she entered the room. It seems it bothered her. No, I was thinking of changing Christina's basic contract. What? The reason I had Shuka come to the mansion today is to change the basic contract to allow for the rejection of sexual orders. Master, wasn't it supposed to wait until I was ready? I intended to wait, but I think it's fine now. That's so casual. I'm not such a trivial woman. Christina screamed, her face turning bright red. What? Did she think I would just passively wait? But is it really that unacceptable? Are you sure? Please stop with that look. It's hard to refuse. Will you refuse? I want you so much. Overwhelmed with emotion, Christina was left gasping and struggling. Well then, perhaps I should talk to the other two first. Hildegard, Lapana. You've heard the discussion. I wish to exchange your collars. The color of the collar doesn't change our relationship. But I don't intend to ever part with you two, just like with Christina. As a token of that, as proof of your master's commitment, I want to give you these collars. What do you say? Will you become my slaves again, even after being freed once? I asked as sincerely as possible, to convey my true feelings, to show how much I care for them. There was a brief pause, a tense moment. But then Hildegard slowly opened her mouth. Master, a slave, once again. Hildegard, are you sure? Master, you've changed. It's lonely, but being with you is enjoyable. Hildegard struggled to articulate her words. These were her feelings about me now. Words representing the bond we had built and nurtured together. Master, we compete, grow strong together, rise high. Together, by your side, always. Slave, it doesn't matter. You are you, and I am me. A string of seemingly incoherent words. A monologue just pouring out her inner thoughts. But I felt something. I understood in my heart that she wished to stay with me in the future. I also want to be with you, Hildegard. Even if we must go to hell, even if we fall into the abyss, I want to be with you forever. Yes, Master, I will be with you. Even if death separates us, no, even if death tries to part us. Together. With two of us, we can become stronger. Together, even stronger. Overcoming death. Strong. Yes. Let's become strong. Strong enough to defy an unjust death. Master, once again, please. Hildegard's smile was dazzling. It wasn't a tragic resignation that death would part us. Just strength. Strength to surpass even death. I'm not sure if Hildegard fully understands the death that awaits us. But she wished to become strong alongside me. She found me not as Vanitas, but as I am now. She mourned the loss of Vanitas. I was immensely happy to be able to walk alongside her. I shifted my gaze from Hildegard, who was showing interest in the new crimson collar that would belong to her, to the other who had not yet given her response. Lapana, what about you? Will you become my slave again? Lapana, who had been watching my interaction with Hildegard, was looking down. She looked deeply apologetic. I'm sorry, Master. I am not ready to become your slave again. Chapter 51. Gently picking 3 beautiful flowers. Lapana, who had shrunk her small, delicate body even further and was squeezing out a rejection while apologizing to me, had been watching Hildegard agree to the collar exchange with a fearful glance. However, I smiled at her to reassure her. Did you think you'd be scolded? What? It was I who told you to be selfish. If you say you're not ready yet, then I will wait. I'm actually glad that you showed your own will. What you just said is your true feeling, after all. Master, but remember this. My intention is genuine. I have no plans to let you go. You are different from Christina and Hildegard. But that doesn't mean you're any less valuable. Lapana, there's only one of you. I want you. Being freed from slavery and then asked to become a slave again might seem harsh. But it's necessary. This crimson collar is a bridge that connects us. A chain that binds and ties us together. This collar is proof that we are connected. I can't allow it to be neglected. So, I'll wait for your decision. Yes. When the time comes. I met Lapana's tearful eyes as she looked up. Seeing that her expression had softened when she realized I wasn't being forceful, I turned my gaze to Christina, wondering if she was ready to respond. Christina was still in a daze as she stroked her collar. I stood straight before her, looking into her trembling, clear blue eyes, and asked, Christina, what's your answer? You really don't have any intention of... That's right. I am selfish, unreasonable, capricious, and self-centered. Even though you said you would wait for Lapana. Yes, but I won't wait for you anymore. I don't want to wait. Christina. Yes. Become my slave. A true slave in every sense. It was an arrogant and presumptuous declaration. An unforgivable act of trying to claim a noble woman as my own. But I want her. Christina, give me all of you. Yes. I also want to be by Vanitas' side. To walk the same path together. Then let's start with Hildegard. Christina will be the grand finale, as planned. Shuka cast a lingering glance at Christina. Really, there's no need to scare her like that. Christina's face was flushed red up to her ears, and she was trembling. Now, Vanitas, let's have some of your blood and magical power. That will cancel the contract. Hildegard, come here and stand on my left side. Shuka called Hildegard, who was absorbed in the new collar, and positioned her in front of me. It would be better if Hildegard crouched down a bit. Vanitas is small. Crouch down. Like this. Yes, that's good. You're such a good and obedient girl, Hildegard. Now, Vanitas. I nodded once to Shuka's instructions and used the blade of the dagger at my waist to cut my fingertip. A sharp, faint pain. Blood, swelling like beads, trickled down my fingertip and slowly dripped onto the floor. With your blood-stained finger, infuse your magical power into Hildegard's collar. From there, it's my turn. Hildegard, is that all right? Yes. Then, I will now cancel the master-slave contract binding both parties here. Contract cancellation. A faint glow. It appeared as a warm, orange hue. A sound of something small falling to the floor echoed. A black collar. The symbol of the master-slave bond that had connected Hildegard and me until just moments ago. I felt a pang of loneliness at the sight of it lying on the floor. But it was different. Hildegard was looking at me directly. There was not a trace of difference from before. Even without the collar, we were bound together. By the chain of trust. Before Shuka could prompt me, I took hold of the crimson collar. My hands were stained with blood. Still, I gripped the collar firmly. Master, please. Hildegard knelt and offered her neck. I avoided her soft hair and fastened the crimson collar around her graceful neck. Hildegard. Master. Our gazes met as she looked up at me. Words were unnecessary. Slave contract, slavery contract. Shuka's solemn voice resonated in the room. With that alone, we became master and slave once more. Yet, it was different from before. The bond of master and slave, woven upon trust, was now far more firmly connected than it had been. Master, is the collar beautiful? Yes, it suits you well. It's beautiful. Hildegard's excitement over the new collar eased the tension in the room. The crimson collar made her innocent beauty stand out even more. Now, on to the next. Christina, are you ready? I looked at Christina, who had been silently watching my interaction with Hildegard. Master. What is it, Christina? Could you hold my hand? All right. I took Christina's hesitantly extended hand and held it. The hand that I couldn't hold when we went out to the streets of Harsomnia. A hand that, though slender and firm, was marked with calluses from her efforts. I gently wrapped my hand around hers. Christina. Yes, now is the time for the answer I gave back then. Vanitas, I entrust all of myself to you. With my blood-stained finger, I touched her crimson collar. It was warm, as if her warmth was being conveyed to me. Contract modification, contract change. What's wrong, Christina? Is there something uncomfortable about the collar? And no, it's just what? Just that with this, I've become yours, master. Christina's hand, as she caressed the collar, was gentle. It was delicate, as if touching something dear to her. Yes, with this, everything of Christina's has become mine. Yes. Thank you, Christina. What? Thank you for accepting me, for deciding to stay by my side. Master, please don't say any more. I wished to walk with you. Even knowing that the path you walk is one of thorns, I still wished to walk it with you. I'm glad I met you. So, please, don't say anything more. In the serious gaze of Christina, I could only remain silent. But that was fine. As long as my feelings were conveyed, as long as my heart was understood, that was enough. That alone was sufficient. However, that aside, tonight, all three of you will come to my bedroom. Understood? All three of you should wear the nightgowns bought in Harsomnia. What? All three of us? Ha! Me too. Christina and Lapana looked surprised, their eyes wide. Why? If nothing else, Christina should understand that the contract was changed specifically for this. Master, the room? I'll go. Why? I haven't changed my collar. This is so sudden. Things should have a proper order. This is too hasty. The three slaves each showed their own reactions. I calmly told them, no objections allowed. I'm looking forward to tonight. Time passed, and the room was dominated by darkness. Only the light from magical items flickered in the room. In the quiet space, the only sound was the knocking on the door. Thank you for coming. Was it cold? Come on, all three of you, this way. Oh, Lapana is just observing. Please wait in the corner of the room. I had no intention of involving children, but observing should be fine, right? I seated Lapana, who looked visibly relieved, in a corner of the bedroom. I then beckoned Christina, who stood rigid, and Hildegard, who seemed completely at ease, toward the bed. And then we. Oh, no way. Ha! What? Even that? Vanitas Lindblum. I'm sorry for the early morning disturbance, but I need to discuss something about the Magic Academy. What? What are you wearing? Please put on some clothes quickly. Why did you suddenly open the door? This is my bedroom, you know? Because your maid let me in. She said, well, if you're the fiancé, it's fine. So I came in. Honestly, making such a fuss early in the morning. Both of you. Yes. Mererika, you're lively. Despite our unchanged master-slave relationship, we gained a new bond. That was the greatest joy. Christina, Hildegard, Lapana. Will you stay with me forever? Yes. Always by your side. Master, together, forever. I'll think about it. I'm positive. Even if a thorny path awaits us from here on, I won't stop walking. As long as I am with those I trust. Chapter 52. The day my beloved was taken away. The day everything was taken away. The day a boy lamented and cursed the world with a scream. Vanitas Lindblum. Duel me. A duel. You say? A commoner like you? In a room at a magic academy in the imperial capital, two boys were arguing. What was sought was a duel. A sacred ritual where each side bets something they cannot give up, agreed upon by both parties. Yes. Free Christina from slavery. Ha, what nonsense are you spouting? She's my slave. My slave alone. There's no way I'll free her. That's why we're having a duel. If I win, you will free her from slavery and let her live freely. And if you lose, what will you do? Surely, you're not suggesting that only I bear the risk, are you? The boy with a doll-like appearance twisted his face into an ugly grimace as he questioned the boy with black hair. He was confident of his victory. He was certain he would never lose to such a poor commoner. That was why he asked. What would you bet? To destroy the annoying boy who had been opposing him since he joined the Magic Academy. Then, if I lose, I will withdraw from the academy. Really? If I lose, I will leave the Magic Academy. Is that acceptable, Vanitas Lindblum? The plan went as expected. The boy immediately agreed. Fine, I'll do it. But the boy with the doll-like appearance presented a condition for the duel. His mouth twisted into a malicious grin. What? You want me to fight her? To fight Christina? Yes, if you don't like it, that's fine. But duels are allowed to have proxies. I'm just having Christina fight in my place. What? Are you backing out now, coward? Vanitas. How rotten can you be? Hey, even though the Magic Academy advocates equality between nobles and commoners, You shouldn't use such harsh words. Behave more politely, won't you? Vanitas. One had a smile of confidence and mockery, while the other's face was tinged with the anger of injustice. Christina. I will fight you. To rescue you from Vanitas's clutches. But, from now on, I will hurt you. But it's to free you from that wicked Vanitas and liberate you from slavery. Please, forgive me for not being able to think of another way besides through this duel. The rumors of the duel quickly spread throughout the academy. It was a fight between the academy's most problematic student and a transfer student who had joined the academy out of season. It was only natural that it attracted attention. A large number of students had gathered at the outdoor training ground where the duel was to take place. Vanitas Lindblum is dueling with the transfer student. Apparently, it was the transfer student who challenged him. A duel is a life or death battle, right? It's not something that happens often. It's different from a fight for status within the academy. Seriously, how can guys get so excited about this? Well, it's Vanitas we're talking about. Among the spoiled nobles, he's the worst of the worst. You can't help but expect something from the transfer student. Yeah, from a distance, he looks the part of a noble, but his personality is the worst. He's notoriously harsh toward commoner students and known for his unreasonable tyranny in the capital. Who do you think will win? I'm betting on the transfer student. In that case, I'll vote for the transfer student too. Hey, that's no bet. Well, I want him to win. I don't want to see him lose to such an arrogant noble. Besides, if he wins, the slave woman will be freed, right? I saw her being mistreated in the capital. So, I hope he wins and she gets freed. The duel began in front of the many spectators. Christina wielded a knightly, elegant sword technique. The transfer student fought fiercely and straight ahead, though his style was rough. Both sides refused to give in. The battle was reaching its peak of intensity. What's wrong, commoner? On the defensive the whole time. Is all you can do is protect yourself like a turtle? Vanitas. Please don't look away. Damn. Christina. Commoner. This is the duel you challenged me to. Don't run away. From the boy with the doll-like appearance came heartless words. The black-haired boy was struggling. The slave girl Christina was stronger than he was. Damn, enhance boost. Christina, I'm going to. This is an order, Christina. Crush that commoner. Vanitas. You're forcing Christina to. I'm sorry, I can't defy Master's orders. Water Eagle. A water eagle created by magic attacked the black-haired boy. The eagle flapped its wings and pursued him as he tried to dodge. Ha ha ha. Commoner, you look best lying on the ground. The black-haired boy lay on the ground. But he did not give up. Even though he was wounded and crawling, his eyes remained fiery. He stood up. Despite his body being covered in injuries, he dragged himself up, using the point of his sword as a staff. And he shouted. In the training ground filled with a crowd of students, his declaration, full of resolute determination and unyielding resolve, rang out. I will win. I will save you. I'll do whatever it takes. Limit break, over limit enhancement. The boy reached out toward Christina, who was imprisoned as a slave. Even if it meant hurting her and being hated after the duel, he was determined to save her. Vanitas. I win. His single-minded wish was fulfilled. It was raining. The torrential rain seemed to express the boy's intense sorrow. No way. The only one left lying on the ground was the boy with the doll-like appearance. In the training ground, there was no one left except for his two slave girls standing by his side. The girl who always called him master had been taken away by the victor. All that remained was her crimson collar, soaked with raindrops, which had been removed from her neck. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. How did I lose? Why did I lose? He's just a commoner. It was Christina. Why did I lose? It was a scream of releasing everything. The boy hung his head and pounded the ground with his fists. He didn't care that blood was flowing. He was that far gone. He had realized it was something he could not lose. He was going mad over losing something he absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Ah, that commoner. Why did it happen? Master, are you all right? Shut up. Don't touch me, Master. Hildegard, you're mocking me too, aren't you? Because I accepted that duel, I foolishly lost Christina. That's not true. Is it because I was an idiot that you despise me for losing her? Hey, Lapana, you too. Why yes, there was a crack in his heart. A crack that would never heal. The shock was equal to, or perhaps even greater than, losing his brother. In despair, he shouted, Angel, I will never, ever forgive you. What? I will never forgive you for taking away my beloved Christina. This might have been a possible future. However, now that Vanitas Lindblum has changed, it has become an uncertain future. End of Volume 1.